This is Audible.
Necessary Sacrifices. Alastair Stone Chronicles, Book 12. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Chapter 1. Alastair Stone felt their gazes on him. They tried not to show it, of course, a discreet glance here, a bolder one when someone thought he wasn't looking. But even though he kept his own attention fixed straight ahead, he could sense them nonetheless. It was hard to miss them. Of course they'd be looking. That was all they could do after all, since asking questions would be too rude even for the most inquisitive among them. It wasn't supposed to be this way. On any other drizzly Wednesday afternoon in the first week of the quarter, he'd be teaching a class, sitting in his office dealing with the usual stream of students wanting to add or drop one of his courses, or doing his best to feign interest during some interminably dull department meeting. Instead, he stood next to a somber, suit-clad Mackenzie Hubbard and his equally subdued wife in the second row of pews at Stanford Memorial Church, watching the officiant deliver a eulogy for Edwina Mortensen, his longtime colleague and fellow occult studies professor. The service was surprisingly well attended for a woman who'd been primarily known for her prickly personality and standoffish habits. Stone wondered how many of those occupying the pews were here not because they'd known Mortensen and wanted to pay their respects, but rather to satisfy a morbid curiosity regarding the horrific story leading up to this moment. He didn't care. Either way, they were here, and they wouldn't get anything from him. In the front row, Mortensen's sister Catherine stood with a couple of friends, sniffling into a handkerchief. Stone had never met her prior to earlier that day. She was a few years older than Edwina and bore a strong resemblance, though she occupied a far more conventional niche than her sister, who had preferred dramatic jewelry and New Age styles. Catherine was the only one whose questions Stone would have readily answered, but she hadn't asked. Perhaps she felt she was better off not knowing the details. Next to him, Hubbard's wife Barbara gently squeezed his hand. He glanced at her, and she offered him a faint, sympathetic smile. He nodded once, accepting her comfort. He wouldn't have chosen to do what was coming, but Catherine had asked him to, and he certainly owed Mortensen this much. At the front of the church, the officiant had finished her eulogy. Stone wasn't sure what denomination she was, if any. Mortensen had never discussed her religious affiliations, if she'd even had any. But the dark-haired woman wore a long, flowing gown, and had spent most of her time sharing her thoughts about how joyous it was that Mortensen had become one with the cosmos and was now free to explore all the spiritual pathways unavailable to those still bound by mortal flesh. When she got to the part about how Mortensen would now be part of the magic she'd always believed made up the universe, Stone gripped the back of the pew in front of him so tightly his hands shook and his knuckles whitened. Perhaps if he had trusted her more, looked past her dour exterior and given her a taste of what she'd so clearly craved, he might not be here today. But you'll never know now, will you? He thought bitterly. The officiant wrapped up her words with a prayer, asking that the universe and Mother Gaia enfold Edwina Mortensen into her arms and share with her all the knowledge and enlightenment she'd sought in life. When she finished, she looked up and met Stone's gaze. "And now," she said softly, "one of Dr. Mortensen's colleagues from the Occult Studies Department would like to say a few words. Dr. Alastair Stone." Barbara squeezed Stone's hand again as he slid out of the pew and walked with deliberate calm to the front of the church. Spread out on the altar behind the officiant, a riot of colorful flowers sent by fellow faculty and students overflowed the edges and covered part of the floor. In the center of it all was a large framed photo of Mortensen wreathed in more flowers. They'd found a photo where she was smiling, with a bright sparkle in her eyes. The smile lit up her plain, round face and gave her a certain dignified beauty. There was no casket, of course, because there was no body. They couldn't even cremate her since her mortal remains lay under thousands of tons of rock in a collapsed mine tunnel 200 miles away. Stone paused, fist clenching in front of his body where the assembled crowd couldn't see, before mounting the stairs. When he reached the top, he didn't stand behind the pulpit, didn't use it like a lectern as armor between himself and the crowd. Instead, still standing at the top of the steps, he turned to the congregation. Feeling oddly exposed and vulnerable in his severe black suit, he swept his gaze over them for a moment before beginning to speak. When he did, his voice held none of its usual sardonic amusement. Instead, he spoke plainly, simply, projecting as he did to be heard in his lecture hall. "When I first met Edwina Mortensen about 10 years ago," he said, "I'll say to my dismay that we didn't get on very well. It was my fault, mostly. I'd just arrived here at Stanford from England, and I was just a sort of brash young idiot who thought he knew everything. I thought I had nothing to learn from someone like Edwina who took our subject so seriously. I didn't bother to get to know her as more than a colleague for a long time. And that's something I regret now." Almost unconsciously, he began pacing back and forth across the stage. He found it nearly impossible to talk without moving, especially when he was this uncomfortable. He shifted for a moment to magical sight, letting his gaze range out over the group. Their attention followed him as he moved, their auras subdued and curious. No doubt many of them were speculating about what had happened in the cave, since Stone had been the only one with her when she died. "Let me say this, though. Edwina Mortensen was one of the most dedicated professionals I've ever met in my life. Her knowledge of her subject was amazing, and the joy she got from passing that knowledge on to her students was something I had nothing but respect for. It's no secret that some of us perhaps don't take things as seriously as we should. It's easy to grow complacent, to go through the motions while losing the sense of wonder that drove us to love what we do." He deliberately didn't look at Mackenzie Hubbard as he said this. Edwina never lost her sense of wonder. Even surrounded by skeptics, she never wavered in her belief that there's something else out there, something wonderful. In the later years of our acquaintance, I grew more and more to respect that. Even when we didn't entirely see eye to eye, she was always passionate, professional, and a loyal friend and colleague. He paused a moment, looking over the crowd again. He recognized several fellow professors, as well as students from her classes, both past and present, many of whom were his students as well. "I'm not going to take up too much of your time today, but I just wanted to say this in closing. I'm very glad I had the opportunity to know Edwina Mortensen, and I'm certain that in whatever corner of the cosmos she's exploring now, she's absolutely found the magic she was looking for." As he finished, he ended up in the center of the stage again. He stood there a moment longer and regarded the crowd, hands at his sides. There were so many other things he'd wanted to say, to talk about how she'd helped him connect with the terrified cat he'd brought into his home, to recount bits of the ill-fated trip to Brunderville to film the Other Side paranormal reality show, a trip that hadn't been entirely unpleasant until everything had started going so terribly wrong. And above all, to apologize to all of them for not being able to do more to save Mortensen, even though he knew there was nothing he could have done. He and Mortensen hadn't been best friends. They probably never would have been, even if she'd survived Brunderville. But what might have changed between them if he had given her a glimpse of the real other side, instead of letting her believe he was nothing but a cynical skeptic? Those were the kinds of questions that had been keeping him awake at night ever since he'd returned 2 weeks ago. He'd never have the answers to them, but that was a small price to pay when compared to Mortensen's. He descended the steps and resumed his place in the pew, his head high and his jaw set. Barbara gave him a brief hug, and Hubbard, looking uneasy, glanced sideways at him, and then turned his attention back to the officiant, who'd called one of Mortensen's graduate students up to speak. Stone listened to the remainder of the service in tense silence, and remained at the subsequent reception only long enough to offer his sincere condolences to Catherine and her friends. Perhaps it was cowardly of him, but he had no desire to answer anyone else's questions. He was fairly sure Mortensen would have forgiven him. He wondered if he'd ever forgive himself. Chapter 2. "Doc, you here?" Stone straightened in his chair, where he'd been sitting slumped over a magical text he'd spent most of the afternoon trying to focus his concentration enough to read. "Up here!" A moment later, Verity Thayer appeared in the doorway. She eyed him critically. "You okay?" It was a fair question. He still wore most of the suit from the memorial service earlier that day, the tie hanging loosely around the open neck of his no longer crisp white shirt, and he made no effort to hide the dejection in his aura. He shoved the book aside and ran a hand through his hair. "Been better," he admitted. But I'll be all right." She took a seat on his old leather sofa, tucking her legs under her like a cat. She wore faded jeans, a black hooded sweatshirt with the sleeves shoved up, and black socks. She'd apparently left her boots downstairs. "The memorial was rough, huh?" "It was quite lovely, actually. I got out before anyone cornered me to ask questions, so I suppose I should count it as a success." "Yeah, but even so, it's never easy to lose somebody you care about." "No, it isn't." He closed the book with a decisive snap and finished the rest of the pint of Guinness he'd been nursing for the past hour. "How about you? What have you been up to today?" "The usual job hunting, apartment hunting." "Any success?" "Not yet. It's really too bad Marta's not hiring right now. She told me I could have my old job back in a heartbeat if she hadn't just hired a new cook last month. But don't worry, I'll be out of your guest room soon enough." He shrugged. "I'm not bothered if you aren't, and I must say I could get used to you cooking again." "I do that anyway," she pointed out, "though I guess it does make it easier when I'm right here." Stone had to admit it was true. Because Verity's move back to the Bay Area at the beginning of the year to resume her magical apprenticeship with him had been more sudden than either of them had expected, they'd agreed that the best thing was for her to stay in the guest bedroom at his townhouse until she could find a job and a living situation she could afford. Even with him paying half her rent, as her master he considered it his obligation, the area was expensive, and finding a suitable place had taken longer than she'd hoped. He hadn't been happy about it at first. As a private person well used to his bachelor ways, he'd had enough trouble adjusting to Raider, the cat he'd involuntarily acquired last summer, let alone a human roommate. That, and while he normally didn't give a damn about what anyone else thought, as a Stanford professor he was aware that an unmarried man his age living with an attractive 21-year-old woman was bound to set a few tongues wagging, especially since the number of different women he'd dated over the years had already given him a bit of a reputation among his colleagues. Surprisingly, though, the two of them had settled into a routine with an unexpected lack of drama. With Stone away at work every weekday and Verity splitting her time between apartment and job hunting and doing whatever magic homework Stone assigned her, they usually only saw each other during the evenings, which were mostly taken up with magical training sessions. Raider loved her, and Stone, who normally lived on takeout he picked up on his way home from work and considered making toast without burning it to be an accomplishment, couldn't deny the benefits of having someone with Verity's love of culinary experimentation around. Stone tilted his chair back. "Have you given any more thought to what you mentioned before, about training to become an EMT?" She looked at her hands in her lap. "Yeah, I just don't know if I'm ready for that yet. If it's a matter of money for training, I told you I would—" "No," she said quickly. "That's not it. You've already done plenty for me, and I appreciate all of it, but—" "But?" She didn't answer. "Verity," he said gently, dropping the chair back down and coming over to sit at the other end of the sofa. "You never have to keep anything from me if you don't want to, for fear of what I might think of you. I thought you knew that by now. If you've changed your mind—" "No," she said again. She sighed and looked up at him. "No, it's not that. I haven't changed my mind, but after Vegas—" "Ah." Stone nodded. He'd wondered if that might be the problem. Ever since she'd returned from Las Vegas, where she and her brother Jason had gone to track down a missing man, she'd been subtly avoiding anything connected to healing magic. That hadn't been difficult. She'd long ago surpassed Stone's meager talent in the area, so he had nothing more to teach her. "I suppose this wouldn't be a good time for me to trot out my standard magic is a tool lecture again, would it?" She gave him a faint smile. "I don't think it'll do much good," she agreed. She stretched out her legs and leaned back. Raider, who'd wandered unnoticed into the room, leaped into her lap. "I think it's just something I'm gonna have to figure out on my own." "Fair enough. Well, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like until you work it out, so don't worry about that. You can—" The phone rang. "Excuse me a moment." Stone gestured, and the phone flew over to him. "Yes, hello? Alastair?" He recognized the voice instantly, even though he hadn't heard it in over a year. "Imogen." Verity made as if to get up, but he waved her back down. Why would Imogen be calling him now, after all this time? And he did the mental math without conscious thought. So late, too. It was after 11 in England. "I'm sorry to bother you, Alastair. Did I interrupt anything?" No, of course it's no bother. What can I do for you?" The line crackled with her long pause, but when she spoke, her words came out in a rush. "I didn't want to call you, but there isn't really anyone else I can call. It could be nothing, but slow down, Imogen." Stone tensed as he picked up on the unease in her tone. "Tell me what's happened, and I'll help if I can." Another pause. "It's Dad. We can't find him. I'm afraid something's happened to him." Chapter 3. "What do you mean, you can't find him?" Stone got up and went back to his desk, his grip on the phone tightening. Verity shot him a questioning glance, and he shook his head. She nodded, mouthed, "We can talk later," and left the room, closing the door behind her. "He was supposed to attend a function tonight. Very important, not something he'd ever miss without letting someone know. Carrick called me earlier tonight to ask if I'd seen him, but I haven't seen him for a couple of weeks." Stone leaned back in his chair and remained silent for a few seconds. That was something he hadn't expected. The old expression about "if it rains, it pours" certainly seemed to be dominating his life of late. First, the whole situation with Brunderville, then Verity returning, and now hearing from Imogen from out of the blue like this. Apparently the universe had signed him up for a very busy winter without his permission. "All right," he said. "All right, calm down. It's probably nothing. Perhaps he got called away at the last moment by something urgent and didn't have time to inform anyone." Even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. William Desmond, his old master and mentor, was as predictable as a precision timepiece. If he said he would be somewhere at a certain time, you could safely wager exorbitant amounts of money on his presence. While it was faintly possible he might miss or be late for some informal commitment if something urgent arose, if Imogen was correct about the function being important, the likelihood of his being a no-show without letting anyone know approached zero. "How much did Carrick tell you? Who was the last person to see him, and when?" "He hasn't seen him since early yesterday. He was going to take the portal from the London house to Caventhorne, but he was to be back by this evening to get ready for the event. It was some sort of important dinner, from what I understand." Stone pondered. It was essentially impossible, especially for someone of Desmond's ability, to take a wrong turn in a teleportation portal. They were calibrated to take the traveler from point A to point B, and the trip itself was usually nothing more than walking through a foggy tunnel. To go from London to Wexley, where Desmond's country estate was located, wouldn't have taken more than a few seconds. Stone himself had made the same trip dozens of times in the years following his apprenticeship, and now that the evil weren't plaguing travelers anymore, there wasn't even any danger that he might have been waylaid during the brief journey. That probably meant one of two things. Either he had calibrated the portal to take him somewhere other than Caventhorn, or he had never entered it at all. "Okay," he said. "What do you want me to do? Shall I come over there?" "Would you?" she said, and he couldn't miss the worry in her voice. "I hate to inconvenience you. I'm sure you're quite busy, but you're the only one I know other than Dad who has access to the portals at the houses. What about, what was his name again? The latest apprentice?" Stone hadn't spoken with Desmond in quite some time. He knew his old master had taken another apprentice a couple years ago, but he hadn't kept up on his progress. "Dad let him go a few months ago. He wasn't living up to expectations, apparently, and besides, as far as I know, you were the only one he ever allowed permanent access to the restricted parts of the houses." Though he'd never given it much thought, that didn't entirely surprise Stone. He had always been Desmond's favorite apprentice, and after the apprenticeship had ended, he'd become a valued colleague in magical research. From the earliest days of their acquaintance, Desmond had always treated him more like a surrogate son than a magical collaborator. "All right, then. Give me a couple of hours. I need to take care of a couple of things and get down to the portal. Where shall I meet you? Can you come to the London house?" He stood. "I'll be there as soon as I can." More softly, he added, "It will be all right, Imogen. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. I wouldn't be surprised if he's turned up by the time I get there." "I hope you're right." She didn't sound convinced. A long pause, and then, "Thank you, Alastair." He found Verity downstairs, puttering around in the kitchen. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Not sure yet. That was an old friend from home. I need to pop over there and check on something. Would you mind looking after Raider? I doubt I'll be gone more than a day or so, but it could be longer depending on what I find." "Sure, no problem. Anything I can help with?" "No, thank you. It'll probably turn out to be nothing." Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer. Clearly she was curious, but wasn't going to ask. "Okay, I got this. Raider and I will get drunk and throw wild parties while you're gone." "Brilliant. See you in a day or two." Stone's mind was troubled as he drove down to Sunnyvale to take the portal to his home in England. He didn't see William Desmond often these days. Both of them were busy with their own pursuits, and ever since he'd moved to the United States, their collaborations on magical projects had gradually tapered off until, a few years back, they'd bowed to the inevitable and given up trying to coordinate their increasingly packed schedules. That also meant he had no particular excuse to see Imogen. It was better for both of them, he supposed. They'd come a long way from the day 10 years ago when her reluctant admission that she didn't think they had a future together due to his obsessive focus on magic had led him to leave England and take the job at Stanford. They'd remained dear friends. Stone almost always remained friends with his numerous exes, but Imogen was different. Even if he agreed, and he did, that marriage between them probably wouldn't have succeeded, she'd still been his first real love. He didn't think Desmond had ever truly gotten over his disappointment that his favorite apprentice and his beloved daughter hadn't worked out. A passage to India, the restaurant on Murphy Street in Sunnyvale that housed the Bay Area's only teleportation portal in its basement storeroom, was busy when Stone arrived. Marta Bellwood, the owner and the only one at the restaurant who knew about the portal, appeared caught up in assembling a complicated takeout order for a family of 5, so she merely waved a greeting as he swept by on his way to the back. It would have been easier, he thought, as he did the necessary adjustments on the shifting, glowing portal to point it at his destination, to travel directly to Desmond's posh London residence. As far as he knew, he was the only one other than Desmond himself who had the authorization to do so. But he chose not to. If Desmond had taken the portal somewhere, there was a chance, if he didn't disturb it, that he might be able to determine where he'd gone. It was a long shot, but if Desmond had truly gone missing, he wouldn't dismiss any potential leads. That meant, however, that he'd need to use his own portal, the private one located beneath a crypt in his family's cemetery, and drive up to London, since the trains wouldn't be running that late. He barely noticed the trip through the portal. Ever since the evil had been mostly vanquished and were no longer relentlessly searching for a way into the world, the necessity to clear the head and suppress any strong emotion was no longer an issue. It was still creepy, no doubt about it, but travelers nowadays almost never had to worry about being devoured or driven insane on their way to their destinations. In less than 5 minutes, Stone stepped into the small, familiar room on the other side. He quickly cleared the calibration so the next traveler to use the Sunnyvale portal didn't have a straight shot to his own, then hurried out through the crypt and across the cemetery to the house. He hoped he could get out without disturbing Aubrey, though he'd have to leave a note since he'd be taking the car. No such luck. As he approached the large carriage house/garage and opened one of the swing-up doors, a light switched on in the apartment above it. A moment later, Aubrey appeared in the doorway, carrying a flashlight in one hand and a rifle in the other. As soon as he spotted Stone, his expression of flinty suspicion turned to one of surprise. He quickly lowered the rifle. "Sir, I didn't expect to see you. Sorry to disturb you, Aubrey. I didn't know I was coming myself until an hour or so ago. I've got to go up to London, so I'm taking the car." He pulled the cover off the little black MG convertible he used to get around when he was home. "Is something wrong, sir?" Aubrey tilted his head. He looked like he'd hastily thrown on a coat and trousers over his pajamas, his hair in disarray under his favorite old flat cap. "Not sure yet. Imogen called me. She says she can't find Desmond and he's missed some important function tonight. She wants me to see if I can locate him." "I see. Will he be staying? Shall I prepare your room?" His tone sounded hopeful, and once again Stone felt guilty for not spending more time in England. He knew Aubrey enjoyed the solitude of having the house and grounds to himself, but nonetheless missed their master. "I'll let you know." Stone fired up the little car. "I've no idea what's going on yet. I'm hoping he's already turned up and I can head back home tomorrow, but—" He shrugged. "I could call, but I'm here now. Might as well pop by and see Imogen." "Yes, sir." Aubrey stepped out of the way and watched as Stone drove out. He arrived at William Desmond's posh Kensington residence an hour later. A doorman he didn't recognize let him in, and he swept up the stairs with the confidence of many years' familiarity. "Alastair!" Stone glanced up to see Imogen coming down to meet him. Hello, Imogen. Sorry, got here as soon as I could." He took her in with a quick glance. Even though it was now nearly 1 a.m., she was neatly dressed in her usual elegantly casual style. She'd cut her hair a bit shorter since he'd seen her last. It framed a face that, even though she was in her middle 30s now, still maintained its pixie-ish, ageless quality. She hurried forward and enfolded him in a hug, which only emphasized the fact that he was a head taller than she was. She stood on tiptoe and brushed a quick kiss across his cheek, then stepped back, her warm brown eyes troubled. "It's so good to see you, Alastair. Thank you so much for coming." "It's good to see you too. I take it he hasn't turned up yet?" She shook her head. "Not yet, but I hope it turns out to be nothing and we can just catch up a bit before you go back home." "I'm sure it will," he assured her. "Come on, tell me what happened and I'll see if I can help." She led him into a familiar sitting room where he and Desmond had spent countless hours discussing topics both magical and mundane. Even after all these years, the place hadn't changed. The antique furniture, priceless art objects, and fine, old-fashioned decor gave it the same classic, out-of-time style it had had since Stone was an apprentice, and probably well before that. "Would you like something? A cup of tea, a drink?" Stone couldn't miss the tension in her, even without looking at her aura. "No, thank you. I'll take you up on that after we've found your father. Is Carrick here?" "No." She perched on the corner of an antique settee. "He's gone to Caventhorne, thinking Dad might have gone there." "But he hasn't?" "Not that he can find. But then you know how big that place is. He's got the whole staff looking for him, but—" "But if something's happened to him, it could be hours before they find him," Stone mentally filled in. "Assuming he's even there." She was right. Caventhorne Hall, Desmond's country house, was a vast, rambling mansion on an enormous parcel of land in the Hertfordshire area, an hour or so north of London. "All right," he said. "Tell me everything. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation for all of this." She took a couple of deep breaths, her gaze unfocusing as she gathered her memories. "Kerrick rang me around 8, she said. "Dad was supposed to attend some sort of important dinner thing tonight here in London. It was to start at 7:30. Kerrick was expecting him home by 6 to get ready, but he never arrived." "What did Kerrick do at that point?" "He rang Caventhorne to see if he was there. If he was running late on some magical thing he was working on, he might have gotten ready there and come through the portal back here. But none of the staff there had seen him either." "Is it possible he might have gone straight there? To the function, I mean?" She shook her head. "No. That's what Kerrick thought too, so he rang the venue where it was being held, and they hadn't seen him either. They were quite concerned and a bit put off that he hadn't shown up." "Can you tell me anything about this function? Was it magical or mundane?" "Mundane," Kerrick said. "Some sort of charity organization. Dad contributes to a lot of different charities and foundations. It was a fundraising dinner." "So nothing unusual?" "No. He attends those sorts of things at least a couple of times a month. He was to give a speech or present something. I'm not sure, but that's why they were particularly concerned when he didn't show up." Stone began pacing the room. This was definitely unusual behavior for Desmond. Like his old associate Stefan Kolinsky back in California, William Desmond was a creature of habit. "I assume there's no direct way to contact him. He doesn't have a mobile phone, does he?" Imogen chuckled. "Dad, hardly." It was a long shot, but Stone had already known the answer. Desmond's homes, both this one and Caventhorne, could have been used without alteration as the sets for period dramas from early in the previous century. The only concessions to modern conveniences were the ones the staff needed to do their jobs. "All right," he said. "Let me take a look around. If I don't find anything here, I'll take the portal through to Caventhorne and check there. Let Kerrick know I might turn up, will you?" "Of course." She stood. "Is there anything I can do?" "Not really. It's late. Try to get some rest if you can. I promise I'll let you know what I find." She nodded. For a moment she looked as if she might say something, but then gave him a faint smile. "I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he'll turn up soon, and he'll be cross about all the attention he's been getting." "Quite probably," Stone agreed, though privately he wasn't so sure. Imogen hugged him again. "Thank you, Alastair. We really should get together more often. I've missed you." "We should," he murmured, returning her embrace. They stood there a moment, perhaps a bit longer than strictly necessary for a hug between old friends, and then he pulled back. "Right then, let me go on with this, and perhaps I can stay and have breakfast with you and your father tomorrow." Chapter 4. It often surprised Stone that William Desmond had never, as far as he knew, given anyone else access to the hidden areas both in his London home and Caventhorne. He had no idea how old Desmond was, but he knew he'd been neither the man's first apprentice nor his last. Even though several of those other apprentices hadn't managed to live up to Desmond's exacting standards sufficiently to pass his rigorous course of study, Stone knew of at least 2 others, one before him and one after, who had. Despite that, Stone himself had been the only one of that elite group for whom Desmond held a high enough regard to not only continue working with him after the apprenticeship had ended, but also to give him full run of the 2 locations where he conducted his magical research. Not to mention trying his level best to encourage a relationship between him and his daughter. Stone was sure he'd never tried that with any of the other apprentices either. Desmond was by no means a demonstrative man. Stone had never, in all the years they'd known each other, even seen him crack a smile. But it hadn't been difficult to pick up his approval when the 2 of them, 4 years apart in age, had discovered each other shortly after Imogen had turned 18. He'd never said anything, never pushed, as Stone and Imogen had fallen into a sort of easy, natural relationship. Stone assumed he figured they would eventually marry, since they seemed so perfect for each other, so effortlessly happy together, that anything else was unthinkable. He'd been as broad-sided as Stone himself had when Imogen had called things off. Oh, she'd been as kind as possible about it, without a doubt, and almost certainly as unhappy as Stone had been. But as loath as he was to admit it, she'd been right about her reasons. His first love, and the most important thing in his life, had always been magic, and she, as a mundane, hadn't felt she could fit properly into a future with him. So they'd gone their separate ways, after a couple failed attempts by Desmond to convince them they were making a mistake. Stone fleeing to the United States to take the job in the occult studies department at Stanford, and Imogen throwing herself into her studies and her career after discovering the mundane man she'd begun a relationship with had been cheating on her. She'd never married, seeming content with her work, her friends, and her social activities. Since then, they'd fallen back into a comfortable friendship, sort of the ultimate expression of Stone's habit of staying amicable with his failed relationships. What they had now was what might happen if the heat of passion had been burned away, but instead of destroying the fragile thing inside, the heat had tempered it, made it stronger. They saw each other a couple of times a year, usually at Desmond's place for dinner parties, though over the last couple years both of them had been so busy that they hadn't been able to coordinate schedules. Seeing her tonight made him realize he'd have to change that. He'd missed her more than he thought. That was for later, though, after he'd found Desmond. Perhaps he could invite her out to dinner before he returned home, and they could have one of those deep conversations they used to have all those years ago. He knew you couldn't go home again, not really. But that didn't mean the occasional visit couldn't be pleasant. Right now, however, he had work to do. Desmond's posh London apartment was located in a 4-story building in one of the most exclusive parts of Kensington. Stone had found out many years ago that Desmond owned the entire building, with the spacious apartment taking up the 3rd and 4th floors. Desmond had commissioned extensive renovations on the place many years before Stone had met him, and Stone was certain both that the workmen who'd performed the renovations had been paid handsomely to forget about them, and in any case were probably either dead or retired by now, and that no official floor plans or other records of them existed in any government office. Though they'd never discussed it directly, Stone was equally certain that Desmond's influence extended to some of the highest levels of the government, at least to the extent that he could arrange for details that would prove inconvenient if they came to light to be so snarled in bureaucratic red tape that it would take an entire cadre of dedicated and persistent searchers to turn them up. Unlike in America, as far as he knew at least, the magical community in Britain was very old and had its fingers in many official pies. Although Desmond rarely had visitors who weren't aware of the magical world, if any had stopped by and done any exploring, they'd quickly have noticed that there were no obvious ways to access large parts of the building. Plush, carpeted stairways led to each of the upper floors, but on the 1st and 2nd floors, hallways appeared to lead to doors, but opening any of them took the visitor into generic-looking, mostly empty rooms. Even magically talented visitors, if not properly attuned to pass the powerful wards encircling various parts of the building, would only see these empty rooms. While the London house was situated on only a single ley line, as opposed to the 5 that intersected at Caventhorn, the power was sufficient to maintain the potent illusions, keeping the unwary away from the hidden areas. Stone didn't have to worry about any of this. Shortly after he'd finished his apprenticeship and had begun collaborating on magical research with Desmond during his free time while attending university, the older mage had retuned his wards to allow Stone full access to the hidden and restricted areas of both the London house and Caventhorn. The facilities here were much more abbreviated than they were at Caventhorn, but the place still contained a fully stocked magical lab, a sizable ritual area, and, hidden behind yet another layer of wards, a teleportation portal. Stone mounted the stairway to the second floor and took a left down what looked like an unused hallway. Several doors lined the hallway, but Stone passed them all without opening any, heading instead to what appeared to be a dead end featuring fine, dark wood paneling, an oil painting of a pastoral scene that probably belonged in a museum, and a marbled table with a bust of some old man Stone had never identified. He put his hand on the old man's head and muttered a few words, infusing his hand with magic. The wall swung aside, revealing an extension to the same hallway. Stone slipped through, and the wall swung shut behind him with a faint click. Once inside, it took him only a few minutes to determine that Desmond wasn't here. He checked the lab, the library, the storage rooms where magical components were kept, Desmond's office, the ritual area, and even the closets, calling Desmond's name as he went. He switched to magical sight and did a second search, watching for his old master's brilliant aura in case he was unconscious somewhere. He didn't think that was the case, though. Desmond wasn't the sort to trip and hit his head, and despite his age, Stone had never seen him in anything but vigorous good health. No, if anything had gone wrong, it likely would be related to something magical he'd been attempting. And if that were the case, he'd probably be in the ritual area, the lab, the library, or the office. Even for someone of Desmond's significant power level, it was never wise to take magic for granted, and Desmond knew it as well as anyone. Gods knew he'd spent enough effort trying to pound it into Stone's thick skull during his apprenticeship. Right then. If Desmond wasn't here in London, that meant he'd probably taken the portal. Either up to Caventhorn, just as Imogen had said, or somewhere else. Stone headed down another hallway, and passed through a locked door and an illusionary wall with the familiar ease of walking through his own home, and in a moment stood before another shifting, glowing magical portal similar to the one he'd used to travel here from a passage to India. He paused a moment, examining the room. It looked the same as it always had, a mostly featureless space around 15 feet square with the portal in the center. He'd often wondered, but of course never made any effort to find out, just how wealthy William Desmond was. Magical teleportation portals were prohibitively expensive to construct, despite the rare materials needed to make them function and the magical knowledge required to plan and build them in the first place. They sometimes simply fizzled out and failed to thrive. That meant, as far as Stone was aware, nobody had even tried building a new one in the last 15 years or so. Making it even worse, the specialized knowledge required to do it was slowly being lost. Portal science was a difficult, complex, and dangerous corner of magic that required a lot of study and a certain mindset. And most modern-day mages didn't have the combination of mental horsepower and willingness to devote the level of focus it required. Stone himself was one of only a handful of mages he was aware of who still possessed both the knowledge and the ability, and even he feared he might be losing his touch due to lack of practice. The upshot of all that was that the vast majority of existing portals, the network that the world's mages used to move quickly over great distances, were cooperatively maintained, a sort of public transportation system for mages. Those who used a particular portal regularly contributed to its upkeep, making sure it remained correctly calibrated and its location remained accessible to all those who needed to use it. Stone himself, for example, donated to a fund that ensured a passage to India could remain open indefinitely even without a single customer, and that Marta Bellwood can maintain a comfortable lifestyle. It was much easier than trying to find a new custodian for the portal. Fortunately, the public ones didn't require much upkeep. Since they had to be constructed on a ley line, they remained powered indefinitely. So, aside from occasional adjustments, they mostly operated without intervention. To have a private portal, one for personal use and not connected to the network of public ones, almost always meant one of two things, or possibly both. Either you came from a very old magical family, or you were very wealthy. Stones, for example, had been constructed in his great-grandfather's day, shortly after the ability to travel via the overworld was discovered. Back then, the materials required to build them had been neither as rare nor as expensive as they were now, and the 3 ley lines intersecting at his home had made the process less difficult than it might have been. He knew of a couple other private portals in Europe, and none in the United States, though he suspected Stefan Kolinsky might be concealing one. But aside from Desmond, he knew of no one else who had 2 of them. Desmond had constructed them both himself, no doubt at great expense, many years before Stone had begun his apprenticeship. Some might consider them a bit of an embarrassment of riches, but he'd never argued the convenience of being able to pop back and forth between London and Caventhorn in a few seconds' time. Stone focused on the portal, shifting to magical sight and reaching out to it to determine where it was pointed. He knew from experience that Desmond didn't often clear the calibration between the 2 portals if he was only using them to commute between his 2 homes, as opposed to somewhere else. Calibrating a portal wasn't difficult, but it did take a few minutes, so there was no point in doing it every time he wanted to travel back and forth. As long as the way wasn't open for some other traveler to come through from another location, there was no danger. If anybody unauthorized managed to pop into one of Desmond's private spaces, the wards would immobilize them until he could deal with them. It didn't take Stone long to figure out that the portal was indeed pointed at Caventhorn. Good. That probably meant Desmond was there, at least. He hoped that was true anyway. He took a deep breath and stepped through the portal. The journey was without incident and took only a few seconds, as opposed to the 5 minutes or so required to travel between California and England. Stone had barely taken a glance around the familiar, fog-shrouded tunnel before he was stepping through the glowing exit and into the portal room at Caventhorn. The light was off. He paused a moment to make sure nothing was odd about the wards, then hurried out of the room without switching the light on. He didn't need to. He'd walked these familiar halls enough times that he could do it in his sleep. "Desmond?" he called. "It's Stone. Are you here?" No answer. The hidden area at Caventhorn occupied most of the ground floor and a significant section of the basement in the house's vast east wing. The mansion itself was almost twice as large as Stone's rambling old place in Surrey, and the part devoted to magic was correspondingly larger. For instance, Desmond's magical library, protected behind another layer of wards, was at least 3 times as large as Stone's, and larger even than the one Eddie Monckton maintained for general research in London. Stone checked the entire room, moving quickly among the stacks, peering down each of the neat rows of antique wooden shelves and calling out again. But Desmond was nowhere to be found there. The ritual area in the basement was protected by not only wards, but physical insulation in the form of the living rock that surrounded it. Nothing summoned in there would get out unless it was powerful enough to take out the wards, in which case Desmond would have bigger problems. But no, the ritual area lay quiet, dark, and unused. Stone checked with magical sight. Desmond would have no reason to conceal his activities within his own personal sanctum, but saw no evidence that any magic had been performed here in the last few hours, at least. Bloody hell, where was he? Stone hadn't been too concerned before. Despite his clockwork schedules and legendary punctuality, even someone like Desmond might on rare occasions encounter a situation where he might have to skip an event without letting anyone know. It happened, especially if he'd been on the track of some intriguing magical discovery and lost track of the time. Mages did that all the time when they were focused on something, and they all understood and made allowances for it. But now, Stone wasn't so sure. He'd checked all the places in both the London house and Caventhorn where Desmond would likely be if he'd been caught up in magical research. He was sure Carrick, Desmond's loyal friend and manservant, for as long as Stone could remember, had directed the staff to do a thorough search of the accessible areas of the house. Had Desmond left Caventhorne and gone somewhere else without telling anyone? If he had, there'd have to be some compelling reason for it. There were 2 more places Stone hadn't looked yet that weren't accessible to anyone but Desmond and himself. One was a small office, and the other was the house's second ritual area, the one he used for training his apprentices. To get to the latter, Stone would have to exit this part of the restricted area and cross to the other side of the house, though, so he headed down another hallway to check the office first. That's odd, he thought as he approached it. The door was closed as he expected it to be, but a faint light shone from beneath it. Had Desmond simply forgotten to turn it off? That seemed unlikely. The man was meticulous in his habits. But if he wasn't here, then was it possible someone else had managed to find their way through the wards? Unconsciously, Stone slowed his pace and started to creep down the hallway, but realized after a few steps that it was pointless. If an intruder lurked behind the door, he or she, or it, would certainly have heard him calling out Desmond's name, and they'd probably have turned the light off to avoid discovery. He walked faster until he stood in front of the heavy wooden door. "Desmond?" he called, knocking. "Are you in there?" No answer. He tried the knob. The door was unlocked. It swung open on silent hinges. Stone stopped, his body tensing at the sight that appeared before him. "Oh, dear gods," he muttered. "No." Chapter 5. A lot of fast thoughts went through Stone's head in the next few seconds. Time slowed to a crawl as he dashed across the room and threw himself down next to the prone figure on the floor, shifting to magical sight and looking for a sign, any sign, no matter how faint, that William Desmond's life force had not departed. There was no sign. The body lay unmoving and silent, the familiar brilliant gold and blue aura stilled. "No, no, no," Stone moaned. "Desmond, no." He clenched his fists, a chill passing through his body and hot tears pricking at his eyes. For a moment he could do nothing but sit there, staring in shock at the mortal remains of what had once been his master. It appeared Desmond had been involved in some kind of research. The light on his desk was on, with several books stacked or open across its surface. A notebook bound in leather lay open with a fine fountain pen across it. Stone couldn't read the notes from where he was seated, but there would be time for that. He wasn't ready to get up yet. Desmond lay sprawled on his back on the floor near the chair. Stone was no forensic investigator, but from the look of things he had fallen from the chair and landed here. He was dressed in a white shirt, dark trousers, and leather slip-on shoes, about as informal as he ever got when relaxing in his own home. His hair was neatly combed. A cursory glance without moving the body didn't reveal any obvious causes of death. No one had shot him, stabbed him, zapped him with magic, or strangled him. In fact, as far as Stone's untrained eye could tell, he looked very much like a man who'd suffered some kind of sudden health-related event, a heart attack, perhaps, or a stroke, while in the middle of a project. Stone let his breath out, his thoughts still moving fast. At this point, any sense of overwhelming grief at the sudden loss of his beloved mentor, a man he'd expected to be around for at least another 50 years, had not yet taken hold. He felt only an odd combination of numbness at the circumstances, mixed with a heart-thudding rush of adrenaline as the implications began to sink in. The first and most immediate of them was that Desmond couldn't be found here. It was a callous thought, but a necessary one. In the case of any unattended death, the authorities would have to be involved. Desmond was far too public a figure for his body to simply disappear. It would cast too much suspicion on those close to him, including Imogen, Carrick, and the rest of the house's staff. But the thought of a bunch of mundane cops, investigators, and other official personnel tromping through Desmond's private magical sanctum, an area that could potentially harbor dangers to the uninitiated, not to mention a lot of things that would be difficult to explain, wasn't one Stone wanted to contemplate. As it was right now, they wouldn't even be able to get through the wards. He clenched his fist again. He didn't want to think about this kind of thing. As he knelt here next to his old master's body, staring down at the strong, resolute features that had gone slack now in death. He didn't want to have to handle logistical details. He didn't want to do anything but remain here and let his grief, added to what he'd barely had time to process from the loss of Mortensen less than a month ago, take him over. Above all, he didn't want to have to tell Imogen. But that was exactly what he would have to do. And soon. The longer they waited, the harder it would be to move Desmond's body to a place where it could be found without pointing suspicion at the family or the staff, or requiring access to parts of the house it would be best if no one else saw. Feeling suddenly very old, he pulled himself to his feet and took another look around the room. Nothing else appeared to have been disturbed. The scene looked exactly as it should have, if Desmond had merely succumbed to a heart attack or stroke while bent over his work. He closed his eyes, took a few centering breaths, and switched back to magical sight, this time examining the room as a whole rather than focusing on Desmond's body. As he expected, the room lit up with magical traces. Many of the books on the shelves lining one wall were magical in nature, as were all those on the desk itself. Several items on the shelves and a couple small tables showed traces of faint, benign magic, but none of them looked in any way out of place or out of the ordinary. Everything appeared exactly as Stone had predicted. Certainly no signs of any other presences in the room, though that didn't necessarily mean anything. Anyone powerful enough to breach Desmond's wards and get to him without alerting him would have the ability to hide their own traces. In this case, though, Stone suspected that the simpler and more obvious answer was more likely to be correct. Desmond had died of natural causes. It did happen, even to mages. Before he left the room and headed back out, he crouched next to Desmond's body and took one last look at it. This time he pulled his focus in tighter. He wasn't looking for an aura this time, but for any hints of magic lingering around the body. He saw nothing. "Stop it," he told himself, getting back up and swiping an angry hand through his hair. "He's died of a heart attack or something. Stop looking for monsters when there aren't any." But monsters would have been easier to cope with. Monsters would have been a fitting end, at least, for a towering figure like Desmond, more fitting than betrayal by his own failing body. Stone paused in the doorway, wanting to leave but not wanting to, gripped by a rare, overpowering indecision. Nothing he could do here would be what he wanted. All the options available to him were equally undesirable. Best to get on with it, then. He emerged into the dead-end hallway to find it deserted, lit only by dim sconces along both sides. The house was quiet, peaceful, undisturbed. It seemed wrong somehow for it to be so normal when its master and driving force lay dead behind its concealing walls. He paused a moment, steeling himself for what he had to do. At least he wouldn't have to tell Imogen quite yet. He found Carrick in one of the sitting rooms near the main hall, dusting some objet d'art with the half-hearted manner of a man whose mind was far away from his current task. His posture held a tenseness that a quick look at his aura confirmed. "Carrick," Stone said softly, not wanting to startle him. Carrick jumped just a little and spun. When he spotted Stone, the tightness in his shoulders relaxed a little. "Sir, it's good to see you. Miss Desmond rang earlier and told me you were coming." It sometimes amused Stone when he thought about it, how many father figures he had who weren't his actual father. Carrick, who was probably in his middle 60s these days, about the same age as Aubrey, had graying hair now, and his tall figure was a little more stooped. But he remained as attentive, alert, and kind as he'd been on the day when he'd helped a nervous 15-year-old boy adapt to an unexpected early apprenticeship with the stern and unyielding force of nature that was William Desmond. It probably wasn't true that Stone wouldn't have made it through his apprenticeship without Carrick playing buffer between his impatient, too-smart-for-his-own-good teenage self and the traditionalistic, draconian Desmond. But no doubt about it, Carrick had made his life easier in countless ways during those 3 years. By the time Stone had successfully proven himself to Desmond and shifted easily from student to valued colleague, Carrick had become every bit the trusted friend and advisor to Stone himself as he was to Desmond. Stone suspected Desmond had trusted Carrick more than any other living person, himself and Imogen included. And now he had to tell him Desmond was dead. "It's good to see you too, Carrick." Carrick was a mundane, but he clearly didn't have to look past Stone's expression to catch on that something was wrong. "Have you had a chance to look around, sir?" He inclined his head. Carrick froze. "Sir?" "I found him in his office, in the restricted area. It appears to have been natural causes." "Oh, dear Lord." Carrick paled, and the duster slipped from his hand. He swayed, gripping the edge of a nearby sofa to keep from falling. "Oh, my dear Lord." "I'm sorry, Carrick," Stone said softly. He hurried over and took Carrick's arm, leading him around and helping him to sit on the sofa. "I'm so sorry." Carrick's gaze came up, glittering with unshed tears and insane hope. Are you sure, sir? Absolutely sure that there wasn't any chance?" "No." The single word was gentle, but certain. "No, Carrick. His aura was gone. I'm not sure how long it had been, but my guess is perhaps a few hours." "Dear God," Carrick moaned again, clasping his hands in his lap. "I thought surely something must have come up to draw him away, something urgent." "I'd hope so, too." Stone didn't sit. He didn't think he could. Right now he was brimming with nervous, angry, frustrated energy. He wanted to do something, and there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fix this. All the magic in the world couldn't fix this. Finally he settled for gently gripping Carrick's shoulder. "I'll be right back," he said, and hurried out to Desmond's impressively stocked liquor cabinet, where he returned with a bottle of scotch and 2 glasses. He poured one and offered it to Carrick, who was still staring at his hands in his lap, his thin shoulders trembling. "Thank you." Carrick accepted it and took a tentative sip. He swallowed, took another, then set the glass down and pulled himself up straighter. "There are things that must be done, sir." "Yes." It tore at Stone to see the man visibly getting himself under control because he had to. He was the head of the Caventhorne staff and Desmond's closest mundane advisor, and Stone knew he took both of those jobs more seriously than anything else in his life. It was down to him to handle the details, and he would do it to the best of his ability, putting emotions aside until he was no longer needed. Stiff upper lip might be a British stereotype, but as with many stereotypes, it did have some grounding in reality. Carrick drew a deep breath. "You say you found him in the restricted part of the house?" "Yes. He can't be found there, sir." He looked uncomfortable, and said it almost as if it might be a revelation to Stone. But Stone was glad to hear him say it. It made this one thing at least easier. "No, he can't." Carrick contemplated his glass and didn't look at Stone. "But none of us can enter that area. I assume the wards are still in effect?" "Yes." "Can you break them, sir?" "Given time, yes, but It would take a lot of time and could be potentially dangerous. I may not need to, though. Oh, what's the alternative? If the rest of us can't get inside, then you would have to... Stone had already been thinking about it. I could bring him out, yes, but I'm not sure that's the best idea either. Why not? He poured himself a glass of the scotch and took a sip, pacing. The police will have to be involved. I'm afraid so, sir. I don't see a way around it unless you were to do something, well, magical. Stone shook his head. I won't do that, for several reasons. Why not? He asked again. His expression suggested he didn't think it was a good idea either, but he was forcing himself to consider all possible alternatives, no matter how distasteful. First of all, it's disrespectful. William Desmond was one of the finest magical minds of this century, and probably the last one, too, not to mention someone we all held deep respect for. To have him simply disappear without a trace doesn't do proper honor to his memory, regardless of the inconvenience it might cause those he's left behind. Carrick nodded miserably. All of that is true, sir. Second, it could put you, the rest of the staff, and Imogen at risk. Whenever there's a suspicious death, the police look first at the family and close associates. Especially... He trailed off, not even wanting to pursue the thought. Especially? He took another sip, a bigger one this time, then indicated the house. Mr. Desmond was obviously quite wealthy, and naturally Imogen, and almost certainly all of you on the staff, will be beneficiaries of at least some of that wealth. Even if he's left most of it to his various charitable causes and holdings, the amounts involved will surely be enough to shine suspicion upon all of you, if Mr. Desmond was to suddenly disappear. Guilt clawed at him for even mentioning such a materialistic thought in light of the horrible circumstances. Carrick looked stricken. Sir, none of us would ever... Of course you wouldn't. I know that, and you know that. And naturally the police will quickly come to the conclusion that none of you had any involvement. But there's no point in raking your names through the muck of publicity if it's not necessary. No, I suppose not. He looked down again, staring into the remains of his drink. But then, what are we to do, sir? We can't simply leave him. Stone sighed. No, we can't do that. He didn't want to say his next words, because exposing them to the air would make them real, and would mean that he'd have to do the last thing he wanted to do right now. But he glanced at Carrick, at the stiff set in his shoulders and the way he was forcing himself to remain as calm as possible and deal with the situation. How could Stone do any less? But what we want isn't the important thing here, is it? It's not our decision to make. Carrick closed his eyes. Of course, you're right, sir. He made as if to rise. Shall I? No, Carrick, I'll do it. I'll take the portal to London and tell her in person. She deserves that. Suddenly, even though his body clock was still telling him it was late afternoon, he was exhausted. Chapter 6. When Stone stepped out of the portal back at the London house, he didn't leave the room right away. All at once, the enormity of Desmond's death came crashing down on him like a physical weight. He stumbled the few steps to the wall, put his back against it, and slid down until he was sitting on the cold marble floor. How did he tell a woman he still loved if he were being fully honest with himself, that her father had not only died, but that his body was currently resting in a section of his home that neither she nor anyone else apart from Stone himself could enter? The news in and of itself would be shock enough without forcing her to make decisions that, in a sane world, in her own mundane world, she'd never be called upon to make. His disjointed thoughts returned once again to the first day he'd met William Desmond at age 15. He remembered how the man had seemed to fill the room with his sheer presence, the kind of presence that dominated every situation he encountered. Physically, Desmond had been tall, but not overly so. His voice had been deep, resonant, and commanding. but never loud. He never had to be loud, because people around him unconsciously picked up the message that he was someone worth shutting up and listening to. Stone had been terrified of him initially, dazzled by his reputation, afraid of stepping out of line and destroying his chances of studying with the finest teacher in Britain. It wasn't long, though, before that terror grew into healthy respect, admiration, and an overwhelming desire to live up to this man's exacting and unwavering standards. Even many years later, when Stone's magical talent had far surpassed those apprentice days, he still found himself standing up a little straighter, conducting himself with a bit more decorum in Desmond's presence than he did under normal circumstances. In some ways, the two of them had not been close. Certainly Desmond was not the kind of man one might go down to the pub with for a few pints, nor was he the type one might share a heart-to-heart talk about one's deepest secrets with. Every conversation with Desmond, from the most esoteric magic discussion to the most informal of intimate dinner parties, had been fraught with hidden meanings, unspoken assessments, and an ongoing sense of evaluation. He was, in short, the sort of person whom Stone should have found annoying, pretentious, and a perfect target for his trademark brand of sarcastic ego-popping. Except that every bit of what William Desmond presented had been authentic. The man didn't have an ounce of conceit, pettiness, or snobbery in him. He simply was what he was, and Stone had quickly spotted this even as a teenager. He'd been the sort of man one had wanted to live up to, and in many ways he had filled a role that Stone's own often absent and emotionally distant father had never managed to inhabit. Desmond, in Stone's triumvirate of surrogate father figures, had occupied the classic, traditional paternal role. Stern, authoritarian, a little remote, but also unquestioningly proud of what his ersatz son had accomplished. And now he was dead, and Stone had to break the news to his real child. This wasn't something he could put off or stall. Every moment Desmond remained where he was would make what they'd have to do more difficult. Stone hauled himself to his feet, stood a moment to make sure he had himself under control. He owed that to Imogen, and left the room. He found her in one of the little sitting rooms, dozing on a sofa. A cozy lamp burned on the table next to her. A book lay open in her lap. For a moment, he could only stand and look at her, a wave of feeling that was half love, half despair ripping through him with surprising force. Once he woke her up, everything in her life would change. It was the kind of power he would have given anything not to have. She must have sensed his presence, because her eyes flickered open. When she saw him, a gentle smile drifted over her face for just a moment, but then she quickly swung around and leaped up. "Alastair, what time is it?" "After 2. You've come back? You didn't find him, did you?" He didn't answer. Instead, he crossed the room to the sofa where she'd been sitting. "Sit down, Imogen, please." She didn't sit. Terror flashed across her eyes, and then she was next to him, gripping his hands. "Alastair, something's happened. Tell me, where's Dad?" "Imogen." He sat down himself, gently pulling until she at last perched next to him. "Where's Dad?" she demanded. "You found him, didn't you? Where is he?" "He's at Caventhorne." "Oh, is he all right? Was he injured somewhere?" He squeezed her hands. There was no easy way to do this, and it wouldn't be any kinder to draw it out. "Imogen, I'm so sorry. He's gone." Her eyes widened, her hands tightening on him until they were nearly digging into his flesh. "Gone? You mean he's dead?" The last word came out in a whisper. "I'm so sorry, Imogen. I wish I could tell you anything else." She swallowed, her face still and deceptively calm. What happened? Where? How?" He didn't flinch at her grip. I think it was sudden. I found him in one of his offices in the warded part of the house. I'm not a physician, obviously, but it looked like natural causes. I didn't find any evidence of hostile magic. He spoke softly, fighting to keep any hint of shaking from his voice. Oh my God. She came into his arms then, burying her head in his shoulder. But she didn't cry. Dad. He stroked her back, silent and steady, until she was ready to speak again. There were things that needed to be done, certainly, but this wasn't something he would rush. After a few moments, she tilted her head back to look up at him, eyes glittering. Does Carrick know? Has he called anyone? This, in a way, was going to be harder than telling her that her father was dead. Imogen, please, sit down. There are things we need to discuss. Decisions you need to make. I'm sorry to bring this on you now. It's horrible, I know, and I'm sorry, but there's no helping it. She frowned, letting him steer her back over to the sofa. Decisions? What decisions? He took a breath, gathering his thoughts and his resolve. He might have thought this would be harder to explain to a mundane, but that wasn't strictly true. Despite his lack of magic, Carrick had worked closely with Desmond for many years. He might not understand the intricacies of magic and how it worked, but he'd lived in proximity to it for long enough that he had no trouble comprehending its effects. Imogen, on the other hand, had actively avoided any contact with the magical side of her father's life. It had been, after all, the main reason why she and Stone hadn't married, despite all other indications pointing to a long and happy partnership. Because magic passed along gender lines, and her mother had been a mundane, something Stone had always thought odd for someone as thoroughly invested in magical culture as Desmond, but he'd never asked. Imogen had not inherited even a shred of her father's prodigious power. She didn't resent this fact. She and Stone had discussed it at length over the years, but she had never been able to shake the disappointing and probably true notion that her father would have devoted far more time and attention to her had she been a son, or more specifically, a son with magical talent. She managed to avoid it completely over the first years of her life, since her mother had divorced Desmond when Imogen was very young, and Imogen had gone to live with her, raised as a mundane in the same wealthy boarding school life that Stone himself had been. It was only when her mother had died and Imogen had gone to live with her father again that things had become once more strained. Still, even despite all that, Stone had no doubt that Imogen adored her father, and he had certainly adored her. He wasn't adept at showing it, but Stone knew it was true. That was why he'd been so pleased when it appeared she and Stone would get together, and so disappointed when it hadn't worked out. What all of that meant now, though, was explaining what needed to be done and why would be by nature both difficult and painful, and once again there was no helping it. As I told you, he said gently, your father is in his office, in the warded part of the house, but he can't be found there. Her eyes narrowed. Why not? A lot of reasons. The main one is that nobody can get through the ward, so it's physically impossible, but even if it weren't, even if I figure out a way to break the wards to allow the authorities access, I'm quite certain, and Carrick agrees with me, that your father wouldn't have wanted anyone unauthorized in that part of the house. There are too many potentially dangerous things there, too many things that could raise uncomfortable questions. She stared at him. So, you're proposing what? That you move Dad's body somewhere else? Yes, to another location in the house, somewhere it might have taken a while for him to be discovered, but that authorities can enter safely. He took her hand, and when he spoke again his voice did shake a little, despite his best efforts to steady it. Imogen, I know this is horrible, I can barely believe it's happened myself, and I'm holding myself together more than you might realize because I haven't got a choice. This needs to be done. I know it's not easy for you, but before we can do it, we need your permission. With your father gone, it's your call. We? She asked. You and who else? Carrick will help me. It's probably best if we keep this from the rest of the staff until it's done. She looked down at her lap. I can't believe this is happening. I know. I wish more than anything that it wasn't, but I promise you we'll handle it in the most respectful way we can. You won't have to be involved at all. For a long time she was silent, and then her gaze came up. Despite her pixie-ish appearance, there was nothing childlike in her expression. Like Stone, it was clear she knew what had to be done, and like Stone, she would do it. "All right," she said. "All right. How will you—" "I need to go back to Caventhorne," he said. "Is anyone here who can drive you up there? I hate to leave you alone, but I can't take you through the portal, and this needs to be done soon." She nodded. I can have Dodson drive me." He pulled her back into his arms, and she came readily. He could feel her trembling. "Imogen, I'm so sorry. Do you want me to wait here with you until he arrives?" No, it's fine." Her voice sounded stronger now, though her aura belied it. "You do what you need to do, Alastair, what Dad needs." Her arms tightened around him. "I'm so glad you're here. If you hadn't come, if you were away and we couldn't find you—" Stone felt a chill as he realized how easily that might have occurred. If this had happened when he'd been in Brunderville, Desmond could have lain undiscovered for several days. "I'll take care of him, Imogen, I promise. I loved him too." It was probably the first time he'd ever admitted it, even to himself. "I know you did. And he loved you." She kissed his cheek. "We'll talk later." He didn't want to leave her, but he knew she wasn't alone in the house. If she needed anything, the London house's skeleton staff could help her, and the sooner he finished this, the better. He'd made it back to the portal room before another thought occurred to him. No matter what he did, there was going to be evidence that Desmond's body had been moved. Even if he used a levitation spell and didn't touch it or change its orientation, he doubted he'd be able to carry it off flawlessly on his own. And if the police suspected the body was moved, that could cause as much trouble for the Caventhorne staff as if it wasn't found at all. He paused, thinking. He was familiar enough with Desmond's wards and their structure that he was confident he could tweak them for a few seconds to allow someone through if necessary. But would there be any point in doing it? Carrick would be no help in this case, and it would be better if he didn't touch the body at all until it had been moved. Imogen was out of the question for too many reasons to count. When the answer came to him, he initially rejected it. But as he hesitated in front of the portal, preparing to step through, he considered the potential inconvenience and discomfort of one person in light of what might happen if the authorities suspected some kind of cover-up. He had to ask, at least, though he had no idea if he'd get the response he wanted. He hurried out to find Imogen, so he could let her and Carrick know he'd be late getting back to Caventhorne. Chapter 7. The lights were on at the townhouse when Stone pulled the BMW into the garage, and Verity's little black SUV was parked in its usual place at the curb in front. Good. That meant she was home, and hadn't decided to go out somewhere for the evening yet. It was a bit before 6 o'clock, California time. She looked up from where she was stretched out on the couch in the living room, reading a book with Raider curled up on her stomach. "Hi, Doc. Did you find what you were looking for?" She didn't know. For a moment, it seemed strange to him that anyone couldn't know, as if the enormity of Desmond's death should have echoed out and engulfed everyone around him. He rubbed his hand over his face. "Verity, I need to ask you something." "Go for it." She swung around and sat up, shooing an indignant Raider off. "I'd want to ask for your help with something, but I want you to know you can absolutely say no. I won't hold it against you in the slightest if you do." She frowned, eyes narrowing. "Doc? What's going on? Where did you go?" "I told you. I went home." He paused, trying to order his thoughts, to figure out a way to ask her such an unthinkable question. "But what I'm going to ask you, I have no right to ask. I wouldn't if I had another option, but I don't. Are you okay?" She peered at him in the unfocused way that indicated she was examining his aura. "No." He threw himself into a chair opposite the couch. "I'm not okay. Things have gone terribly wrong. And if I don't deal with them soon, they'll go even more wrong in ways that will affect a lot more people." She leaned forward, her expression growing sharper. "Just tell me, Doc. Whatever it is, if I can help you, I will. You know that." Damn, but I could use a drink right about now. "Remember we had that chat a while ago when I told you about my apprenticeship?" "Sure." "Well, the phone call was from Willie and Desmond's daughter, Imogen." "The one you almost married?" She leaned forward a little more. He didn't answer that. "She was calling to tell me her father had gone missing. She asked me to look for him, since there are warded sections in both his London house and Caventhorne that no one else can access." She nodded slowly. "And did you find him?" "I did." "And?" He's dead, Verity." She stared hard at him. "Oh my God, what happened?" "Not sure yet. That's part of why I want your help, but not the main reason." "What is the main reason, then?" He still didn't want to say it. It all sounded so absurd. It certainly wasn't the way most of the sane world dealt with finding a loved one's body. Guilt sliced him like a knife as a wild, random thought poked up. A reminder of some inane saying he'd heard from one of his students. Friends help you move. Real friends help you move bodies. Desmond's memory deserved better than disrespectful thoughts like that. "I need to move him out of the wooded area," he said, after a long pause to once again get his thoughts in order. "And ideally, I need to do it in such a way that there's no suspicion when he's found." "Doc?" She spoke slowly, her gaze never leaving his face. "Are you saying you want me to help you move your old master's body?" Her tone held no sharpness, no judgment, but even so her words pierced him. He bowed his head, gripping the arms of the chair. "I'm sorry, Verity, forget I said anything. I should never have even—" And then she was next to him, perched on the arm of his chair, pulling him into a hug. "Doc," she murmured, "I'm so sorry you're going through this, and so soon after Dr. Mortensen, too. This has got to be hell for you. Of course I'll help you. I don't know what I can do, but—" He didn't raise his head, allowing himself to take comfort from her for just a moment. "I wish there were another way," he said. "It's okay. Let me help you get through this, okay? Just tell me what I need to do." He pulled back, and she let him go. He hated having to do this, but if he must, perhaps her distance from it, her matter-of-fact, straightforward approach might be just what he needed right now. He'd never been any good at leaning on anyone. He was usually the one people leaned on, the one who, in the words of Kipling, kept his head while those around him were losing theirs. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with a situation in which the roles were reversed, but right now he had no choice. Stone kept his thoughts fixed on Imogen, on Carrick, on the rest of the staff at Caventhorne, many of whom had been there for longer than Stone had known Desmond, and on Desmond himself, whose memory he was determined to honor in the best way he could. "Okay," he said, standing. When she stood too, he gripped her shoulders and met her gaze head on. "You sure about this?" "Yeah, I'm sure. What should I do?" "Pack an overnight bag. I don't know how long we'll need to stay, but assume at least a day or two. I'll do the same and call the university to let them know I'll be away. I'll call Green and ask him to stop by tomorrow to look after Raider. Can you be ready in half an hour? I can be ready in 10 minutes. She squeezed his hand. We'll take care of this, Doc. I know we will. They were back on the road in less than half an hour. Verity, subdued, sat in the passenger seat and didn't talk much as they sped down 101 back towards Sunnyvale. Stone, his mind on what they'd have to do and still regretting the necessity of getting her involved, didn't mind the silence. It's too bad that there isn't a portal closer to your place, she said, as they pulled into the parking lot behind a passage to India. Given that it's the only one in California, it could be a lot worse. He retrieved his overnight bag from the trunk and waited while she collected hers. It was a good thing Caventhorne would certainly be well stocked if he needed any ritual materials in England, since he hadn't had a chance to replenish his supply, or replace his usual black leather duffel bag since they'd been destroyed at Brunderville. Ever thought about building one? It wouldn't be practical. For one thing, I haven't got that kind of money, and since I rent my place, I think the landlord might object to my building a teleportation portal in the attic. Good point, she admitted, and subsided into silence again. The restaurant was in the middle of its dinner rush, so once again they didn't interrupt Marta as they headed to the back room. I just realized, Verity said, as Stone calibrated the portal. I've never even seen your place. I forgot about that. Not sure you'll see it this time, actually. We're going straight to Caventhorne. I'd like to sometime. Jason says it's huge and spooky. It is that, but Caventhorne is larger. Perhaps not quite as spooky. It's in better repair, anyway. He finished the calibration and turned back to her. I have to warn you about something, though. As I mentioned, the wards are set to immobilize anyone who tries to cross them without authorization. So that'll probably happen when you go through. Don't be alarmed. Her eyes widened. How will you deal with that? Do you even know you can? I'm sure I can. I know how Desmond's wards work. I've made minor adjustments to them in the past. I'm just letting you know that you might feel odd for a few minutes until I get them sorted. Well, thanks for the warning, I guess. They stepped through together and, a few seconds later, emerged into the familiar portal room at Caventhorne. As soon as Verity stepped through, exactly what Stone had expected happened. She stopped moving in mid-step, eyes wide, 1 foot hovering a few inches above the floor. A faint glow flickered around her. Stone shifted to magical sight, and the ward sprang into visibility, its ordered, mathematically perfect lines disrupted by the addition of Verity's unexpected energy. He carefully took hold of the threads and shifted them away from her, and a moment later she tumbled forward. Her breath came out in a rush as he caught her before she fell. "Whoa!" she panted. "That was weird." Stone paused to repair the small breach in the ward before speaking. "Sorry about that. No helping it." "You said you were the only one who could get through them. Couldn't you do that?" She waved her hand, indicating the area around her. "So other people can get through too?" "Eventually, yes. At some point I'll have to make some alterations to allow others access. But right now we've got more pressing concerns. Stay here a moment. I need to go find Kerrick. Don't go wandering about. You could get lost." "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere." By now it was nearly 4 a.m., but Kerrick was still downstairs. Though he looked wide awake, a quick glance at his aura revealed fatigue, overlaid with a deep grief he clearly wasn't allowing himself to experience yet. There seemed to be a lot of that going around Caventhorne at present. "Kerrick." Kerrick spun, and relief wreathed his face. "You're back, sir. I'd begun to worry. I had to go home and get my apprentice. She's going to help me with what needs to be done. Have you got a location?" He nodded soberly. "The staff has searched the entire house. They'll have to be told, of course." "You haven't told anyone yet?" "No. You and I are the only ones who know. Miss Desmond, of course." "Is she here?" "No, sir. She rang and said she'd be arriving soon."
How is she doing? I think she's still in shock, sir. As am I, to be honest. Stone nodded. I think we all are, Carrick. Where do you... I think the attic will be best, sir. I don't think anyone searched there because the part that isn't warded is just used for storage. Old furniture and such. You'd have no need to be there. He bowed his head. I hate to lie to the authorities, sir, but I could remember that he'd mentioned something about wanting to locate something up there. Yes. All right, it will have to do. Do we need to be concerned about the rest of the staff? Not if we move quickly, sir. They've all gone to bed in the other wing. All right, then, I'll move as quickly as I can. Verity and I will take care of it. You make sure no one disturbs us. Carrick assured him he would, and Stone hurried back to meet Verity at the portal. Where are we going? She asked. Not far. Follow me. It took only a couple of minutes to reach the office. Verity didn't ask any questions, though she was clearly curious about what she was seeing. Stone pushed open the door. Desmond's body was exactly as Stone had left it. He stepped into the room and moved aside. Verity gasped and gripped Stone's arm. Are you all right? Yeah, she whispered. I'm okay. What are we doing exactly? We need to move him up to the attic, and preferably in such a way that it's not obvious he's been moved. I don't know how difficult that will be. She crouched down and examined the body. I'm not an expert or anything, but I've done some reading and a little study with Edna about it. It won't be easy to fool the cops. Give me a second. Her gaze fuzzed out as she switched to magical sight. Stone alternated between watching her and looking down at Desmond's body, his nerves jangling and his body thrumming with energy. He wanted to get on with this, get it over with so he didn't have to look at his old master anymore. That was the thing about being the sort of person who dominated any scene by sheer force of personality. When that personality and the life force that drove it departed, what remained seemed even more like an empty shell than even a normal dead body would. It might have been that, or it might have been the fact that Stone had respected very few people in his life as authority figures, and Desmond was probably the most prominent of those, even over his own father. Either way, his discomfort with being in Desmond's presence now was profound. It almost seemed like a shameful intrusion on the man's privacy. Doc? Verity asked softly. She'd risen back to a standing position and was regarding the body thoughtfully. Yes? I think there's something I can do. I'm not sure it'll work, but it's worth a try if you agree. What have you got in mind? Well, the problem with moving bodies is that, well, I don't want to go into gory details, but I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. Yes, the blood pools a certain way, and if that's disturbed, yeah, then they'll know he's been moved. But I think maybe I might be able to use magic to put his body into a kind of suspended state for a few seconds. If we can levitate him onto some kind of flat surface and move that, it might not show much. He stared at her. She had come a long way since she'd gone off to study with Edna. You can do that? I'm not sure. I've never tried it before, to be honest, but I know the principles. The worst that will happen if it doesn't work is that it'll look like he's been moved. But that will happen anyway, right? Stone thought about it. I suppose that's true, he said at last. All right, let's try it. How long will it take? 5 minutes or so, I think. All right, do it. I'll go see if I can find a surface we can levitate him onto. He returned a few minutes later, a heavy wooden door floating along behind him. Best I could find, he said. It'll have to do. We successful? She was crouched next to Desmond's body, deep in concentration. She held up a hand, murmured something under her breath, and then raised her head. There, she said. It won't hold long, so hurry up. Stone got right to it, forcing himself to compartmentalize his feelings about what he was about to do. It had to be done, and the sooner it was, the better. He concentrated, and Desmond's body lifted off the floor, floated a few feet to the side, and settled back onto the door. It was impossible to tell by looking if they'd been successful, but it didn't appear he'd made any change in the body's orientation. "Can you do that again once we've got him where he needs to be?" "Yeah, I get how to do it now, so it should be a little easier. Where are we going?" "Up to the attic. Carrick's going to make sure no one disturbs us." Verity didn't get up. "Doc?" "Yes?" "I think I saw something while I was doing the spell." His eyes narrowed. "What did you see?" She hesitated. "Do you know how he died?" "Not exactly. I didn't find any traces of magic around him. I thought it must have been natural causes. Do you disagree?" "I'm not sure. I had to take a pretty close look at him so I could make the spell work, or I never would have spotted it. It looks like he had a heart attack." Stone frowned. "Well, that's natural causes, right?" "Yeah, if that's all it was." She stood then, flowing up with a natural grace that made Stone suddenly feel old. "But I'm not sure it is." "What else do you think it could be, then?" Something deep inside Stone chilled, and unconsciously he glanced around the area. Nothing looked as if it had been moved or changed. "I spotted really faint traces of magic around him. I mean, I know he's a mage and he might have been doing magic before he died, but that's not what I saw. Well, that would have faded anyway. I think he's been dead for a few hours." Stone nodded. "Yes, that's what I thought as well. Even if he were actively using magic at his time of death, nothing here indicates he was doing anything powerful enough to linger this long. Are you sure you're not just picking up the ambient level of magic around here?" "Not completely. But like I said, this feels bad. I can't explain it exactly, but the oddest part is that it feels like it's been around a long time." Stone stared at her. "What do you mean?" "I mean, it's really faint. I'd have missed it if I hadn't been looking as closely as I was, but I think whatever it is has been with him for a long time, maybe chipping away at him so subtly he might not have even noticed it himself." "Verity?" He let his breath out slowly, and his voice was soft and even. "How sure are you of this? Because if you're right, the implications are—" "Yeah, I know. If I'm right, it means something magical killed him, and something that's been working on it for a long time, years maybe." Stone looked down at Desmond's body again. He wanted to shift back to magical sight and examine it thoroughly, trying to see if he could spot whatever Verity had found. But he knew they didn't have time for that. Every minute they waited before moving Desmond added to the chance the authorities would figure out the body had been moved. Sure, there was no way they'd ever find the location where Desmond had died, but that didn't mean suspicion wouldn't cause a lot of unnecessary trouble for the staff and Imogen. "Come on," he said. "Let's get him upstairs and I'll take another look. Perhaps between the two of us we can work this out." "Do you need me to do anything else?" "Put a disregarding spell over us, so if any staff other than Carrick happen to be up and around, they won't spot us. And stay quiet." They didn't encounter anyone as they left the restricted area and ventured back out into the main part of the house. Verity scouted ahead, heeding Stone's whispered directions as he followed along, Desmond's body floating serenely next to him on the levitating door. They moved quickly but carefully, always pausing to check the way before turning any corners. Fortunately, the doors they had to pass through were all wide enough to get the platform through. Less than 10 minutes later they had mounted the stairs to the attic and stood before the open door leading into the vast space. "Stop here," Stone said, before Verity went through the door. "We'll have to be careful." "Why?" "Carrick said nobody's been up here for years. That means the floor will be dusty. They can't find our footprints, and it won't be practical for us to fix it so they find his. We'll have to set him down just inside the door." "What about his fingerprints on the knob?" "Oh, bugger." Stone had a brief flash of relief that he was essentially an honest person, because crime was mentally exhausting. Once again he hated having to disturb Desmond's body, but if they wanted to spare the others in the house, this had to look plausible. He steeled himself, made sure his grip on the levitated door was rock solid, then raised Desmond's arm and wrapped his fingers around the doorknob. Then, using magic, he opened the attic door and levitated the platform inside. "Can you do it from there without going inside?" he asked Verity.
"Yeah. It'll be a little harder, but I can do it. Hold him steady."
Stone did as directed. The levitation spell was one of the easiest for him, and the 5 ley lines intersecting at Caventhorn made it even less taxing. He examined the dark, shrouded hulks of old furniture and other stored items as Verity performed her delicate magic over Desmond's body. "There," she said. "It won't hold long, so hurry up, okay?" "Right." Once again firming up his hold on the door, Stone lifted Desmond's body from it and carefully lowered it to the floor just inside the attic door, careful to keep it in the same pose in which he'd found it. When the body was safely in place, he levitated the door platform outside the room and leaned it against the wall at the foot of the stairs. He let his breath out. "All right, that's done. We need to get going, but I want to take another look before we go. Can you guide me? I want to try to see what you saw." "I'll try." They both shifted to magical sight, and Stone leaned against the wall, narrowing his perceptions to a laser-like focus. "What am I looking for?" "It's really subtle," she said. "I can barely see it. It's centered around his torso. Can't tell if it's his heart or just kind of a general thing. It's faint. I'm guessing if it was around him when he was alive, his aura would have hidden it." Stone still couldn't see it. "Can you describe it?" "It's green. I keep losing it. I'm guessing it'll be gone completely in another day or so. Look right around his heart. It's strongest there."
Stone wasn't even aware of his physical body anymore. He'd always been good at magical examination, but his talent centered more around the mind than the body. This kind of deep, delicate probing was more Verity's expertise than his. Finally, frustrated, he levitated himself and floated over Desmond's body, reaching down to physically touch his mentor's chest. If he didn't get it now, he'd have to give up and take Verity's word for it. They needed to get things moving. The longer they waited, the bigger the chance that someone would find them. He tightened his focus even further, gently probing Desmond's chest over his heart. For a moment he thought he still wouldn't get it, and was preparing to move back into the hallway, when suddenly he spotted something. He tensed. She was right. It was so faint it was nearly impossible to spot, just a tiny bit of green energy shifting and roiling around Desmond's torso. When he tried to home into it and get a better look, it danced away like faint smoke. "Doc?" Verity's voice seemed to come from far away. He didn't want to let the energy go. "What?" "You're shaking. You'd better get out of there before you fall on him." Damn. She was right. He hadn't been paying attention to his body as he'd been focusing his mind. The elusive green energy vanished as he shifted back. He couldn't keep this up much longer without risking losing control of the levitation spell. With great reluctance, he floated back out into the hallway and dropped down against the wall. "Did you see it?" He dragged himself back to his feet. "I don't know what it is, but I saw it. Let's get out of here. Just give me a moment to move the door someplace it won't be found." They hurried back downstairs to the great room. As they approached, Stone heard soft voices. He held up a hand to stop Verity and crept forward to get a look. Imogen and Carrick sat on a sofa, their backs to Stone and Verity. Imogen's shoulders were slumped, and Carrick leaned toward her as if trying to comfort her. Stone paused a moment to gather himself, then stepped into the room, motioning for Verity to follow. He cleared his throat softly to get her attention. Both of them turned, and Carrick leapt to his feet. "Sir!" Stone inclined his head. It hurt him to see how devastated both Carrick and Imogen looked, and he wondered if he looked the same to them. "Carrick, Imogen, it's good you made it." He indicated Verity.
This is my apprentice, Verity Thayer. Verity, this is Imogen, Mr. Desmond's daughter, and Kerrick, his head of staff." Verity came up next to him, and he noticed her eyeing Imogen with carefully veiled interest. "Pleased to meet you both," she said. "I'm so sorry it had to be like this." Kerrick swallowed and turned his attention back to Stone. "Sir, did you—" "Yes." Stone glanced at Imogen. "Kerrick has told me the plan," she murmured. "Right then." Stone struggled to keep his voice calm and even, but even then it wasn't as steady as he'd hoped. "We've moved him into the attic just inside the door. There shouldn't be any indication that he's been moved. So as soon as Verity and I get out of here, you can safely call the authorities." Imogen looked at the floor. "Do you have any idea what—" "We're still working on that," Stone said. He crossed to her and put a gentle hand on her arm. "At the moment it looks like natural causes, but I want to have a closer look at his work areas after everything's been sorted." "Of course." She put her arms around him and squeezed hard, burying her head in his shoulder. But she didn't cry. "Thank you, Alastair. This is horrible, but it could have been so much worse." He returned the hug, gently rubbing her back. I know. You know I'll do whatever I can, whatever you need." He felt her nod, and then she pulled back. "Where will you go?" "For now, to my place, though I'll probably need to go back home soon and fly over the proper way." "Yes, I hadn't thought of that. Thank you, Alastair, for everything." Stone squeezed her hand, then nodded to Kerrick. "If you need me for anything, I'll be at my place for the next day or so. Please don't hesitate to call. I'll fill Aubrey in so he'll know what's going on." He hated to leave her looking so lost. All he wanted to do right now was stay with her and Kerrick, doing what he could to both give and receive comfort. But that wasn't feasible. One of the few practical problems with the portals was that if he and Verity had to interact with anyone outside the magical community on more than a superficial basis, being in the country with no way to show how they'd gotten there could prove problematic, especially in a high-profile situation like this where everyone would be watching. Much as Stone didn't want to go, the faster he got back to the U.S. and took a proper plane over, the faster he could be of use without arousing the authorities' suspicions. Besides, Imogen was one of the strongest people he knew. With William Desmond as a father, she had to be. Desmond, throughout the time Stone had known him, had a way of either strengthening the people close to him or breaking them if they couldn't cope with his outsized personality. Imogen definitely fell into the former camp, as did Stone himself and most of Cavan Thorne's staff. They'd be fine. "What's the plan?" Verity asked, as they headed back to the portal room. "We're going back to my place. It looks like you'll get to see it this time after all. I want to stay until Kerrick and Imogen have had a chance to alert the authorities and have Desmond seen to, just in case any problems turn up. Then we'll take the portal to California and I'll catch a plane back over here. I suspect I'll need to be here for quite some time." She followed him for several seconds without speaking, then asked, "Do you want me to come back with you?" "I suppose that's up to you. I wouldn't turn down your help looking around Desmond's work areas for traces of that energy you saw. And I suppose I could calibrate the portals both at my place and at his, so you can use them to move back and forth in case you need to return to California on short notice. Tell you what, let's deal with that after we find out if our little plan worked." "Whatever you want, Doc." As they entered the portal room, she touched his arm. "I'm sorry this all happened, and I know you're still in shock about it. You just let me know what you need and I'm there." "Thank you, Verity." Not for the first time, he was grateful for her quiet strength. He wouldn't allow himself to call on it often. He was supposed to be the master, and if anything, he should be there for her to lean on. But he found it comforting to know it was there, in the rare instances when events overwhelmed him. He switched to magical sight, tinkering with the ward around the portal to allow Verity to go through without being immobilized.
It was harder work than merely calibrating it, and required more concentration, especially since his concentration was shot at the moment. Verity waited in silence while he completed his work. "There," he said at last, letting his breath out. "That should hold for a few days at least. I'll have to do the same thing at the London place if we need to go there, but for now we'll just head straight to Surrey." "Doc?" Something in her tone made him turn back toward her. "Yes?" She looked thoughtful. "I was just thinking, that energy we saw around Mr. Desmond, if that was something long-term, something magical, who would have put it there? Did he have powerful enemies?" It was a question he'd already been asking himself. "I don't know. He's never spoken of any. He had a lot of power, that's certain, but he wasn't the sort to get involved with the kinds of things that tended to collect enemies." "Not like you," she said, with a wry smile. "Not like me," he agreed. "That was a topic Desmond and I got into long discussions about, especially after I moved to the States. He was always more of a researcher, interested in expanding the field of magical knowledge as much as he could, but he didn't often put his power to practical use. So, as far as you know, he didn't have any enemies or magical rivals?" "No, not that he ever mentioned." He waved her toward the portal. "Unlike what you might see in the cinema, real-life mages don't tend to have rivalries, per se. Though it happens, certainly, but generally it's confined to younger mages who might be more insecure about their abilities and standing. Desmond was so far above most other mages that he didn't need to have rivals, and he wasn't exactly secretive about his knowledge. There's a whole section at the Magical Library in London full of papers and books he's written. He was fairly passionate about the idea that magical knowledge should be shared to keep it from dying out." She nodded, but didn't step into the portal yet. "What about somebody who might want to be his apprentice but got turned down? Somebody like that Selby guy you told me about?" Stone paused, frowning. "It's a possibility," he admitted. "Not a strong one, but definitely something worth looking into." He was slipping if he hadn't thought of that. But he still wasn't convinced Desmond had suffered anything more than a normal, albeit early, death of natural causes. It would have taken an enormous amount of magical talent, not to mention a light touch, to hide the energy he'd barely been able to spot around Desmond's body. That didn't suggest a failed apprentice. "Come on, let's get through. We can talk more once we get back to my place." Chapter 8. Stone and Verity emerged through the portal into the tiny room beneath the cemetery on his property. She looked around with interest, taking everything in as he led them up the pull-down wooden staircase and up into the crypt. "Jason wasn't kidding," she said. "I half thought he was pulling my leg about your portal being in a graveyard." "It's a bit dramatic, I suppose," he said, pushing the cover out of the way. "But I didn't have any input into where it was placed. It's been here since long before I was born." It was full dark when they exited the mausoleum and set out across the field toward the house. Stone summoned a light spell to illuminate their way, moving fast. "Wow," Verity said from behind him. He turned back when he realized she wasn't following him. She'd stopped, staring up at the looming dark bulk of the house. Currently its only illumination was a few perimeter lights. None shone from the inside. "That's your house," she said. "That's it. It's—" She paused a moment, considering, then grinned. "I love it." "I thought you might. Though wait until you see it in the daylight, warts and all, before you decide. Warts give character. Tell that to Aubrey when the roof's leaking at 3 in the morning in the dead of winter. Come on, I'd like to get inside before we wake him up." No such luck, though. Stone often suspected the caretaker possessed some kind of sixth sense that alerted him when anyone entered the grounds. In any case, he almost always seemed to know when Stone showed up. As they approached the house, a light came on in the apartment above the large carriage house/garage, and a moment later Aubrey was coming down the stairs clad in pajamas covered by an overcoat, scarf, and slippers.
"I thought you might be back tonight, sir," he began. He stopped when he spotted Verity behind Stone. "Yes, it's best if we stay away from Caventhorne until they get things sorted. Oh, Aubrey, this is Verity Thayer, my apprentice. Verity, this is Aubrey, my caretaker." "Pleasure, Miss Thayer," Aubrey said. "I've heard quite a lot about you over the years. I'm pleased to finally meet you."
"Same here." "You should go back to bed," Stone said. "No point in dragging you up at this hour. I can take care of preparing a bedroom for Verity, though I doubt either of us will be sleeping for what's left of tonight."
"Of course not, sir," Aubrey said emphatically. "If you'll just give me a few moments to get dressed, I'll take care of it and put some tea on for you two. I suspect you've had a difficult evening."
Stone let his breath out. "I can't argue with that," he admitted. "Thank you, Aubrey, I appreciate it. We'll meet you at the house." Verity remained uncharacteristically silent as they headed the rest of the way to the house, following along as he opened the double front doors and led her into the great room. "You can go exploring later if you want to," he told her. "Right now, I need a drink. Let's go out to the kitchen. That's where Aubrey will meet us. You can either join me in a drink or wait for the tea and refreshments." She touched his arm. "Doc, it's okay," she said softly. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Like you said, I've got plenty of time to look around. You do what you need to do." He shot her a grateful look. More than most people he knew, she had a talent for picking up on his mood and reacting to it. That didn't mean she wasn't willing to tell him he was acting like an ass when he was. In fact, this was usually the case when he took one of his moody turns. But when he genuinely needed the people around him not to add more stress to his life, her empathy was soothing. Aubrey arrived a few moments later, now dressed in trousers and an old sweater. He bustled into the kitchen with a surprising amount of energy for an old man who'd been awakened at 3 a.m, and immediately put a pot of water on to heat. He didn't comment on the bottle of scotch Stone had already opened. "Such a terrible situation," the caretaker said as he gathered a plate of cookies, crackers, and other nibbles. "How are they holding up at Caventhorne?" "Kerrick's devastated, of course." Stone swirled his half-full glass of scotch, staring into it. "I honestly think he's taking it harder than Imogen is." "I'm not at all surprised." Aubrey set the plate on the table and began pulling teacups from a cabinet. "It must have been a terrible shock to everyone. Mr. Desmond has always been in such good health." He hesitated. "If you don't mind my asking, have you all decided on a course of action?" "That's why we're here now," Stone said. "For now, we're going with the belief that Desmond died of natural causes, heart attack or some such. But he died in one of the warded areas of the house, so we had to move him someplace that wouldn't raise a lot of questions when the authorities were alerted." Aubrey's eyebrows went up. "Move him, sir, but couldn't that cause difficulties of its own?" "We're hoping not. We used some magical methods to disturb him as little as possible. Kerrick's going to call someone over, but of course Verity and I had to clear out before that, since there's no record of us arriving in the country. We'll have to return through the portal and take a plane back in the next day or two." "Of course, sir. The service—" "Not just the service. When we were moving Desmond's body, Verity noticed something a bit odd around it. She's quite skilled in health-related magic. I missed it myself until she pointed it out to me." "Something odd, sir?" Aubrey paused in the act of pouring cups of tea. "We're not completely sure yet. It might be nothing. It probably is nothing, but I want to have a look at his private work areas at both Caventhorne and the London place to see if I can find anything." Stone indicated the 2 teacups Aubrey had set out. "Please, Aubrey, sit with us. You're making me nervous bustling around like that." The caretaker poured another cup of tea, brought them all over, and sat heavily down. "Do you think that Mr. Desmond had enemies, sir? The thought that someone might be able to—" "Yes, I've already considered that. If there's someone out there who could kill William Desmond and make it look like natural causes, we need to figure out who that someone is. That's why I'm hoping this all turns out to be nothing, and whatever Verity saw is just a glitch of some sort. Desmond's work area is brimming with magic, so it might just have been some kind of bleed-over." "It might," Verity agreed.
Like I said, it was really subtle. I doubt anybody would have noticed it without doing a full scan like I did. And I don't think Desmond was in the habit of letting many people scan him at that level, Stone said. Even if he was feeling ill, he'd probably have let it get fairly dire before he'd admit anything was wrong. Seems a common trait in you lot, sir, Aubrey said dryly. I'll have to ask Kerrick and Imogen if they ever noticed anything, Stone said, ignoring him. Kerrick especially would have noticed if Desmond was acting ill. Verity sipped her tea. So, what's the plan? We'll wait here until we hear back from Caventhorne, then head home through the portal and come back on a plane? Probably, yes. You do have a passport, don't you? Yeah. Jason made me get one a couple of years ago, just in case. Good, good. Stone stared into his scotch again, then glanced up. I'll expect we'll have to be here at least a week. I can't imagine them getting together all the details for a service like Desmond's any faster than that. Indeed, sir, Aubrey said. No doubt it will attract attendees from all over the world, from both the magical and mundane spheres. Verity frowned. I thought he was kind of a recluse. No, Stone said. Not at all. He was a private man, certainly, and very few people were included in his inner circle, but you can't be one of the most powerful mages on Earth, not to mention one dedicated to advancing and sharing magical knowledge, without picking up a lot of acquaintances. And that's not even touching on all the charitable and educational foundations he was connected with. I won't be surprised if his funeral is attended by hundreds of people. Wow, she said. I had no idea your old master was such a big deal. If there's anything I can do to help, thank you, Verity. I might take you up on that once we get back here. Of course, I'll be offering my services to Imogen and Kerrick if they need help coordinating details. He finished the scotch, but didn't pour another glass. For now, though, it might be best to try getting some rest. I know you're probably not any more tired than I am, but if we're to be here for a few days, we should probably try getting acclimated sooner rather than later. You could tell the last thing she wanted to do was rest, but she reluctantly nodded. Yeah, you're probably right. Aubrey stood. I'll get a bedroom prepared for you, Miss Thayer, if you'll give me a few minutes. Thanks, Aubrey, but seriously, you don't have to do anything special. I can just curl up on a couch somewhere for a couple hours. You'll do nothing of the sort, he replied, looking stricken. Just a few minutes and I'll have you all set up. Before she could object, he hurried out of the kitchen. Stone watched him go with a small, fond smile. Aubrey could no more put you in an unprepared room than he could take off all his clothes and dance naked on the roof. I guess not. I just feel weird being waited on. She took another sip of tea. I guess you're used to it, aren't you? I suppose I am. It's what I grew up with, and Aubrey's been with the family since before I was born. I do try to take care of as much as I can on my own when I'm home. I know he's not getting any younger, but he insists and gets insulted when I don't let him take care of me, and he's more stubborn than I am, if you can believe that. I don't know, Doc. I didn't think that was possible. Aubrey returned 15 minutes later. Right then, he said briskly. Dr. Stone, your suite is prepared, and I've fixed up the large room at the end of the hall for Miss Thayer. Thank you, Aubrey. Now go back to bed. There's no reason for you to be awake at this ungodly hour. We'll see you later this morning. Yes, sir. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I'll ring Kerrick in the morning and offer my assistance. After Aubrey left, Stone took Verity up the sweeping staircase to the second floor and pushed open a carved wooden door. This should suit you, he said, then pointed. I'm just down at the end of the hall there, so if you need anything, knock. If you can't sleep, you're welcome to wander about wherever you like. I'll give you the formal tour later. Thanks. She paused a moment in the doorway, then turned back to him. Doc? Yes? What will you do if you find out somebody did kill Mr. Desmond? He didn't answer for several seconds. I'll have to work out who did it, won't I? He said at last. And then what? I'll have to deal with them. But if they're powerful enough to kill somebody like Mr. Desmond and nearly get away with it... I know, Verity, I know. Suddenly, he felt very tired. He nodded toward her room. Get some rest. I suspect tomorrow is going to be quite a busy day. Chapter 9. When Aubrey tracked Stone down early the following morning, he was in his upstairs study. Sir? Did you sleep at all? Not much. After Stone had left Verity, he'd made a vain attempt to lie on his bed and rest his mind, but all the uncertainty swirling around Desmond's death had left his thoughts churning. Finally, he'd bowed to the inevitable and headed to his library, where he'd retrieved some reference books that might help him explain the odd energy around his master's body. Now, a little after 9 a.m., the 8-hour time difference was beginning to catch up with him, but he didn't have time to admit it, especially since his research had produced no results. Something up? Yes, sir. Carrick rang. The authorities have finished their work and taken Mr. Desmond away. Stone stood, tensing. Was there any problem? No, sir. Carrick said they didn't appear to suspect that the body had been moved. They're treating it like a normal, natural death, though, of course, since he died unattended, they'll need to do an autopsy. Yes, of course, but I doubt they'll find anything unusual. Yes, sir. Aubrey paused in the doorway. I assume you'll be heading back there today? For a while, yes. We can't be seen in public, so we'll have to remain at Caventhorne or the London house, but I do want to get a look around the warded parts of the house to see if I can find anything suspicious. After that, we'll go home and fly back formally so we can stay a few days at minimum. Will Miss Thayer be returning with you? That's up to her. As I mentioned, I could use her help. She's getting quite good at the kind of subtle magic I have to work a bit harder at. Where is she, by the way? Have you seen her this morning? No, sir. I think she might still be asleep. I didn't want to disturb her. Well, I'll need to soon. I want to get on with things as soon as possible. If there are any traces hanging about, the longer we wait, the more chance they'll fade before we can identify them. Yes, sir. I'll put a small breakfast together. He'd been gone for less than 5 minutes when Verity drifted in through the doorway. Morning. She wore a trim grey t-shirt, jeans, and her hair was damp and spiky from a shower. Stone closed his book and stood. Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Surprisingly, yeah. Not much to do in that room, no TV or books or anything. I figured I'd go look around, but I guess I'll have time to do that later. What's the plan? The authorities have finished with Desmond, so we'll be going back to Caventhorne today. Why don't you go downstairs and have breakfast so Aubrey doesn't feel he's fixed up all that food in vain, and I'll go have a shower and a change of clothes. Stone called ahead to make sure they were expected, and they took the portal through to Caventhorne later that morning. They found Carrick and Imogen in one of the sitting rooms. Imogen rose from her chair and embraced Stone. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, he could feel her slim body trembling. "Thank you so much for coming," she said. "For everything." "Of course," he murmured. "Did everything go all right?" She nodded, resuming her seat and waving Stone and Verity toward a sofa while Carrick poured cups of tea for them. "They didn't leave until nearly dawn, and they said they might be back depending on the results of the test, but they didn't seem at all suspicious." "Do the staff know?" Stone directed that question at Carrick. Yes, sir. We gathered everyone together this morning and gave them the sad news. They're all devastated, naturally. They've been instructed not to speak to anyone. I'm surprised the press hasn't gotten the story yet, but I expect it'll happen any time now. Mr. Desmond, despite his reclusive ways, was something of a public figure with many friends in high places. "What will you do today, Alastair?" Imogen asked. "With your permission, I'd like to take Verity and have a much more careful look at the warded parts of the house." "Of course. Nothing's changed. You were always welcome here, and you always will be." She stared down into her teacup, her fingers gently clenching and unclenching around it. "Alastair, do you truly think that something happened to Dad, something that wasn't natural?" He didn't look at her. "I'm not sure, Imogen. It's possible. That's what I'm hoping to look into." Do you mind if I ask you, both of you, some questions that might be a bit uncomfortable?
Anything, she said, if it helps.
Yes, sir, of course, Carrick echoed. Stone got up and began pacing, taking his teacup with him. Did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Was he acting odd in any way? Feeling ill? Anything you might have observed?
I'm sad to say I haven't seen him much lately,
Imogen said, looking miserable.
We'd both been busy with various things, and aside from dinner a couple of weeks ago, we hadn't gotten together, but he seemed fine then.
What about you, Carrick? Ever since Stone had been an apprentice, and probably even before that, Carrick had been Desmond's most loyal confidant. If anyone had noticed anything unusual, it would have been the estate steward. It's hard to say, sir. I could say he might have looked a bit tired a few times, I noticed, but that wasn't particularly unusual. He often worked late into the night and lost track of time when he was on the trail of some interesting bit of research. That's nothing new, as you know. That was, of course, true. Stone remembered many of their marathon research sessions in the years before he'd left for the United States. The two of them would often forget to eat or sleep as they followed some promising line of magical investigation. But he didn't seem ill, short of breath, pale or flushed, eating less than usual, nothing like that. No, sir, and he maintained his full schedule of events, charity affairs, meetings with other mages, business dealings, that sort of thing. Did you keep his schedule? Yes, sir. Was there anything new on it? Any new business associates? Appointments you didn't recognize? Anything like that? No, sir, not that I'm aware of. What about the apprentice he let go recently? Anything you might have found suspicious about him? No, sir. In fact, I believe he was quite overwhelmed by Mr. Desmond's course of study. I'm certain he was relieved when Mr. Desmond released him. I suspect he was close to giving up himself. He's with another master now, and doing much better. Stone sighed. All right. Thank you, Carrick. We'll head off now. I'd prefer if Verity and I weren't seen by any of the rest of the staff until we've properly flown here. Please don't let anyone else know we're here. Of course, sir. Stone took Imogen's hand and squeezed it gently. Anything you need, anything I can do for you, either of you, please don't hesitate to ask. As they passed through the wards into the restricted part of the house, Verity spoke for the first time since they'd arrived at Caventhorn. What are we looking for specifically? I want to check that area where we found him to see if any of that odd energy is lingering about. Then we'll do a quick check of the rest of the hidden areas. They're quite extensive, so we won't have time to do a thorough check now. And I want to at least take a look around the London place. Okay, just let me know what you need me to do. She followed him in silence down the hall, but spoke again as they reached Desmond's office.
So, you almost married her?
Stone stopped in the doorway. Imogen? Yes, a long time ago. Don't mind me, I figure you'll let me know if I'm being too nosy. He shrugged. I don't mind, it's not a secret. Desmond was quite keen on getting us together and fairly disappointed when it didn't work out. But we've been dear friends ever since.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm glad you're here for her. It's horrible, losing your dad like that so suddenly.
Stone didn't reply, remembering that Verity's own father, a cop, had died several years ago during a stakeout, while she'd still been under care for her mental illness. Instead, he continued into the room. So, he said briskly, take a look around and see if you can spot the energy you noticed on Desmond. If you do, let me know right away. Got it. Stone knew they didn't have time for as thorough an examination as he would have liked, but it made sense to focus the bulk of their efforts on the scene of Desmond's death. While Verity poked around the office, deep into magical sight, Stone sat at the desk and looked over the books Desmond had been reading. Perhaps something in one of them would offer a clue. There were 5, 3 of them open and 2 closed. One of the open ones was in front of the chair, in a position to suggest it was one Desmond had been reading. He'd probably been using the other 4 as references. Also present was the leather-bound notebook and fine fountain pen Stone had spotted when he'd initially discovered Desmond's body.
He shifted to magical sight and examined it. But aside from the expected magical traces around two of the books, he saw no other sign of magic. The light on the desk was still on, since the room had no windows. Stone used a light spell to check the area beneath the desk to make sure Desmond hadn't dropped anything, then sat down in the chair and took a closer look at the notebook. He instantly recognized Desmond's precise, firm hand. The difference between Desmond's neat, legible handwriting and Stone's own mad scrawls had been an ongoing, not joke exactly, because Desmond never indulged in anything as common as a joke, topic of discussion between them, where Desmond had suggested Stone's messy writing was indicative of a disorganized mind, while Stone had countered by accusing Desmond of being fussy and hidebound. A twinge of grief-tinged regret washed over him as he realized they'd never have that particular conversation again. "Did you find anything?" Verity asked. He looked up from the notebook. "Not yet. Did you? I'm not seeing any indication of that energy around here, not even right where we found him. If it was here at all, it's gone now." She sounded troubled, as if she felt she'd failed somehow. "It's all right. Let me take a closer look at these books, and then we'll look around the rest of the area. Take your time. I'll poke around a little more." The notebook was open to a page half filled with careful diagrams and notes, but to Stone's disappointment none of them seemed out of the ordinary. As he flipped through the previous few pages, it became clear that Desmond had been working on a perennial subject of interest, short-range teleportation. It was one of those things most scholarly mages worked on, and as far as Stone knew, none of them had made any progress on it. Even Desmond had admitted, in as close as he ever showed to frustration, that it might not even be possible. But in any case, it certainly wasn't unusual for him to have been pursuing research on it in his spare time. On a page Stone had found open, a word stopped half-written, followed by a jagged black line where the pen had been dragged across the page. It appeared that whatever had stricken Desmond had done so in mid-sentence with little warning. Stone took a cursory glance through the 4 books, focusing on the open pages and looking for any notes Desmond might have slipped inside. But at last he sighed and tossed the last one back on the desk. "Nothing," he said. "Every indication I can see suggests he was just doing some normal research when it hit him." "Yeah," Verity agreed, putting a book back on the shelf. "I'm not seeing anything sinister either, Doc. Maybe he just died." "Perhaps he did," Stone said. "It does happen. I guess I just never expected it to happen to Desmond. I sometimes used to refer to him as a force of nature. I thought he'd be around long past when the rest of us were dead and buried. I'm really sorry, Doc. I know he meant a lot to you." Stone gave her a brisk nod. The one thing he didn't have time to do right now was dwell on his own grief. "Come on, let's look around a bit more, and then I'll let Imogen and Carrick know we're heading home. There's not much else we can do around here if we can't let ourselves be seen." Verity looked like she might say something, but then looked away and remained silent. Over the next few hours, they examined the warded areas of Caventhorn, then took the portal to the London house and looked around there. Verity remained mostly silent, following Stone and lending her magical sight to the effort. But when they finished, they hadn't found anything he hadn't expected to find. He dropped into a chair and ran his hand through his hair with a loud sigh. "I suppose I could poke around here for the next several days, but there hardly seems any point, does there?" Verity put a hand on his arm. "I get it," she said gently. "You want to find something so there's something you can do, something you can fight, but—" She hesitated, almost as if unsure she wanted to say her next words. "Maybe we should go home so you can come back and be there for your friends. If there's nothing here to find—" He brought his gaze up to meet hers. "You're right, of course," he said at last, though he didn't want to admit it.
I suppose I'm just not ready to admit that someone like Desmond could be brought down by something as simple as his own body failing him. I mean, he was hardly the saving the world type, but I always expected I'd eventually hear some ritual got away from him and something nasty from another dimension carried him off. She squeezed his shoulder. Yeah, from what you told me about him, I can see that. I know you want to do something, but sometimes being there for the people who need it is good too, you know? He gave a faint, bitter chuckle. You mean like you're doing for me right now? I was hoping you wouldn't notice, she said wryly. Come on, Doc, let's go. I know how much you love long plane rides, so let's get it over with. He stood. You don't have to come, you know. I'll be fine, you know that. I do know that, but I'll come anyway. Unless you don't want me to, of course. I do want you to. You should at least be there for the service. If nothing else, I can introduce you to some of my old friends. They returned to California through the portal later that afternoon. Imogen had gone into town to attend to some business with the local authorities, so Stone told Carrick he and Verity would return as soon as they could get a flight back over, allowing for the time change. You should probably plan to stay for at least a week, Stone told Verity. Popping back and forth is possible, but it'll play hell with your system. Yeah, I'll give Jason a call and let him know what's up. With the time difference, it was the middle of the night in California. A passage to India was closed. They left through the back door and locked up using Stone's key. At this hour, the parking lot was empty except for the BMW. When they got back to Palo Alto, they caught up on sleep until early morning, when Stone arranged for a flight that evening. He called Brandon Green, the occult studies grad student who looked after Raider when he was away, then packed enough so it wouldn't look suspicious, even though he kept a full wardrobe back at his house in England. A restless Raider attempted to help with this activity, climbing into the suitcase at every opportunity. Stone scratched his ears. Sorry, my friend. I know this is all a bit confusing for you, but there's no helping it. He reconvened with Verity, who'd been off running errands in the mid-afternoon. Did you get hold of Jason? Yeah. She came down the stairs, levitating her own suitcase to the living room. He says he's really sorry to hear about Mr. Desmond and wants to know if you want him to tell Fran he needs time off to come along. What did you tell him? I said we probably had this handled. I know how busy he is. That's fine. He's welcome to come, but honestly he'll probably be a bit bored since I'm planning to spend most of our spare time showing you around my magical library and introducing you to friends. He figured that. I think he was a little relieved not to go, but you know he's there if you need him. Of course. He eyed her suitcase. Have you got any formal clothes? Formal? Well, you'll need something to wear to the funeral. I promise you Desmond's crowd is as conservative and old-fashioned as they come, so you won't get away with, well, anything I've ever seen you in. No, I don't really have much call for anything more formal than the stuff I go clubbing in. All right, we'll add that to the itinerary then. I'll take you up to London and we'll pick up some things there. We'll make a day of it if we're not needed to help with arrangements. I doubt we will be. Carrick will have things well in hand, and he and Imogen are the ones who'll have to make most of the decisions. I'll even take you to Tolliver's. It's one of the biggest magic shops in the world. Sounds good. But, Doc, please don't feel like you need to keep me entertained. I know this is tough for you, and the last thing you need is me hanging around getting in your way. Just tell me what you want me to do, and I'm there. He gave her a faint smile. Thank you, Verity. I do appreciate it. And he won't be in my way, I promise. I'm glad you're coming, to be honest. Going to London and showing you around will help to take my mind off things, which will beat the hell out of moping around the house trying to work out what else might have gotten Desmond. They flew out of SFO late that night. Stone had arranged first-class seats, so the flight was as pleasant and uneventful as a multi-hour intercontinental journey could be. Stone did his best to sleep for as much of it as he could, though he didn't succeed very well. His brain refused to stop teasing him with the possibility that whatever had killed Desmond, it wasn't natural causes. Verity, for her part, mostly left him alone, aside from casting concerned glances his way every now and then.
She didn't sleep much either, and spent most of her time listening to music or reading a thick paperback thriller she'd picked up at the airport. They landed at Heathrow at around 6 p.m. local time, collected their luggage, and took a cab to Desmond's London house. Stone had already called ahead to let them know of his and Verity's arrival, so they were expected. "Are Carrick or Imogen here?" Stone asked the uniformed man who opened the door. "No, sir, they're both up at Caventhorne. We're expecting them tomorrow. Will you be staying?" Despite the man's air of unruffled calm, it wasn't hard to spot his sadness. A quick glance at his aura revealed it without question. "No, just passing through for now. We'll be back tomorrow. Let them know, would you?" "Of course, sir." As they headed further into the house with their bags, Verity asked, "Do all the people who work for Mr. Desmond know about magic? About the portal? Does he still hire people from magical families?" "Yes, I'd be surprised if anybody working here or at Caventhorne didn't know these days. Makes things easier than trying to explain all the odd happenings." Stone once again made the adjustments to the wards to allow Verity through. "I'll have to spend some time soon doing some serious work on these," he muttered as he did so, and they stepped through the portal to the one at Stone's place. Verity paused to look around the darkened graveyard before they set off toward the house. "This is your own private cemetery?" she asked. "It's not for the town or anything?" "No, just us. Goes back 200 or 300 years, something like that. Looks like it might be peaceful out here during the day, being surrounded by your family." He shrugged. "I suppose so. I used to come out here sometimes when I was younger, but I never knew any of them. Except my father, of course. Come on, let's go. Aubrey's expecting us." She caught up with him. "You never knew any of your family? Your grandparents?" "No, my father's parents were dead before I was born. I suppose my mum's were as well." "You suppose?" "My father never talked about them. I learned early not to ask. It seemed a bit of a sore spot all around. Remember, my father and I weren't what you'd call close, emotionally speaking." "You never even asked Aubrey? He was around then, right?" When Stone didn't answer, she said quickly, "I'm sorry, I'm being nosy again. None of my business." "No, it's all right. I just don't have much to tell you. You have to understand, I didn't exactly have a normal upbringing. My father shipped me off to boarding school as soon as he could manage it, when I was 7 years old. Before that I had nannies and tutors and such. He wasn't exactly the hands-on parenting sort, except when it came to magic. He was away most of the time, and when we were at home at the same time during school holidays and such, our longest conversations were almost always about some aspect of magic. And even that didn't happen until I was in my early teens." Verity didn't reply, and when Stone didn't elaborate, she caught up with him and remained silent for the rest of the trip up to the house. Aubrey was, indeed, waiting for them. As they approached, the exterior lights came on, and he appeared in the doorway. "Good flight, sir?" he asked, stepping aside to let them in. "Would have preferred the portal, but it couldn't be helped. Any news?" "Carrick rang earlier today. The service is on Friday at St. Paul's in London. They're expecting quite a large turnout." As they entered the sitting room, he handed Stone a folded newspaper. "The press have already got the story, of course, so there have been several articles in the various papers." "Anything unusual? Speculations of foul play?" "No, sir. Everything's just as one might have expected." "Well, that's something, I suppose." Stone threw himself into a chair and scanned the paper. "Nothing else I should know?" "No, sir, I don't think so. Everything's been, well, about as smooth as one might expect. People are shocked, of course. I doubt anyone expected Mr. Desmond to pass away so suddenly with no sign of ill health, so no one was prepared for what needed to be done. But you know Carrick, sir, he's already mobilized the staff as well as Mr. Desmond's business associates, and all the machinery is humming along with expected efficiency." Efficiency. Such a cold word for it, but so accurate, too. That was one thing about upper-class British society, especially from the old-fashioned conservative circles Desmond occupied. They didn't waste time on sentimentality. They just got on with it and did what needed to be done, which, much as he would have preferred otherwise, Stone needed to do as well.
All right, then. We'll be heading back up tomorrow to see what we can do to help, and Verity and I will need to go into London so she can get some proper clothes for the service. Yes, sir. If there's anything I can do. Thank you, Aubrey. Just keep things going here and keep up with whatever calls come in. I'm sure there will be some sort of gathering, probably after the service, so someone will probably call here about it at some point. Gathering, sir? William Desmond was one of the most powerful and well-known mages in Europe, which means I expect a lot of the magical community will turn up to pay their respects. And if that happens, I can guarantee they won't miss the chance to get together and compare notes. He shook his head. We're like a big extended family that way. Everybody's usually got some excuse or another, so we only get together for funerals. Of course. I'll keep on top of it, sir. Stone didn't sleep very well, haunted by uncomfortable dreams of Desmond. When he came downstairs the next morning, he found Aubrey in the kitchen. Morning. Have you seen Verity? I think she went outside, sir. I saw her about an hour ago when I came over. Will you be having breakfast? No, I don't think so. I should probably go find her. I wonder what she's doing out there. I think she was headed in the direction of the cemetery, sir. Stone frowned. That was odd. Had she forgotten something back home and taken the portal back? But she wouldn't have done that without telling anyone. All right, I'll go see what she's up to. Stone spotted her slim figure from a distance as he approached the old cemetery. It was earlier than he was used to being awake, due to having retired so early last night. The day was gray and overcast, the air damp but not quite drizzly. She appeared to be meandering slowly around, and as he watched, she paused to crouch and peer at one of the headstones. She didn't look up as he approached. He wasn't sure she even noticed him. Bit early to be out, isn't it? She didn't seem startled, but rose and turned toward him. Couldn't sleep anymore, she admitted. I didn't want to go wandering around the house till you gave me the tour, so I figured I'd go for a walk. In the graveyard. I like graveyards. I know, goth cliché, right? But I always have. They're peaceful. He walked over and stood silently next to her, examining the grave she'd been looking at. It was an old one, its headstone weathered and nearly illegible. She kept looking at it. That's not the only reason I came out here, though. Oh? Why then? I thought maybe I could get to know you a little better. He frowned. What do you mean? I don't know, she said, shrugging, and moved to the next headstone. You're a private guy, I get that. I respect that, but I'm your apprentice. I've known you for 3 years now, and I realize that aside from magic and the stuff back in the States, I really don't know much of anything about you. And since I wouldn't be rude enough to ask you personal questions, I just figured I could get some insights from looking at your ancestors. He drifted along beside her. And did you get any insights? Yes. Again she shrugged and gave him a faint, mischievous smile. Well, I learned nobody in your family had normal names. He chuckled. That's true. It's always been sort of a thing in some of the older magical families. Won't find a Bob or Mary in the lot. I got off lucky, relatively speaking. Can you imagine how it would have been going through mundane boarding school with a name like Orion or Helios? Orion. She crossed to the mausoleum where the portal was and regarded the closed door. Your dad's in here, right? Stone caught up with her. Yes. She crouched again, studying the dates. He died young, I'm sorry. Auto accident. It was shortly after I'd finished my apprenticeship with Desmond and started at university. If you don't want to talk about it, she said, with a quick sideways glance at him. No, it's fine. It was a long time ago. It was quite a shock at the time, of course, but as I told you before, my father and I had never exactly been close. I never thought about mages being killed in car accidents, but I guess it does happen, like David back at the restaurant. It does. We have longer lifespans than mundanes, but we're no more immune to damage if we're not prepared for it, or illness, for that matter. Desmond proved that. She touched his arm. "I'm sorry. Really, it's fine. I came to terms with my father's death a long time ago. It was just one of those senseless things that happen sometimes." Again, she remained silent for several moments, appearing to be deep in thought. Stone shifted to magical sight and noticed immediately that her aura seemed troubled. "Something on your mind?" "No, Verity. It's okay. We should probably get back to the house. I know we have a lot to do today, and you want to get going." He put a hand on her shoulder as she turned. "Don't worry about it, Doc," she said, but she didn't pull away. "You've got enough on your plate right now without having to put up with my nosy questions." "Verity, I'm not worrying about anything. Ask your questions. We do need to get going. I want to speak to Kerrick and Imogen about the arrangements and make sure they don't need any help, but I've certainly got a few minutes to satisfy your curiosity if I can." "Well," she indicated the mausoleum with a tilt of her head. "I see your dad's name there, but not your mother. She's not alive, is she?" "No." When he didn't say anything else, she regarded him for a moment, then looked away and began walking back toward the low gate. Stone caught up to her and fell into step next to her. He didn't look at her when he spoke, but his voice was even. "I don't know much about her, to be truthful. Her name was Peregrine. My father never wanted to talk about her. All I was able to get out of him was that she became mentally unstable shortly after I was born and deserted him." She stared at him. "That's horrible." "I suppose it is, but given that I was a baby at the time, I don't remember her at all. He told me once that he hired detectives to track her down so they could finalize the divorce, and discovered that she'd fallen into various self-destructive behaviors. She died soon after. It was all covered up as much as possible. My father hated the idea of a load of busybodies gossiping about his private life. He told me it was best if I just didn't pursue the matter." "Wow," she said. She walked in silence next to him for a while. Around them, the drizzle swirled, threatening to become a light rain. "And you didn't?" "Why would I?" He gave her a tight smile. "It might surprise you, given my legendary curiosity about anything to do with magic, that I never felt any deep need to go digging into my family history." "I guess that does surprise me," she admitted. "I want to know everything. I wish I'd known my mom. It still seems weird to me that you knew her, but I never got to." "I'm sorry, Verity. I wish you could have. She was a lovely woman, a lot like you, in fact. I'm sure you would have gotten on very well." "Yeah, and probably known I was a mage a lot sooner than I did, too." She sighed. "But I wanted to know everything about her, about my dad and their life together. When I first moved back down with Edna, I bugged Jason and Stan for everything they could tell me. I wanted to see all their old photos, letters, videos. I wanted to hear all their memories, and I wrote them all down." She waved a hand at the graveyard behind them. "I guess I just can't see how you'd have all this history at your fingertips and not want to dig into it. But that's me." Stone kept walking beside her, his hands in his coat pockets. "I suppose it's all there somewhere. My father never specifically showed it to me, but given my family's prominence in the magical world, I'm sure they kept detailed records. Aubrey might know where they are." "But you aren't going to ask him?" He shook his head. "No, not unless I have some reason to. Perhaps when I'm older. I don't know, but I'm busy enough as it is now, with work, magical research, and teaching you. I don't have time to add detailed genealogy studies to the playlist." He picked up his pace as the light rain at last began to fall. "Come on, let's get back to the house before we're drenched. We can talk more later if you want to, but I don't really see the point in it." Verity looked as if she didn't necessarily agree, but said nothing else as they headed back to the house. Chapter 10. They arrived in London later that morning. They took the portal to the house and located one of the staff members to announce their presence. The man, though Stone didn't recognize him, didn't seem surprised at their arrival. Perhaps Imogen had warned the staff to expect them. "Yes, sir," the man said. "Miss Desmond is here. I believe I saw her in the sitting room not long ago. Shall I call her for you?" "No, that's fine. We'll find her. Thank you." Imogen was indeed in the sitting room, seated at a small table near a window. She had several papers and a cup of tea in front of her, and was chatting with another of the house's staff. She looked up as Stone and Verity entered, and smiled, though it was faint. "Alastair, Miss Thayer. Good morning. How was your flight?" "It was fine, uneventful." "Did Aubrey get you all settled in?" Her smile widened just a bit. "That's a silly question. Of course he did. That's what Aubrey does." She nodded to the man she'd been talking to. "If you'll excuse us for a few minutes, Miles." "Of course, Mom." He bowed and made himself scarce. Imogen returned her attention to Stone and Verity. "Just going over some paperwork. Necessary, of course, but—" "I understand. How are you holding up this morning? Is there anything we can do to help?" She shook her head, indicating the papers. "No, thank you. We're almost done here. I never realized how much paperwork is involved when someone passes away, particularly when it's so unexpected." Stone didn't miss her hand tightening on the pen she held, and his throat clenched a little. He swallowed to cover it. "Please don't hesitate to ask. I'm here for you, Imogen, for anything you need." "You're a dear, Alastair. Please don't think I don't appreciate it, and I might take you up on it, but not just now. What have you got planned for the day?" "If you don't need us, I thought I'd show Verity around London a bit. Need to do some shopping, so we might as well take care of that when we're not needed elsewhere. I'll give you my mobile number so you can reach me if you need me for anything. I'm quite serious. Promise you'll call me if there's anything I can do." She chuckled softly. "You have a mobile? Oh, I never thought I'd see the day. And I do promise, but—" Her gaze shifted to something over Stone's shoulder. "Oh, Clifford! Good morning." Stone and Verity both turned to look at the newcomer. He stood in the doorway, accompanied by the same staff member they'd encountered when they'd arrived. "I'm so sorry I'm late," he said. "I got in late last night and didn't get your message until this morning, and then the cab got stuck behind an accident on the way over. Oh, what frightful, frightful news. I'm so sorry." To Stone's surprise, the man strode across the room toward Imogen. She stood, and he gathered her into a hug. Stone tensed, and Verity shot him a questioning look. Imogen returned the man's hug and gave him a quick kiss, but then stepped back, looking a little uncomfortable. The man seemed to take notice of Stone and Verity for the first time. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had visitors." No, it's fine, Clifford. I'm just—" Her gaze shifted to Stone, and for a moment an odd look crossed her face. "Alastair, I'm sorry. This wasn't the way I meant to tell you. Clifford, this is Alastair Stone. He's an old, dear friend, and a close associate of my father's. And his friend, Verity Thayer." She indicated the man. "Alastair, this is Clifford Blakely. Well, we've been seeing each other for a few months now." Stone tensed even more at her words, but forced himself to relax as he offered his hand. "Clifford, pleasure to meet you." "Likewise, I'm sure." Clifford Blakely had a firm grip, but without any hint of a dominant crush. He was a few inches shorter than Stone, a few years older, and a few pounds heavier. In the space of the brief handshake, Stone took in his thinning, dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and unremarkably pleasant face. Clad in a sweater over a collared shirt, dark trousers, and dress shoes, all of them finely made but unpretentious, he presented the perfect picture of a respectable businessman. As Stone broke the grip, he shifted momentarily to magical sight. He remained only long enough to get a brief look at Blakely's aura. A medium, calm blue, as steady and unremarkable as his physical appearance. Stone spotted the faintest traces of disturbance,
but those could easily be explained by the fact that he'd just found out the woman he was seeing had lost her father. For a moment, Stone and Blakely continued to size each other up as an awkward silence began to form. Imogen broke it with a little cough. "Well," she said, "I've just about finished with this paperwork, and I think I'd like to get out of the house for a little while. Perhaps we could all go somewhere for lunch." Stone shook his head. No, it sounds like Clifford's been away and he's just heard the sad news. Verity and I will clear out and let you two have some privacy." He cast a sideways glance at Blakely, then returned his attention to Imogen. "Remember what I said. Call me if there's anything we can do to help you." Imogen took his hand and squeezed it, and he didn't miss the grateful look she gave him. "Thank you, Alastair. We'll see you later on today?" "Absolutely." Verity waited until they got outside before she spoke. "You okay, Doc?" "Why wouldn't I be?" She nodded back toward the house. "That was a little awkward." "What, that Imogen's seeing someone?" he said, a little too quickly. "Why?" "Well, you said you and she... That was years ago. We're just good friends now. I'm glad she's found someone. If he makes her happy and treats her properly, why should I be anything but happy for her?" He spotted a cab and waved it down. "Come on, we've got a lot to do today, so I want to get on with it." Verity gave him a sidelong glance that suggested she didn't entirely believe him, but didn't pursue the subject. For the rest of the day, Stone showed Verity around London. He had asked Imogen for recommendations of appropriate clothing shops where they might find outfits suitable for the funeral and any associated gatherings, and she gave them a list of suggestions. At each shop, Stone left Verity in the care of a helpful saleslady and waited while they picked out appropriate items. By mid-afternoon, they'd found her a small wardrobe she liked that would pass muster with Desmond's conservative crowd, and arranged to have everything sent back to the London house. "I've never been treated like that," Verity said as they paused for a late lunch. They were at Harrods because she'd wanted to see it. "It was like I had my own personal clothing consultant. It was weird, but kind of fun, too. Where I usually shop, you just grab something off the rack and hope they have your size. You're lucky if you can even find a salesperson." She frowned. "But those prices, though, they were insane. I don't know how I'm ever going to—" Stone raised a hand. "You're not. If it makes you feel better, think of them as work clothes. You're my apprentice, and that means you reflect on me. Can't have you turning up in your leather jacket and combat boots, can we?" "True," she admitted. "Still feels weird, though." "Well, then let's do something a bit less weird. Actually, that's not true at all, but I think you'll find it fascinating anyway." "What's that?" "Tolliver's, one of the largest magic shops in the world." "Sounds great, Doc." She gave him an odd look. "You don't have to do this, you know." "Do what?" "Entertain me, take me around London and show me the sights. I know you've got a lot on your mind, and don't worry about it. I like showing you around, and every maid should visit Tolliver's at least once." "Okay," she said, looking down at her plate. "But, Doc, it's okay that you're not on right now." "I know." He didn't look at her. "And I thank you for that, but I'm all right. This is actually helping. I've got so many things swirling around in my head right now that sometimes it feels like it might fly to pieces. Getting a break from that is just what I needed, I think." She reached across the table and briefly gripped his hand. "Look at me, Doc." He brought his gaze up to meet hers. Her eyes were still and serious. "I'm here for you. If you need to offload some of this stuff on somebody. I'm a good listener, you know that." "I do know that," he said softly. It was hard not to look away again, to brush off her words with polite thanks and change the subject with some flippant remark. "And I appreciate it, but you know me, I'm not that good at asking for help. Never have been." "I get that. I think I might even understand it a little better now, too." She took her hand back and sipped her iced tea. "Do you now?" He raised an eyebrow. "I think so." "All right, Dr. Thayer," he said, amused. "Enlighten me." "Well," she said, "I'm thinking that you don't really know how." "Indeed?" Suddenly he wasn't sure he wanted to have this conversation right here in the middle of the restaurant with crowds of tourists swirling around them. She shrugged. "You don't know how to lean on anybody because nobody ever let you do it. That's not bad, is it? What's wrong with self-reliance?" "Nothing, but nobody can be self-reliant all the time. You'd go crazy. A lot of people do when they try it." "So you think I'm crazy then, do you?" He smiled a little, deliberately injecting a light tone into his words. She looked down into her tea. "Verity?" "No, I don't think you're crazy. I don't joke about that, not after what happened to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No, it's okay." She looked up again. "Look, all I'm saying is that there's no shame in letting somebody be there for you. I don't know what you think will happen if you do, but I promise it won't happen with me. You've done so much for me, Doc. Helped me so much over the years. Jason, too. Maybe it's time to let me return the favor." He didn't answer for a while. He met her gaze for a moment, then let his own wander over the restaurant. "I'll keep that in mind, I promise. But for now, we should get going. Once we get to Tolliver's, I doubt I'll be able to drag you away." He pulled out his mobile phone and checked it to make sure he hadn't missed any calls. "We'll see," she said. He paid the check and they rose to leave. Stone watched her as she gracefully slipped between tables on her way out of the restaurant. "Verity?" She turned back. "Yeah?" "Thank you." She smiled. "No problem, Doc." So, how do you hide a huge magic store in the middle of London? Is it like one of those books where you have to tap the right brick and there's a whole secret magical shopping street, or... She added with a sly look back over her shoulder at Stone, "Is it in a basement?" "No," he said in exasperation. "It's not in a basement, and there's no magical shopping district. In fact, the entrance is exactly where you'd expect it to be, if you think about it." She grinned. "Platform 9 3/4?" He only sighed. "I can't take you anywhere." "Nope." They took the tube, then walked 2 blocks to a narrow street lined with tiny, quaint shops and old apartment buildings. When Stone stopped in front of one of them, Verity laughed. "Oh, I get it now." The sign above the shop read Haverford's Magical Supply Company, established 1897. The shop's facade was unassuming, a single display window packed full of what looked like antique magical gear. Top hats, balls, cups, feathers, cloths in colors faded from their former brightness. Behind these hung several yellowed posters advertising long-ago magic shows, including one by Harry Houdini at the Alhambra Theater. The door was covered with more posters and flyers for current magic performances, so it was impossible to see inside the shop from the street. Stone pushed it open and waved Verity in ahead of him, then closed it behind him. They stood now in a small antechamber, its walls lined with more posters and flyers, and lit by old-fashioned fixtures designed to look like gas lamps. To the left, an open doorway revealed a flight of stairs leading upward. The sign above the doorway read, Haverford's, 1 flight up. Verity's brow furrowed. "Up there?" "What do you think?" Stone asked with a challenging smile. She frowned and started in that direction, then stopped and returned to the center of the small room where Stone obligingly stepped out of her way. She paused a moment, scanning the entire room, then stopped as her gaze fell on the wall opposite the doorway. She grinned. "Nice. I like it." Stone shifted to magical sight. On the wall she faced, the posters and flyers faded behind bright symbols and text visible only to those who knew how to look. "This way to Tolliver's," the text read, above a poster featuring a bearded old man in wizard's robes. The man's hands were raised, bright green glows that only appeared to magical sight blooming around them. "Press them," he told her. Looking intrigued, she put her palms against both of the glows and pushed. Instantly the wall shimmered and went semi-transparent, revealing a narrow hallway beyond. "This is pretty damn cool," Verity said, looking like a kid on Christmas morning. "Do we just go through?" "Go on. The wall's an illusion." Moving with only a little hesitation, she walked through the wall, and Stone followed her. Together they followed the narrow hall, also lined with magical sigils, through a couple of twists and turns until it opened into another doorway. Tolliver's took up far more space than one might have expected when looking at the Haverford storefront. In fact, Stone knew the people who owned the magical shop also owned several of the adjacent buildings, giving them a lot of room to spread out unobtrusively. He glanced at Verity, watching her face light up in amazement as she took in the rows of shelves, collections of odd items hanging from the walls and suspended from the ceilings, and the light, classical music that played unobtrusively through unseen speakers. The air smelled of wood, incense, a little dust, with a faint, far-off whiff of something vaguely biological. The shop was an intriguing combination of the old and the new. For the most part, with its wooden floors, old-style shelving, and crowded aisles, it looked like a cross between a 100-year-old apothecary's shop and a teeming bazaar. Still, modern touches like a pair of televisions, one tuned to a football match, and a modern cash register behind the cluttered counter reminded visitors that they had not left the 21st century completely behind when they entered. "This place is amazing," Verity said. Stone chuckled. "I thought you might think so. Go on, take a look around. I've been here many times, so none of it's new to me. Stay as long as you like. I'm sure I can keep myself amused." There weren't many customers browsing the shop. Due to the place's extended hours, it was rare to find more than 3 or 4 at any given time. Occasionally a larger group would come through, but those were almost always passing through from somewhere else. Right now, Stone counted 3 others that he could see, along with the 2 clerks, a tall, thin man in a formal black suit, and a young woman with pink hair, a Misfits t-shirt, and multiple facial piercings. The latter approached with a welcoming grin. "Watcha, Dr. Stone? Haven't seen you for a while." "Hello, Marjorie, how are you?" Doing okay. She eyed Verity. "Is this then?" Verity's my apprentice. We're doing the sightseeing thing today. I've been telling her she had to see Tolliver's, so—" "Oh, right. Yeah, can't miss us." "Why don't you show her around a bit?" Stone asked. "And have you got any new books in?" "Just today," Marjorie said. "New stuff's on the back wall, you know where." She grinned at Verity. "Come on then, I'll show you the cool bits." Verity, with a final glance over her shoulder at Stone, allowed herself to be led off. "Take your time," he called after her. He watched fondly as the 2 of them headed off down a narrow aisle, already chatting away like old friends. He suspected his apprentice would get more out of the trip with Marjorie as a tour guide. Tolliver's included just about every kind of magical paraphernalia one might want to buy, including ritual components, everything you'd need for circle casting, a full line of books in multiple languages, and specialized items for all the usual magical traditions, and most of the unusual ones. No doubt Marjorie would be more clued in to what Verity might find interesting than he would. On his way back to the back wall to look at the new books, he passed a large section devoted to druidic magic, smaller ones for Vodun and Native American practices, and a series of shelves stacked with carefully sorted bones labeled by species and type. He knew from previous experience that other areas of the shop hidden by more illusions catered to even more esoteric and dangerous practices, and wondered if Marjorie would show Verity those. Tollivers didn't judge. If it was magic, they carried what you needed to perform it, regardless of moral compass. It was nearly an hour before Verity returned, coming back down the aisleway alone this time. Amused, Stone noted her expression hovered somewhere between amazed and thunderstruck. Clearly the trip had been a success. "Enjoy your tour?" She nodded, looking breathless. "You weren't kidding about this place. I could spend a couple days in here easy." He glanced down. She wasn't carrying any bags. "Didn't you buy anything?" "I couldn't figure out what to buy. I was like a kid in the world's biggest candy shop. Everything looked interesting." "That happens. Don't worry, we can always come back. First time I came in here to pick up something during my apprenticeship, old Desmond practically had to drag me out." He nodded toward the bookshelf. "Anyway, I'll be ready to go shortly. Just want to check out a couple more of these new books." "Take your time." She scanned the shelves, selected a book of her own, and began flipping through the pages. Stone, as often happened, quickly immersed himself in a fascinating tome describing some new, more efficient methods for constructing wards. At first, he didn't hear Verity calling his name until she tapped him on the arm. "What?" he asked, without looking up. "I think that guy over there is trying to get your attention." Stone glanced up from the book he was paging through. At the other end of the aisle, a small, wiry man with brush-cut brown hair had put something back on a shelf and was waving at them. "Alastair," he said, in a thick Cockney accent, hurrying over. "Didn't expect to see you here. Though I suppose it shouldn't be a surprise. I was sorry to hear about Desmond." "Eddie!" Stone clapped him on the shoulder. "It's good to see you." He indicated Verity. "This is Verity Thayer, my apprentice. Verity, this is Eddie Monckton. He's an old friend, and he looks after the magical library here in London." "Charmed, I'm sure," Eddie said, turning his attention to Verity. "Heard a lot about you, I have. I praise all, of course." "Yes, well," Stone put in, "I'm just showing Verity around a bit. She's never been to London." "You two will be here for the service, yes?" "Yes, eventually. And also to do whatever we can to help out, though so far it doesn't seem they need much help." "No," Eddie agreed. "I'm sure Kerrick and that lot have things well in hand." He tilted his head and his expression grew serious. "All right, Stone?" Stone nodded. "I will be. It was quite a shock, to be sure, but sadly these things do happen." "They do," Eddie said, shaking his head ruefully. "Just never expected it of old Desmond, you know. I thought he'd outlive us all. Too bloody stubborn to die, I figured." "I think that's what we all thought." Stone closed the book he'd been looking through and reshelved it. "Hey," Eddie said, "if you're not too busy with the family, then why don't you come to the pub tonight? Both of you. I'm sure Arthur would love to meet Verity, and it might do you good to get away from things for a bit and have a pint or two." Stone frowned. "I don't know. Oh, come on, mate." Eddie patted his arm. "We haven't seen you for months." He gave Verity a sly, sidelong glance. "We can tell your apprentice all the sordid stories of what you got up to during your university days." Verity grinned. "That could be fun." "Oh, you don't know the half of it," Eddie said, matching her grin. "What do you say, Stone?" Stone sighed. He wasn't going to win this one, and he knew it. But, truth be told, a night away, relaxing with old friends, might be just what he needed before he had to prepare himself for what was to come. "All right, then. Assuming Imogen doesn't need us for anything, of course." "Of course," Eddie assured him. "Say 9:30?" "We'll be there. I'll ring you if that changes." Imogen didn't need them for anything. In fact, she told Stone when they arrived back at the house later that afternoon she'd be away that evening with Blakely. "I'm so sorry," she told him. "It completely slipped my mind until I checked my schedule, but it's a charity fair I committed to months ago. I could cancel, but they're honouring Dad, and... No, you go on. Some old friends have invited us out for the evening, so we're set. Verity had gone upstairs to sort out her new clothes, so they were alone in one of the house's small sitting rooms. Imogen took both of Stone's hands in hers and looked up at him, her expression troubled. "Alastair, about Clifford. What about him?" "Well, as I said, that wasn't how I wanted you to find out. I was going to tell you next time you came over, but we've both been so busy." He smiled and squeezed her hands. "Imogen, there's nothing to apologize for. I'm always happy to see you happy. You know that." "I do, but—" She paused and pulled back, glancing out the window toward the street, then turned decisively back to him. "Have lunch with me tomorrow, will you? Just the two of us, if Verity won't mind. I really do want to have a chance to talk with you, like old times. Things have been so crazy this week, and there are so many people around." "Of course. I'd love to have lunch with you, if you can get away. Shall I see to reservations?" No, I'm inviting you, so I'll take care of it. Come by the London place at noon tomorrow, will you?" She paused again, looking more uncomfortable than he remembered her looking in years. "Everything's going to change now, isn't it, Alastair?" "Probably," he conceded. "But you've got a lot of people who care about you. You'll get through this." "Oh, I will. Of course I will. These things always seem worse when you're in the middle of them." She stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. "Tomorrow, then." Chapter 11. Stone and Verity's cab pulled up in front of the Dancing Dragon pub a few minutes after 9:30 that night. "I'm getting quite an education," she said, taking in the unassuming entrance and colorful sign hanging over the door. "First Tolliver's and now this. I've never been to a real British pub. Jason and I tried one of those chain places once, but I'm guessing it isn't quite the same." "No," Stone agreed. "Not the same at all. There are quite a lot of pubs in London that cater to the tourist trade, trying to out-British each other and such, but this is the real deal, warts and all. And you've been coming here since you were in college? Is it a mage pub? Are there mage pubs?" He pushed open the door and motioned her in ahead of him. "If there are, nobody's told me about them, but I suppose this is as close as you'll find in the city. I know quite a few of our lot come here, but usually not more than a few at a time." He pointed. "Arthur and Eddie will be in the back room there." She took her time going through, pausing to take in the dark wooden tables and bar, the low, heavy-beamed ceiling, and the eclectic collection of beer signs, football pennants, framed photos, and other decorations covering every square inch of the walls. A rock song Stone didn't recognize, but Verity probably would, competed with two TVs over the bar playing two different football matches. Around them, most of the tables were occupied. The clientele was mostly men, but there were enough women, including a couple of groups of them at their own table, that Stone didn't feel like he was leading Verity into a den of lions. "This is pretty damn cool," she pronounced as she reached the doorway to the back room. "I can definitely picture you sitting back here with your college buddies, getting drunk and checking out girls." "There weren't many girls here back then," he said. "The owners are getting better about encouraging more women, though. And besides, we were all too busy getting drunk and discussing all sorts of mad, magical theories to pay attention to anyone else." "There they are!" a voice called. Eddie Monckton rose from a table near the far wall of the back room, raising his pint glass. "Thought you two got lost. But then you were never on time to anything, were you, Stone?" The other man at the table also rose and lifted his glass. "Alastair, good to see you." A tall, handsome black man who looked to be around Stone's age, but with a calm, distinguished air that made him seem older. He wore a dark gray sweater under a sport jacket. "And this must be the apprentice we've been hearing so much about." "We were beginning to think you were making her up," Eddie said with a grin. Stone ignored Eddie. "Arthur, this is Verity Thayer. Verity, Arthur Ward." Verity shook hands with Ward, and they all sat down. After the waitress took their orders, Ward grew serious. I was so sorry to hear about Desmond, Stone. How are you holding up?" Stone wished everyone would stop asking him that, but he could hardly complain about it. Everyone knew how close he and Desmond had been, and they were doing nothing more than being good friends. "I'm all right," he said. "Mostly trying to help out Imogen and everyone, but it seems they don't need much help. Shouldn't have been surprised, really." "No," Ward agreed. "Still, it's a shock and quite a shame." Eddie seemed to pick up on the fact that Stone didn't want to dwell on the Desmond situation tonight. "So," he said to Verity with a cheeky grin, "Stone's apprentice, are you? How's that working out? I'm surprised you managed to put up with him this long." "Well, he has his moments," Verity said dryly. "He teaching you anything worthwhile?" "Oh, a little here, a little there," she said, shrugging. She kept her face deadpan, but the gleam in her eyes gave her away. 3 years now, is it?" Ward asked, with a questioning look at Stone. 3, yes, though her apprenticeship has been a bit unconventional. She spent a year studying with another teacher who has a different philosophy to mine." "Oh?" "Dr. Stone and I don't always see eye to eye on our approaches to magic," Verity said. Eddie chuckled. "You are different, Stone. I can only imagine what old Desmond would have done if he decided you had a different approach. Probably shown you a different approach out the third-story window," Ward said, but with clear fondness in his tone. He turned to Verity. "Has Stone told you about his time with Desmond?" "He did. Just a couple of weeks ago, actually. Told me how he almost got kicked out of his apprenticeship for disobeying orders. I wish I could have met Mr. Desmond." Eddie eyed her leather jacket and spiky hair. "Not sure he would have approved of you. And I mean that in the most complimentary possible way. Damn good mage, best of the lot to be sure, but I'm sure Stone told you he was a bit, traditional. I'm still amazed he and Stone got on as well as they did. You might have noticed Stone's not exactly traditional." "There's been a clue or two," Verity admitted. "So, is this your first time in London?" Ward asked. "First time out of the U.S., actually." "Had to take a plane this time," Stone said, as if that were a distasteful thing. "I don't know how mundanes do it, honestly, having to fly everywhere in those things." "Ah, right. I'm sure that first-class service was just terrible," Eddie said with a grin. "Sod off." For the next hour or so, Stone finally succeeded in dislodging his mind from focusing on the situation with Desmond. It was exactly what he'd hoped, that a few pints and some easy conversation with old friends would take him away for just a short while from what was coming in the next few days. For their parts, Ward and especially Eddie seemed to take to Verity like they'd known each other for years. Ward, as always, was the more reserved of the two, but cheeky Eddie regaled her with stories about the library in London, some of the more colorful characters, mage and mundane, he'd encountered in his travels, and stories of his own apprenticeship. He also flirted with her unmercifully, but in a benign, friendly sort of way that didn't trigger any of Stone's instincts to step in and protect his apprentice. Not that she needed protecting, of course. She gave as good as she got, her naturally dry, sarcastic nature playing perfectly off Eddie's rough-edged charm. By the time they'd all finished their third pint, she and Eddie were laughing uproariously over a story he'd told her about how he, Stone, and Ward had used magic to arrange the skeletons from the anatomy lab in lewd poses in one of the professor's offices. They'd narrowly escaped getting caught and kicked out of their respective universities. Verity grinned at Stone. "So you haven't always been a grumpy old mage. Good to see you used to know how to have fun."
"Oh, you don't know the half of it,"
Eddie told her. He tilted his head at Stone in an exaggerated way, as if weighing whether to say something.
"How about it, Stone? Shall I tell her about that night in the West End with that American exchange student? What was her name again? The one you were with right before you and Imogen got together."
Stone, feeling pleasantly tipsy by now, spread his hands. "Does it matter what I say? You're going to tell her anyway, aren't you?"
"Bloody right I am."
Eddie punched Ward's arm.
"Remember, Ward? I wish we hadn't been pissed off our asses at the time and got pictures."
"If we hadn't been pissed off our asses, it never would have happened," Ward reminded him. He wasn't looking so serious and distinguished now. His wicked grin nearly matched Eddie's. "What?" Verity demanded. "Come on, don't tease me, guys. What did he do?" Eddie gave Stone a sidelong glance.
What was her name again, anyway?
"Damned if I remember. We weren't together long. Jessica, Jessamy, something like that, I think."
I don't know, mate. The way you two were all over each other, I'm surprised. Put a sock in it, Eddie,"
Stone growled. Verity laughed. "It's okay, Doc. You were in college. Everybody's a horn dog in college." "But what did he do?" she asked Eddie again.
"Well,"
he said slyly, still looking at Stone.
"You know the Rocky Horror Picture Show, right?"
"Sure, that's the one where everybody dresses up and yells stuff at the screen."
"Right, well, seems that Jessica or Jessamy or whatever her name was, she was really into it. There was a tatty little cinema in the West End where they'd show it every Saturday at midnight for months, and she liked to get all done up in fancy dress for it. Who'd she dress up as again, Stone? The bird with the Bride of Frankenstein's hair?"
"Magenta," Stone said in a monotone. "You know, I think this might be a good time to hit the loo." As he started to rise, Eddie grabbed his arm and pulled him back down, laughing.
"Not a chance, mate. Not going to let you chicken out of this in front of your apprentice."
Once again he turned back to Verity, waving his pint glass until it sloshed.
"So, right, Magenta. Anyway, one night we'd all had a few too many, and Jessica, or whoever, decided she wanted Stone to come along with her to one of these. And of course there was no way he could show up in his jeans and t-shirt."
Verity's grin widened in surprise. "Wait a second." She twisted to look at Stone next to her. "You mean you can't prove it," Stone said.
"Nobody can prove it. There weren't any pictures."
"Oh, there's no need for pictures," Eddie said. His own grin was so wide now that it threatened to split his face.
"Not if you were there. Oh, it was a sight I'm going to carry to my grave, it was."
Verity was now looking at Stone like a cat who'd just consumed a whole box full of canaries. "Okay, Doc. Out with it. Who'd you dress up as?" Stone downed a healthy swallow of his pint.
"I'm not telling this story. Get it out of these two if you must know. All I've got to say is that Jessica or Jessamy or whatever her name is must have been truly spectacular in the sack," Eddie said, shaking his head. "Either that or there are things about Stone none of us ever knew."
"Come on," Verity urged, eyes shining. "Who?"
"Go on then. Guess."
Eddie nodded toward Stone. She eyed him. "Well, I don't even think drunk out of his mind anybody had ever convinced him to do Rocky. Sorry, Doc, but I'm guessing a gold lame Speedo and wrestling boots aren't your jam." "Thank you," he muttered. "Nice to know I haven't completely lost your respect." She gave him a quick one-armed hug. "Not gonna happen, Doc, don't worry, but, I'm gonna go with Riff Raff, I think, if she was magenta." Eddie erupted in laughter.
"If only!"
Even Ward was trying hard to hide a grin. Stone stared into his pint glass.
"Oh, no, not even close,"
Eddie spluttered out between laughs.
"Didn't I say Jessica must have been great in bed? No, my dear, she managed to convince this bloke right here, the bloke you're trusting to teach you magic, to go full Frank, and I mean full Frank."
Ward's shoulders were shaking.
"She did him up right and proper."
Verity's mouth dropped open and her eyes got huge. She gaped at Stone. "You're kidding."
"Not a bit," Eddie said. "I promise, strike me dead if I'm lying."
He crossed his heart with an exaggerated gesture. "The makeup? Fishnets, platform heels, the bustier?"
"There was quite a lot of alcohol involved,"
Stone said darkly. Eddie and Ward were nearly falling over each other laughing.
"Oh, you should have seen him."
Eddie clapped Stone on the shoulder.
"She did the makeup and everything. He was a sight to behold, he was. He was so drunk he could barely manage the heels, but once he got there, he really got into the spirit of the thing. I would pay a lot of money for a photo. Or even better, a video of old Stone belting out sweet transvestite up in front of the cinema with Jessamy and the rest of that lot."
Verity threw her arms around Stone and buried her face in his shoulder, laughing so hard she couldn't get a breath. Then she pulled back, wiping her eyes with her hands. "Oh, Doc, that is—" "Go on, have a go at me," he muttered, pretending to be offended. "That is the coolest thing I've ever heard," she finished. "I wish I could have seen it." Her expression grew sly. "No chance we could get you to—" "No," he said, with emphasis. "That's okay. I can picture it." She leaned back, taking him in. "I bet you rocked it, Doc." "Oh, he did," Eddie assured her. "He most certainly did. It's too bad he and what's-her-name broke up a couple of weeks later when she went back to the States, or who knows what she might have been able to talk him into." "Her friends were quite impressed," Ward put in. "They wanted him to come back." "Are you quite finished?" Stone asked. He downed the rest of his pint and looked around for the waitress. Eddie considered. "What about it, Ward? I don't think we can top that story, do you?" "Not a chance." Verity was still grinning. "Wait till I tell Jason about this." "Must you?" Stone asked. "We'll talk when we get back home. There must be some way I can use this to blackmail you."
Uh-oh, Ward said. "She's got you there, Stone."
"Oh, we'll see." She punched Stone gently in the arm again, then got up. "I'll be back. Don't tell any more good stories without me, okay?" Stone watched her as she headed off toward the restrooms, and the waitress brought a new round.
"That's quite an apprentice you've got there, mate," Eddie said. "I like her. She's fun."
"Bit too much fun sometimes," Stone muttered. "But yes, she's a damn good apprentice. Bright as hell, picks up magic like she was born to it." Eddie glanced in the direction she'd headed.
"So, are you and she,
Stone's gaze flicked back to him. "What?"
you know, seeing each other?"
"What? No, of course not. She's 21. She's my apprentice."
"Well, that hardly matters, does it?"
Eddie said with a shrug. Surprisingly, his former amused and somewhat salacious expression had departed.
"Masters and apprentices end up together a lot, you know that. And you two make a good couple."
"We're not together," Stone said.
"Well, she fancies you, I think."
"She does not. She prefers women, usually."
"Usually?"
Stone glanced at Ward, who appeared to be deliberately remaining out of the conversation. "I don't know. I don't ask. It's not my business who she fancies."
"Might be,"
Eddie said. He directed a sage nod toward the doorway to the restrooms.
"So, what about it, Stone? Do you fancy her?"
"Eddie, give it a bloody rest," Stone said, suddenly annoyed. "I told you she's nearly young enough to be my daughter."
"Like that's going to matter for long. She's a grown woman. Besides, when did you ever give a damn what the mundanes think?"
Stone glared at Eddie, but was spared responding as Verity appeared and headed back toward the table. "Enough now," he warned. Eddie held up his hands in concession.
Right, none of my business, mate."
Verity resumed her seat and took a long drink from her pint. "So, did I miss any more juicy stories about the doc?"
"Sorry, love," Eddie said. "Like I said before, we can't top that last one."
"We should be getting going anyway," Stone said. "I want to get a good night's sleep tonight so we don't show up at Caventhorne tomorrow with hangovers."
"Yeah,"
Eddie said, sobering.
"Back to it tomorrow for you two. If I don't see you before the service, you be sure to give a ring if you need anything."
"Likewise," Ward said. "Take care of yourself, Stone, and it was lovely meeting you, Verity."
"Indeed it was,"
Eddie said, shooting a sidelong glance at Stone. They took the tube to the train station. On the way, Stone walked in silence, hands in the pockets of his overcoat. "I like your friends, Doc," Verity said, after they made it a couple of blocks. "Hope you didn't mind me going on about your Frank thing." No, of course not." He kept walking without looking at her. "That's basically the way we Brits interact with each other. If you're not taking the piss out of somebody, you probably don't think much of them." "Yeah, okay." She was quiet for a while longer, then looked at him again. "I can't help feeling like something's wrong, though." "No," he said, too quickly. "Nothing's wrong, just thinking about some things, that's all." About Mr. Desmond? Yes. Can't really get my mind off all of this, much as I'd like to. She gripped his arm, not surprised. Well, anyway, I'm glad you got the chance to hang out with your friends, and I'm glad I finally got to meet them. So am I. But he was careful not to do more than glance at her the rest of the way back, his churning thoughts having nothing whatsoever to do with William Desmond. Chapter 12. When Stone arrived at the London house through the portal a bit before noon the next day, one of the servants showed him to a sitting room. "Miss Desmond will be with you shortly, Dr. Stone," the man told him. Stone leaned back on the antique sofa, taking in the familiar sights around him, really looking at them for the first time in a long while. Enough years had passed that he didn't quite look at Desmond's places with the same familiarity as he did his own home anymore. But every time he returned to them, it seemed as if years had dropped away, and he was back to being the teenage apprentice or the young magical prodigy, eager to dive into a new project with his mentor. He still half expected the doors to open and Desmond to sweep through, wondering why he was still sitting idle when there was work to be done. The doors did open at that moment, but it wasn't Desmond who entered, but Imogen. She smiled when she saw him, a small, far-away thing, but her eyes lit up nonetheless. "Hello. I'm so glad you could make it. I'm glad you could get away." He rose, studying her for a moment. She wore a neat, cream-colored skirt suit, fashionable but just a little bit formal, and carried a small leather bag on one arm, with an overcoat draped over the other. "You look lovely, as always." Her smile widened just a bit. "So do you. You actually wore a suit for me. I'm honored." "Well, I do always feel a bit underdressed around here," he said, chuckling. "I still remember those looks your father used to give me when I'd turn up in jeans and a pub t-shirt." "So do I," she said, motioning for him to precede her out of the room. "He was so keen on us getting together, but I think he might have reconsidered a time or two when you'd do that." A car was waiting, another uniformed servant holding the door open for them and closing it behind them. "Sorry for all the formality," Imogen said as she settled into her seat. "I asked Kerrick to tone it down a bit, but he'd have none of it. He says it's disrespectful." She smiled, looking down at her hands on her bag. "Thank you so much for coming. I'd never turn down a chance to see you, Imogen, you know that. I hope Verity doesn't mind you running off on her for a while." "No, she's fine. I asked Aubrey to give her a tour of the house and grounds. She's probably having a great time grilling him for juicy details about my childhood." She chuckled, still looking at her hands. "I thought we'd go to Luigi's. Is that all right? That little place up at Hackney. You remembered?" "Of course I do." It was an unexpected choice, an unpretentious Italian place they used to frequent shortly after they started dating. Nowadays, Stone had expected something more posh, but was relieved she hadn't picked some expensive restaurant with too many forks. Perhaps the years hadn't changed Imogen as much as he thought they had. "Remember that night they had to turf us out because we stayed past closing time, drinking too much wine and talking about—" He trailed off. They'd talked a lot that night, mostly about their future together. "I hear the wine's even better now," she said, glancing up at him and then back at her hands. "We'll find out, won't we?" The car pulled up in front of the restaurant a few minutes later, and the driver leapt out to open the door for them before Stone could get to it. "I'll call when I need you," Imogen told him, and he bowed and rolled off. They didn't speak again until they'd been seated at a small table with a view of the street. They ordered drinks and made small talk until after the waiter had taken their orders, and then Imogen looked up from her wineglass. "Alastair," she began. "Imogen, listen," he said. "You don't have to explain or justify anything to me. I'm always delighted with the chance to have lunch with you, but—" "I know that," she said. "I know I don't, but I just wanted the chance to talk to you alone, and not just about Clifford either, but let's start with him." "Imogen—" Stone felt awkward, watching her uncomfortable, nervous expression. It was almost as if she were afraid to say what she'd brought him here to say, which wasn't like her at all. "No, let me say this. Sorry. With everything that's been going on the last few days, my head isn't exactly where I want it to be. But I really want you to understand." "Of course," he murmured. "There's no need to explain, you know that. But I'll listen to whatever you want to tell me." She glanced up from her napkin. "What do you think of him, Alastair?" "Of Clifford?" "Yes." He struggled for the words. "I barely got to know him at all. He seems respectable," he finished, a bit lamely. "Respectable? Yes, he's that. You were going to say boring, weren't you?" "Of course not, but you were thinking it." "I wasn't," he protested, not altogether truthfully. "But what I think of him doesn't matter. All that matters is what you think of him." She picked at her salad. "I met him a few months ago at one of Dad's charity things. He used to be in finance, but now he teaches the subject at the University of Reading. He comes from a good family. Dad approved of him. Well, as much as he could approve of anyone who wasn't you, anyway." Stone sighed. "He never got over that, did he?" "I don't think he ever would have done. He never said anything about it, of course, but he didn't need to." She chuckled again, this time a little self-consciously. "I think he thought he was being terribly subtle, but blind people could see it was one of his fondest wishes." "Imogen." She reached across the table and took his hand, this time giving him a genuine smile. "It's all right. It's not as if we're pining for each other or anything. We worked it out years ago." "We did," he agreed. But perhaps not with the level of conviction he'd have preferred. "You made your choice, and I accepted it." He gripped her hand. "I love you, Imogen. I always will. Nothing will change that. But you've moved on, and so have I. I'm just happy we remained friends. That would have been the hardest part for me, if you'd shut me out completely." "Never," she said, shaking her head. "I could never do that." "But Clifford, does he love you?" Stone asked. She nodded, this time meeting his gaze squarely. There was the old Imogen back, strong and full of resolve, the Imogen who could stand up to her father. "He does," she said, in a firm tone. "Is he good to you? Does he treat you well?" "He treats me like a queen. He's kind, clever, loving, funny, and before you ask, he's not after the family fortune." "I wasn't going to ask," Stone said, though the thought had occurred to him. "He's not. His family has plenty of money of their own, and he's not at all pretentious or posh or crass." She gave him an impish smile. "He drives a 10-year-old Mercedes because he likes it, and he never got round to buying a newer one." "Well, then," he murmured, in an amused, that settles it tone. Then, more seriously, "Does he know about the family secret?" "No." "No?" That was a surprise. She shrugged. "Why should he need to? Especially now with Dad gone. I did my best to stay away from all of that." "Yes, as I know all too well," came the quick thought, but he squelched it. He met her gaze again and asked the question he didn't want to ask, but had to. "Do you love him?" Her answer came after a pause, but he could tell it wasn't one of indecision. It was more as if she was taking care to ensure she used exactly the words she wanted to. "I do," she said at last. "I feel comfortable with him. We haven't made anything formal yet, and at this point, with everything going on with Dad, it will probably be quite some time before we do. But I can see myself spending my life with him." Deep inside Stone, something clenched a little. He ignored it and squeezed her hand again. "Well then, I'm very happy for you both. I wish you all the best." "You're sure you're all right with it?" He leaned forward. "Imogen, that's an absurd question. Who you choose to be with is none of my business." "I know, it isn't, but even so I want your blessing. That's all. It won't change my mind either way, but it's important to me." He picked up her hand and gently kissed it. "Imogen, love, Of course you have my blessing. I want nothing more than for you to be blissfully happy for the rest of your life. If Clifford can do that for you, then you two absolutely have every blessing I can give you." Tears glittered in her eyes. "Thank you, Alastair. You don't know how much that means to me. I hope you two will get on. I know you don't exactly travel in the same circles, but—" He chuckled. "He probably wouldn't approve of me." "You'd be surprised. Maybe you'll get the chance to talk a bit before you head back home." The waiter appeared to whisk their salad plates away and bring their entrees. She watched him as he worked, and her gaze followed him until he left the room again. "There's something else I wanted to talk to you about as well." "Oh?" Stone raised a questioning eyebrow. He'd expected the conversation about Clifford, but figured that topic would dominate the meal. Surprisingly, she looked even more uncomfortable now than before. "I don't even want to think about this, but it's not as if I can push it under the rug and ignore it." "What is it?" "I feel morbid even talking about it. Imogen, just tell me, whatever it is. If I can help, I will. You know that." "Well, I know it's going to take some time to settle Dad's estate, especially since he died so suddenly and no one had any time to prepare. It's quite enormous. I doubt I even have an idea of how enormous. As his only child, I'm sure a lot of it will fall to me, whatever he hasn't designated for the staff or his various charitable organizations and other philanthropic and educational causes." Stone nodded. "No doubt. I suspect there will be quite a lot of university buildings being named after him in the next few years. I'm sure that's true, but—" She met his gaze again, resolved but unhappy. "What am I going to do about the London place? And Caventhorne?" Stone almost asked her what she meant, then caught on. "The magic?" "Yes. Well, that's most of it. I can't sell them, not with the portals and all those secret areas I can't even get into. I can't even turn Caventhorne over to the National Trust for the same reason. I certainly don't want to live there. I'm sure he'll have left enough money to keep them going indefinitely, but it seems a shame to leave them empty, with just the staff knocking around in them. I'm not even sure how much of the staff will want to stay on if they're not doing anything meaningful." Stone thought about that as he sampled a bite of the delicious risotto. She was right, of course. It was one of the biggest problems with wealthy mages, especially those who died without magical heirs. What did you do with their houses when they died? It was easy enough to dispose of collections of magical paraphernalia. If nothing else, they would end up in places like Eddie's library, to be used for the good of the magical community as a whole. But teleportation portals were fixed in place and couldn't be moved without destroying them. And even then, if you did the job inexpertly, they could cause quite a bit of damage to the surrounding area. "Your father didn't have any magical associates who might be interested in the place?" he asked at last. "Not that I'm aware of. Most of his mage friends weren't nearly as wealthy as he was, and most of them were his age or older. That would just be passing the problem off to someone else when they're gone." "So you wouldn't want to move into the London place, at least?" "No." She took another bite and dabbed delicately at her lips with her napkin. "I'm quite happy with my own place in town, and, well, if anything does happen with Clifford, he's got a place in London and a small country house in Kent." Her hand tightened over her napkin, and she returned it to her lap. "As I said, it will be quite some time before I have to concern myself with any of this, and I'm sure Carrick will keep things running smoothly at both the London place and Caventhorne for as long as he needs to. But you'll need to deal with it eventually," Stone said. "I understand. I'll do whatever I can to help. Just give me a call when you know the details. We'll work it out somehow." "You don't think I'm morbid for thinking about it already?" "I think you're practical. Better than being blindsided by it when everything's settled." She took his hand again. "I'm so glad to talk with you, Alastair. You always did have a way of helping me work through things. I wish I could be as calm about everything as you are. You never seem to get agitated about anything." He almost laughed at the absurdity of her statement, but stopped himself. He squeezed her hand instead. "If you only knew how wrong that was. I'm a bit like a duck, really. I might look unruffled on the surface, but you can't see how fast I'm paddling to keep myself upright." That got a genuine smile. "You're such a dear. Thank you for listening to me. Always." They spent the rest of the lunch talking about anything but Desmond or Blakely or the upcoming service, and when they left to meet the car outside, Stone was pleased to see that Imogen looked as if some of the weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Still, he felt a bit guilty about being happy he could help her in ways Clifford Blakely couldn't, even though he hadn't been lying about what he'd said. Imogen had been alone too long, and with no particular conceit, he suspected he might be part of the reason for that. If she had finally found someone who brought peace and pleasure to her life, his blessing had been nothing but genuine. As he watched the driver help her into the car, more propriety even though she didn't require it, something deep and primal stirred inside him. He would never tell her this, of course. It was none of his business. She wouldn't take it well, and he wasn't particularly proud of it. But it was there, nonetheless. Clifford Blakely had better be worthy of her. When Stone got home later that afternoon, he found Verity perched on one of the stools in the kitchen, nibbling a cookie and chatting with Aubrey. "Hey, Doc, how was your lunch?" "It was quite nice. Did Aubrey give you the tour?" He glanced at the caretaker, who was stirring something in a pan on the stove. "Yep, he showed me around the house, at least the parts that weren't magic or warded, and around the grounds a little. This is an awesome place you've got here." "That's quite charitable." He took a seat across from her. "Obviously he didn't show you the parts we can't afford to repair." "Like I said, that's part of its charm." "You'd fit right in over here, then," Stone said wryly. He glanced at Aubrey again. "So, did she ask you all sorts of questions about my childhood?" "Only a few, sir." "Restraint. I'm surprised." "Excuse me, sir," Aubrey said. "Must fetch something from the pantry." He made himself scarce with surprising speed. Verity chuckled, watching him go. "Don't worry, I didn't ask much. Mostly we just looked around the house, so your secrets are safe. He did show me some photos, though." "Photos?" "Only a few," she assured him. "Nothing embarrassing. But you did look cute in your little boarding school uniform with the short pants." Stone sighed. "Verity—" She glanced toward the door Aubrey had departed through and sobered. "So, everything okay?" He flashed her a questioning look. "You know, with Imogen." "Oh, yes, everything's fine." She watched him for several moments, then hopped off the stool. "Great, glad to hear it. I know you don't need more stress in your life right now." Chapter 13. The night before Desmond's funeral, Stone took Imogen up on her offer for him and Verity to stay at the London house. They settled into 2 large rooms and shared a pleasant early evening meal with Imogen and Clifford. When it was over, he let Carrick, who had come down from Caventhorne to take care of things until the service, know he'd be out for a while. Ever the discreet professional, Carrick didn't ask him where he was going. He didn't mention it to Imogen or Verity. He wasn't sure why not, except that this was something he felt he should do alone. He decided not to take a cab or the tube, and instead walked to his destination, even though it was several miles. He'd catch a cab back when he was finished, but for now the brisk walk would give him a welcome chance to be alone with his thoughts. His destination wasn't far from the cathedral where Desmond's service would be held tomorrow. He'd been surprised when Imogen told him it would be at St. Paul's, and begun to suspect that William Desmond had been an even more important personage than he'd ever known. He'd never paid particular attention to his master's pedigree beyond where it related to magic. It was another area where his characteristic curiosity didn't extend, much like when he'd mentioned to Verity that he'd felt no strong desire to delve into his own family history. He supposed it was a failing in a way. Most people were more interested in the details of the people around them than in abstract subjects. but apparently he hadn't, up until now at least, been one of them. As he approached the staid, quietly dignified building he'd been heading for, he wondered if perhaps he should make an effort to change that. He'd give it some thought, but not now. Now he had other things on his mind. Stone paused in the chapel's doorway before entering, surprised that his heart rate had picked up. He always felt uncomfortable in places of worship, even this one inside the funeral home, a fraction of the size of the enormous one where the service would be held tomorrow morning, as if he were an interloper who didn't belong and wasn't welcome. At this time of night the place was dimly lit, with only sconces along the walls and a series of candles providing illumination. With its rows of carved wooden pews and elegant understated decorations, it felt at the same time impersonal and intimate. To Stone, it felt as if the place were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The casket rested on a bier in front of the altar, surrounded by flowers and flickering candles. Carved of dark wood, it reminded Stone of Desmond himself and his ways, strong, unadorned by excessive decoration, but unquestionably of the finest materials and craftsmanship obtainable. Carrick's influence, no doubt. He remained in the doorway longer than he should have, unable to force his feet to move. At last he drew a deep breath and began walking, his hard-soled dress shoes echoing hollowly on the tiled floor. With each step that carried him closer to the casket, he grew more tense. Around him was silence. He didn't see any other mourners seated in the pews. It wasn't until he'd drawn within a few steps of the bier that a tall, black-clad figure drifted out from one of the side wings. "Welcome," said the man softly. Stone stopped before he reached the casket and glanced at the man. Sturdy and gray-haired, he wore a simple black suit with a crisp white shirt and gray tie. Even though he wasn't a priest, he projected a comforting, clerical manner. "Good evening. I've just come to—" He indicated the bier. "Pay my respects before the service tomorrow. Of course, I won't disturb you. If you have need of me, I'll be nearby. Thank you." He doubted there would be any reason he'd have need of the sort of assistance the man could provide, but he remained where he was until the other had drifted back into the shadows before approaching the casket. Whoever had worked on Desmond had done a good job. He lay on the pale gray silk as if he had simply decided to take a brief nap, his hands folded neatly, his eyes closed, his face calm in its final repose. He was dressed in a fine suit of dark blue, every line of his clothing and accessories immaculate, his hair neatly arranged. They had certainly used makeup to make him look more lifelike for the mourners, but it was by no means obvious. He looked as if he were merely sleeping. Stone stared down at his old mentor, his thoughts a jumble as they careened back and forth between memory of his shock and horror when he discovered Desmond in the study, and more pleasant days. His apprenticeship, their years of magical collaboration, their late-night discussion of magical theory over too many cups of strong coffee. Desmond's none-too-subtle attempts to bring him and Imogen together. Stone had never known for sure whether these attempts had been due to some previously unrevealed romantic streak, or because Desmond had wanted to cement the joining of two of the oldest and most powerful magical lines in Britain. Perhaps it had been a bit of both, but he'd found it oddly charming that his resolute, draconian mentor had always seemed so pleased to see the two of them together. That was all in the past now, though, and would have been even if Desmond hadn't died so unexpectedly. The image of Clifford Blakely came to him suddenly, and he wondered what Desmond had truly thought of the man. Stone had interacted with him a bit more over dinner that evening, and had found him a pleasant conversationalist with a sly, gentle wit, who clearly held Imogen in high regard. He'd seemed innocuous enough, almost boring, in fact, but perhaps that was what Imogen wanted. Someone she could share a quiet, happy, drama-free life with. She certainly couldn't have gotten that with Stone, and he knew of few people who deserved happiness more than Imogen Desmond. The brief twinge of jealousy was out of character for him, but that was all it was, a twinge. If she cared for this man, if he loved her and treated her well, then that was all that could or would matter to Stone. He'd made his choice, as well as his peace with it, years ago. He looked down at Desmond's face again, wishing he'd had at least one more opportunity to talk with his old master before he died. Even though he knew it was absurd, he found himself wishing Desmond had left an echo behind, a ghostly form to help provide some answers. But it was unlikely to happen. In the first place, Desmond had almost certainly died of natural causes, and people who did that almost never left echoes. In the second, for whatever inexplicable reason, those with magical talent almost never did either, regardless of their cause of death. It seemed as if it should be the opposite. Strong-willed and deeply connected to the supernatural world, those with the talent should be able to hold on and leave a part of themselves behind if they wished. But Stone had never heard any stories of practitioners' echoes remaining to communicate with those they'd left behind. Perhaps there was some other way they could deal with unfinished business, if they had any. Stone supposed he wouldn't know until he died himself. He closed his eyes briefly, then reached down and touched Desmond's still, cold hand. "I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to say goodbye," he murmured, so softly he could barely hear his own voice. Then he turned away to head back down the aisle toward the front door. A figure sat in one of the pews near the back. Stone tensed a little, then relaxed. Desmond had a lot of associates. Whoever this was had probably decided to sit quietly until Stone had finished his reflections before paying their own respects. He was sure others had been trickling in throughout most of the day in a steady stream. It was a bit late now, sure, but that didn't mean the newcomer had any less right to be here than he himself did. He continued his unhurried pace toward the door. The figure rose as he approached. He couldn't get a good look in the dim light, but as he got closer, he saw it was a woman. Tall, slim, and dark-haired, she wore a conservative dark blouse and skirt under a long, elegant coat. Stone nodded politely to her as she approached. "You're Alastair Stone, aren't you?" she asked as he drew even with her. He stopped, stiffening. "I am." Turning back, he studied her in more detail. She looked to be in her early 30s, pale and quite attractive with bold, angular features. Every line of her clothes, hair, and makeup were immaculate. He risked a quick glance at her aura, a solid, brilliant gold. "Do I know you?" "We've never met." Her voice was low and pleasant. "But you were William Desmond's apprentice. His favorite apprentice, from what I've heard." Stone narrowed his eyes. This woman was clearly part of the magical community, and her accent marked her as being somewhere from the northwest. But he'd never met her before. He was certain of that. He'd have remembered her. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, Miss—" "Canby. Anna Canby." She stepped out from between the pews. "I'm sorry. I've forgotten my manners. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. It must have been quite a shock." "Thank you. It was." He studied her for a moment. "Were you a friend of Mr. Desmond's? I don't believe he ever mentioned you." "An acquaintance. My grandmother was an old associate of his." "I see." There was something unusual and oddly familiar about the woman, but Stone couldn't put his finger on what it was. "You'll be attending the service tomorrow, then?" "Oh, yes, of course, but please, don't let me intrude on your grief. I assume you'll also be attending the gathering tomorrow evening?" "I will, yes." If any question had remained in Stone's mind about whether Anna Canby was part of the magical community, her words had mostly dispelled it. While it was possible someone might have invited knowledgeable mundanes to the gathering, it was unlikely. In British magical society, far more than in its American counterpart, mundanes, even those fully aware of the existence of magic, weren't usually included in these sorts of events.
Perhaps we might have time to speak further, then.
Perhaps we will.
It was a pleasure to finally meet you, Dr. Stone. I look forward to it.
She inclined her head to him, then moved past and headed up the aisle toward the bier. Stone remained where he was until she reached Desmond. He stayed a moment longer, watching her tall, straight figure as she stood in front of the casket, and then left the building. As he set off at a slow, contemplative walk, scanning for a cab, it occurred to him that he hadn't asked Anna Camby who her grandmother was, and she hadn't volunteered. He'd have to ask her about it at the gathering. Chapter 14. William Desmond's funeral was as Stone had expected it to be. Dignified, traditional, conservative, and lacking any sense of ostentation. Anyone who might have happened by the cathedral as it was occurring would have been forgiven for assuming some important state figure had died, as the hundreds of mourners in attendance, all clad in somber black, included in their numbers representatives of the United Kingdom's highest echelons of business, financial, political, and academic spheres. Stone, who'd had little involvement by choice in anything but Desmond's magical activities, scanned the crowd in amazement as they took their places in the pews. He'd suspected Desmond's influence ranged far and wide, but he'd never before seen tangible evidence it was true. Naturally, the magical community was well represented in the congregation as well. They were easy to spot, but only if you knew what to look for. They gathered in small groups throughout the church, little islands of people, some of whom perhaps weren't dressed in quite the same level of conventional styles as the mundane mourners. Stone recognized many of them: his friends Arthur Ward and Eddie Monckton, Lavinia Bromley, Walter Yarborough, who was to have been his original master until his own underaged magical experiments had forced a change of plan. He himself sat in the front row, in the area reserved for family. Imogen had insisted. Apart from Desmond himself, she no longer had any blood family, so she'd selected hers from among those closest to both herself and Desmond. Stone, Carrick, a few other long-time household staff members, and of course, Clifford Blakely, who looked somber and conventional in his black suit and dark gray overcoat. He sat on Imogen's right side with Stone on her left. Verity, in her elegant black skirt suit and understated makeup, sat on Stone's other side. He almost hadn't recognized her when she joined them in the front room at the London house before leaving in the limousine. The dignified ensemble gave her a look of maturity and sophistication he'd never seen before. Stone watched in silence with the others as the service progressed, standing when directed and remaining quiet and respectful during the prayers. He had no idea if Desmond had been religious in his life. It was another of those things he'd never asked, not considering it his business. But he wasn't at all surprised that his old master was being sent off with a full, traditional Anglican ceremony. Next to him, Imogen remained stoic and collected. She didn't cry, though she also didn't pull away when he gently squeezed her hand to offer his support. So there it was, the end of a towering, multifaceted life that still had so much to offer the world, both magical and mundane. If Stone felt any emotion at all to go along with his grief, it was a sense of unfairness, that it was too early for Desmond to be taken from their midst. As he followed the crowd out of the cathedral and waited for the car to be brought around, he couldn't help thinking it was simply wrong for such a mundane, everyday cause to have felled such a larger-than-life figure. Imogen had taken him aside 2 days ago and informed him that the autopsy results had come back, and the authorities were satisfied that the cause of death had been a sudden heart attack. Nothing sinister, nothing insidious, no enemies or assassinations or foul play. His body had simply betrayed him, Something that could have happened to anyone, mage or mundane. Perhaps the faint green energy Verity had discovered had been something, or perhaps it had been nothing. A simple artifact of dying in a place so suffused with different sources of magical energy that some bleed-over might naturally have occurred. He supposed he'd never know. Even if he wanted to investigate further, he had no leads, no clues, no traces to follow. As much as he hated the thought of leaving any suspicion, no matter how remote or unlikely, unexamined, that was exactly what he'd have to do. The only thing that would come of pursuing it was his own continued unease and agitation. All he could do now was watch to see if anyone unusual appeared to benefit from Desmond's demise, if he would even have the chance to discover such information. Verity touched his arm as they left the cathedral and stepped into the light midday rain. "You okay?" "Fine." He unfurled his large black umbrella and held it over them, noting that Carrick had already done the same thing for Imogen and Blakely. She watched the traffic. "Will there be some kind of graveside service?" "Yes, tomorrow. He'll be interred at the mausoleum at Caventhorne, of course, and the service will be quite small, just family and staff. And us, of course." Arthur Ward and Eddie Monckton, both looking somber and clad in severe black suits and overcoats similar to Stone's, approached. "All right, Stone?" Eddie asked. Stone nodded. "Thank you both for coming." "Such a shame," Ward said, shaking his head. "You'll still be coming to the gathering tonight, will you?" "Of course." "Good, good. We'll see you there." He indicated something beyond them with a hand. "I think that's your car." The black Mercedes glided silently up and stopped at the curb, and a liveried driver got out and opened the door for them. "Tonight, then," Stone told them. Verity climbed into the car. Stone was about to follow when he happened to glance behind him at the still large crowd of mourners waiting for their own transportation to arrive. He was surprised to see Anna Canby. He hadn't seen her in the congregation, but that hadn't been unusual since there had been so many in attendance, and it wouldn't have been seemly for him to crane his neck around, taking in the sights during the service. She stood a short way down the street, in the middle of a small group of black-clad women. Most of them were within a few years of Anna's age, but one, a tall but stooped figure in a formal black dress and shawl, appeared to be quite elderly. He wondered if she was the grandmother Anna had mentioned the previous night, and shifted to magical sight to examine the group. Like the rest of the crowds, their auras lit up in various colors, but he noticed nothing unusual about them. None were double or triple-hued, nor noticeably impressive. "Doc?" Verity called, as the women's car, a gleaming black limousine, arrived at the curb, and two of the younger ones began helping the old woman into it. "What? Oh, sorry." He quickly got into their own car. "Just thought I saw someone I knew." When they were settled and the car had rejoined the stream of traffic, Verity leaned closer to Stone. "What kind of gathering is this tonight exactly? Does it have something to do with the funeral, like a reception or something?" "No. The reception is where we're headed now. It's being held at a hall near the London place, so everyone can show up and pay their respects to Imogen. No, the other one tonight is all our lot. As I mentioned before, they don't often find themselves in the same town, so when they do, for a funeral or some other major event, usually someone sets up a gathering so we can all get together, compare notes, and catch up on news. I'm sure the mood will be a bit more somber than usual because of Desmond, but that's not the point of the whole thing." She looked intrigued. "So I'll get to meet a bunch of British mages?" "Yes, and possibly even some from outside the UK. It's being held at another country estate just outside London, and it will likely last well into the night." "It's not like a party, is it?" "No. Well, perhaps a cocktail party, but a formal one. You'll find we do things quite a bit more formally here than in the States, at least in magical society. It's mostly very traditional, especially with the older crowd." "Not a problem. I picked up an outfit you haven't seen yet that should work out fine." She looked out the window, watching the gray drizzle. I feel a little guilty about it, but I'm looking forward to going. Don't feel guilty. This is an excellent opportunity for you to meet a lot of mages you wouldn't normally get to meet. Yeah, I know, but... She looked at her hands in her lap. It seems wrong to enjoy a party when you've lost someone so close to you. He gripped her arm and forced a small smile. Verity, I'm telling you, it's fine. I'm dealing with it. It's a terrible thing, and of course it's affecting me, but it's either this or mope in my study and drink too much. I'd rather not do that right now. So we'll go, and I'll catch up with old friends while you'll perhaps meet some new ones. Who knows? You might make some contacts who will help you in your magical career. I'll never turn down the chance to do that, she admitted. Chapter 15. They left from the London house that evening. Blakely and Imogen had taken his car to their charity event, so Stone and Verity had the use of the Mercedes limousine, along with the driver. Stone waited downstairs, gazing out the window into the dark street until Verity showed up. "This okay, Doc?" she called from the doorway. He turned and almost did a classic double take. Was all he could get out at first. Verity barely looked like herself, or more precisely, she looked like a different version of herself. She wore a short, body-hugging black dress of some subtly shimmering fabric, sleeveless but with a high, old-fashioned neckline that somehow managed to look more sensual than the typical plunge. Her normally spiky hair was sleek and swept back. She still wore her usual dramatic goth makeup style, but she'd adjusted it so it looked less spooky and more commanding. Rounding out the ensemble were black stiletto heels and the silver magic focus bracelet Stone had given her for her recent birthday. "You look great," he said, forcing himself not to stare. Then, more lightly, he added, "I barely recognized you." She laughed. "I'm not sure if I should be insulted by that. So you're saying you don't think I look great normally?" Her eyes sparkled with amusement. "It's okay, Doc. I know you're not used to me looking like a girl. You look great, too, by the way." He wore a tailored dark gray suit in a somewhat old-world style, in respect for Desmond, with a more formal version of his usual black wool overcoat draped over his arm. "Are you ready, then?" he asked, before he said anything else that would embarrass him later. Despite how his words had come out, they hadn't been wrong. He had barely recognized her. Throughout their association as master and apprentice, her most common style of dress involved ripped jeans, leather jackets, and combat boots. The only exception was when she went clubbing, when she donned a black leather miniskirt and torn fishnets to go with the rest of her goth ensemble. An outfit that made her look at the same time feminine and overtly powerful, like a dominatrix. Tonight, just as she had during the funeral in her formal skirt suit, she looked completely at home in this more mature role, like she had been born to it. Stone wasn't quite sure what to make of it. "Yeah, let's go." She seemed amused by Stone's reaction, but didn't comment further on it as they left the house. Their destination was in St. Albans, about half an hour outside London to the north. They rode through the town itself and up a narrow, winding road, bounded by low stone walls, past a series of meadows and small, shadowy groupings of trees too small to properly be called forests. A few minutes later, the lights of a large house came into view up ahead, with numerous other cars heading in and out. "You have a lot of rich friends, don't you, Doc?" Verity asked, taking the place in. "Aren't there any mages in England who don't live in spooky old manor houses?" "Of course. Most of them, in fact. Some will be here tonight, but you have to remember magical society is a bit different in Britain. We still don't have any sort of governing body, but you might say we're a bit more organized. Talent tends to get noticed and cultivated, so anyone with magical ability who was born in less affluent circumstances doesn't tend to stay there." She pondered. But there's still the class thing, right?
Yes, unfortunately, especially with the older generation. It's difficult to get the same level of respect if you don't have the right lineage, magical and social. But that's changing. Take Eddie, for example. He comes from a working-class family in London, and he's one of the brightest mages I know. He's carved quite a niche for himself with the library, and even the old fossils have to respect him. It's one of the things I find refreshing about American society, honestly.
Even though you're one of the aristocracy?
He shrugged. Doesn't matter to me either way. That's why I often get tut-tutted by the worst of the old fossils. Knowing one's place goes both ways, and I've proven on numerous occasions that I don't know or give a damn about mine.
They passed through a wrought iron gate and drove up a narrow road, gliding to a stop in front of a well-lit two-story manor house about the same size as Stone's place. A servant in formal livery came out and opened the door. Stone got out first and offered Verity his hand, surprised at how easily he fell back into the formal habits his upbringing had instilled in him. She took it and gracefully exited, taking in the scene as if she had attended such gatherings her whole life. Inside, the affair was already in full swing. Another servant led them to a cavernous great room, where small groups of people either stood chatting with drinks in hand or circulated around. There were too many to count, but Stone estimated the room held as many as 100 people. A large formal bar had been set up on the far side of the room, and light chamber music played from somewhere. Stone had met the house's owners, an older married couple of his father's generation, but he'd never been to this particular home. Elegant and understated, with dark, wood-paneled walls and old paintings and art objects scattered about, it had the same effortless old-money feel to it as Desmond's places did.
"Stone!" a voice called. He and Verity looked up to see Eddie Monckton heading through the crowd. "Hello, Eddie." Eddie eyed them up and down. "You two clean up nicely?" he said with a grin. "You look amazing, Verity. I hope old Stone's told you that."
"I think I surprised him," she said, returning the grin. "He's not used to seeing me as anything but his apprentice."
"He's lost?"
Eddie nodded toward the bar.
"Come on then, let's get you some drinks."
It had been quite some time since Stone had attended a get-together of this size, and he was surprised at how many people he didn't recognize, especially among the younger attendees. He'd been away longer than he thought, apparently. As they followed Eddie across the room to the bar, he scanned the small groups they passed, spotting familiar faces, at least to the extent that he recognized them, about half the time. Everyone from young to old was dressed in formal style, but there was a lot more room for interpretation of that style than there would have been in a gathering of mundanes. Some of the older guests wore fashions that would have fit in nicely 100 years ago, while some of the younger ones had gone for more modern, dramatic takes on the classic suit and cocktail dress motif. He noticed, however, that just as he'd predicted, the general mood was somewhat more understated than it might have been under other circumstances. Even those who had never met William Desmond knew him by reputation, and in Britain's tight-knit magical society, losing him was not unlike the loss of a beloved political or entertainment figure back in the States. His death would be felt in the community for years. Drinks in hand, Stone and Verity let Eddie lead them to a group that had gathered in a small nook near a window and some floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. Stone raised his glass to Arthur Ward and nodded to the other three he didn't recognize as Ward made introductions. He noticed his friend eyeing Verity with the same impressed amazement as Eddie had. She was certainly commanding attention. They'd chatted for a few minutes when another man approached the group.
"So, this is the apprentice I've been hearing so much about,"
he boomed. Of medium height and stout, with a large, snow-white walrus mustache, he carried a half-empty drink and wore a stuffy, old-fashioned suit. Stone shifted over a little to give him room. "Walter, good to see you. Verity, remember I mentioned Walter Yarborough, who was going to be my master before I started with Desmond? Walter, this is Verity Thayer."
"Charmed, I'm sure, my dear,"
Yarborough said formally, bowing over Verity's hand and kissing it. Verity seemed amused. "Good to meet you, Mr. Yarborough. I've heard a lot about you, too."
"Stone here's had some very complimentary things to say about you, I must say. Quite a talented young mage, he tells me."
Stone didn't respond, though the urge to sigh was strong. There was no helping it. Get a few drinks into old Walter, and he turned into a genuine British stereotype. "Well, I hope things are going well," Verity said, still amused. She subtly reclaimed her hand.
"How long have you got left now?"
"Another year or so."
Good, good. 4 years, then."
4, yes. Walter nodded emphatically, his drink threatening to slosh over the edge of his glass.
4. Excellent. Stone here finished in 3. Don't know if he ever told you that. We were all amazed old Desmond, rest his soul, let him go so soon. Quite unusual, that, especially for a stickler like Desmond. But I suppose we can be certain by now his confidence wasn't misplaced."
Stone said, "Yes. Well, how have you been, Walter?"
"Oh, doing well, doing well. I've got a new apprentice of my own. Bright lad. Lazy, but bright. A lot of the young lot are lazy these days, but he's working out fine so far. He's over by the bar, chatting up one of the young ladies."
He shook his head ruefully in that direction.
"Typical young bloke. You'd best watch Miss Thayer, Stone. He's got quite the roving eye."
"Miss Thayer is quite capable of watching herself and making her own choices," Stone said, before Verity could speak up. To his left, he heard Eddie Monckton snicker.
Yes, yes, of course she is, of course she is."
Yarborough took a drink.
"Well, in any case, it's good to see you, Stone, and good to meet Miss Thayer. I'm sure we can chat later. For now, I'm making the rounds."
He raised his glass in farewell and disappeared back into the crowd. Eddie laughed.
"Same old Walter."
He waggled his eyebrows at Verity.
"Best watch out for that apprentice of his, you know."
Verity's eyes sparkled as she watched Yarborough's sizable backside recede. "Yeah, I'll do that." She punched Stone's arm lightly. "So he was going to be your master? Somehow I can't see you two together."
"Walter's all right,"
Stone said.
"Bit stiff, but all right."
"You're right, though. I doubt we'd have made it through 4 years. He's a different kind of old-fashioned to Desmond." "I've never even met Mr. Desmond, and I think I noticed that," she admitted. The 4 of them chatted for a while, keeping the topics light. Waiters circulated among the crowd with trays of hors d'oeuvres and glasses of champagne, and most of the little groups shifted and reformed periodically as the evening went on. When Eddie spotted a couple he wanted to discuss library business with and drifted off, Stone glanced around the room to see if anyone else he knew had arrived. His gaze skated over a man standing by himself near the bar, but then snapped back. Tall, dark-haired, in his late 40s, he looked somehow familiar, but Stone couldn't immediately put his finger on where he'd seen him before. He took in the serviceable but unremarkable suit, watchful expression, and a vague air of discomfort, trying to remember when he might have met the man. When the recognition finally came, he tensed. Verity, who'd been standing next to him chatting with Ward, noticed. "Doc?" "No, it's nothing, just sort of someone I think I might know. Would you excuse me for a few minutes, Verity? Feel free to circulate on your own. No need to stay tethered to me all night if you'd rather not. Go make some contacts." "Sure, no problem. I'll be around." As Stone approached the bar, any lingering doubt he might have had as to the identity of the man he'd seen disappeared. Even though it had been more than 20 years since they'd last spoken, and the years had not been altogether kind to the man, he had no trouble recognizing the features and the proud stance. The man wasn't looking at him. Beyond him, A much younger man, barely more than a boy, leaned on the bar and was attempting to chat up the attractive but obviously uninterested female bartender. Had to be Walter's apprentice, Stone decided, but he didn't care at the moment. His attention was fully focused on the older man. "Hello, Selby," he said casually. "It's been a long time." The man turned, and Stone got a better look at him. He still had the same dark hair, handsome features, and slyly amused dark eyes he'd had when he'd been the assistant estate steward back at Caventhorne during the time when Stone had begun his apprenticeship. But now his face showed a few lines. His expression was more resigned than sardonic, and he had a slight stoop to his shoulders. Even though he was fewer than 10 years older than Stone, the combination of Stone's looking several years younger than his actual age and Selby looking several years older made the difference much more pronounced. The man regarded him in a combination of confusion and just a bit of suspicion. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm afraid I don't—" "Sorry. Forgot my manners. It's been quite some time since we last saw each other. Alastair Stone." A series of expressions, nervousness, concern, even a hint of fear, flashed across Selby's face before it settled into repose. "Ah, yes, of course. I should have recognized you, sir. Forgive me." "It's all right. It's been a while. How have you been?" "I've been well." His gaze shifted around, almost as if he were trying to see whether anyone was paying attention to them. Then his expression clouded. "I was so sorry to hear about Mr. Desmond. Quite a shock." "It was indeed." Stone shifted to magical sight, watching Selby's aura. The familiar red-purple appeared mostly calm and only a bit clouded with unease. That could be expected, though. After what Selby had accidentally unleashed at Caventhorne, Desmond had been kind to only remove him from his position on the staff. He could easily have done much more, and no one would have blamed him for it, given how many people had almost died that night due to Selby's mistake. "Did you attend the service this morning? I didn't see you there, but that's not surprising. The turnout was quite impressive." "I did. I was in the back. I didn't linger after it was over." Stone nodded noncommittally. "So, what have you been up to? I've been living in the States for the last 10 years, so I'm not caught up on all the latest news." He continued watching Selby's aura as he spoke. Selby hesitated. "I've been out of the country myself," he said at last. "Been working in France for the last 15 years, overseeing a small staff for a family with a chateau in the Loire Valley area." "I see." Stone finished his drink and motioned to the bartender for another one. By now, Yarber's apprentice had apparently realized he wasn't having any success and departed. "Magical household, is it?" "Yes. The lady of the house and her daughter are both talented." He glanced around the room again, still looking uncomfortable. "Everything all right, Selby?" "Yes, of course," he said, too quickly. Then he got a good look at Stone, and his shoulders slumped. "Could we speak privately, sir, just for a few moments?" Stone narrowed his eyes. "If you like, let's step outside." He'd spotted a pair of French doors leading out into a small patio earlier when he'd been circulating. It was to these that he led Selby now. Since the winter air was chilly, no one else was there. He leaned against the wall and looked out into the carefully manicured garden. "What's on your mind, then?" Selby looked even more uncomfortable. He rubbed his neck with the hand that wasn't holding his drink. "Well, Sarah, I didn't expect to see you here tonight. We never got to talk again after what happened. I was in hospital for quite some time for my injuries, and while Mr. Desmond paid for my treatment, he made it clear I wouldn't be returning to his employ. I don't know how much he told you about what happened." "He told me the whole story." "I certainly don't blame him for his decision. I'd have sacked me too, after my foolishness almost got you and him and the rest of the staff killed." "That was a long time ago, Selby," Stone murmured. "I'm sure he forgave you for it."
So am I.
He didn't look at Stone.
He took care of me, arranged for the best care, sent money to help with expenses, until I recovered from my injuries and secured another position. He even set up a small account to help me with getting settled in, and supplemented it periodically up until we passed away. That doesn't surprise me. I don't think he entirely blamed you for what happened. He told me you were convinced your brother was trying to contact you. He didn't approve of your actions and thought you'd have been wiser to go to him with your concerns, but he understood why you did it. And I know he always felt guilty over what happened to your brother.
Yes, sir.
He sipped his drink and continued looking out over the garden. Mr. Desmond told you about Gareth then, did he? He asked after a long silence.
Yes.
I didn't even think about it at the time. When I told you what I'd seen, I wasn't even surprised that you seemed to know exactly what I was talking about. It didn't occur to me that he might have told you. I asked him, after I saw you doing magic out in the shed that night and I got into a bit of trouble for overreaching myself magically. He glanced at the other man, watching his aura with care. Selby, have you been keeping up your magic at all after you left? The red-purple aura shifted in discomfort, and even in the dim light, Stone saw Selby's cheeks flush. Not really, sir. A bit here and there to help me with my duties, but after what happened, I mostly gave it up. That was a surprise, but Selby's aura gave no indication that he was lying. Did she? Yes, sir. Selby looked rather miserable. I came to the conclusion while I was in the hospital that nothing good seems to come to my family from it, especially since I know my talents are minimal. For several moments Stone didn't reply. Then he said, "What did you want to speak to me about?" The other man began pacing, his entire aura radiating discomfort. "Well, sir, I have no right to ask you this, but, I've managed to put my past mistakes behind me. I've got a good position with Monsieur Bertrand and his family, and they know nothing of any of what I've done. Mr. Desmond told me he would never reveal it, that as far as he was concerned it was over and in the past, and he never did. Now that he's passed away, aside from his staff at the time, you're the only one who knows anything about what happened." "Ah, so that was it. He should have guessed. And you're worried that now we've spoken again I'll make trouble for you because of what happened?" Selby didn't answer, but he didn't have to. Stone regarded him silently. "You loved Mr. Desmond, didn't you?" "Yes, sir, I did." Selby's gaze came up, and his expression was stricken. "He was always good to me, even when he didn't have to be. It was one of the biggest regrets of my life that I feel I betrayed his trust with my stupidity." "I believe you." And he did. Selby wasn't a good enough mage to hide his aura, which was currently awash with shame and sadness. Unless the man had somehow managed to develop powers he'd had no potential for, and as far as Stone knew that didn't happen, there was no reasonable way Selby could have been responsible for any foul play that might have befallen Desmond. "You do?" "Yes, I do. And you needn't worry. I have no plan to cause you any trouble. You were young, and we all make mistakes. Yours certainly had justification, even if you didn't approach them in the wisest way. I bear no ill will against you at this point. I'm glad you've done well for yourself and found a situation where you're happy." The relief on Selby's face was nearly instant. His face lost some of its lined, peaked look, and he held his shoulders a little straighter. "I appreciate that, sir. I truly do. I wasn't sure whether I should come tonight. I don't feel terribly welcome among—" He indicated the people inside with a hand gesture. "But I didn't want to be seen at the reception this afternoon, and I felt I owed this to Mr. Desmond. And when you approached me after all those years—" He swallowed. "I know we didn't get on so well, and I regret that now. I was young and arrogant and more than a bit envious of you and your circumstances." "I know," Stone said. "But that was a long time ago. As I said, you've nothing to worry about." Selby studied him for a moment,
almost as if trying to reassure himself of the truth in Stone's words.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
He glanced back toward the inside of the house.
I think I'll be going, actually. As I said, I don't feel terribly comfortable here.
He offered his hand.
I'm glad I was able to talk with you tonight. You've taken a burden from me that I've carried for too long. I'm sorry you had to do that. Please, keep in touch.
He pulled one of his business cards from his wallet, wrote the number at his local home on the back, and offered it to Selby.
I'm sure Desmond would have wanted it.
Thank you, sir. I will.
He put the card away.
Good night.
Stone waited until Selby had gone back into the house. He continued leaning against the wall, staring out into the garden without seeing it for several more minutes, until a man and a woman came out, moved a distance away, and lit cigarettes. In the back of his mind he thought perhaps Selby might have been someone who'd harbored simmering resentment against Desmond, and likewise someone intelligent and devious enough to come up with some long-range plan to do him harm. Now that he'd seen him, though, and talked with him, he no longer thought so. Something had broken inside Selby that night nearly 25 years ago, and Stone doubted he'd ever fully recovered from it. But in any case, it wasn't the kind of break that would lead to something like what had happened to Desmond. He was sure of that. All he hoped now was that their conversation tonight had helped Selby to find some peace. Stone returned to the great room and glanced around, trying to spot Verity. At the moment he didn't see her. Ward was now chatting with Lavinia Bromley, and Eddie was at the center of a small group of people over by the bar, no doubt discussing one of his two favorite topics, magical research or the latest events in the world of football. He picked up another drink and drifted around the room, pausing to greet those he knew. Nearly everyone seemed subdued around him, offering heartfelt condolences at the loss of Desmond. Nearly the entire British magical community at least knew of their association by reputation. Aside from Stone's status as a rare magical prodigy, his ongoing close relationship with Desmond and his family made him perhaps even more well-known than he'd have liked. Of course, that had been a long time ago, and especially since he'd left the UK nearly 10 years ago, whatever fame he might have enjoyed at the time had largely faded. Now he accepted their condolences graciously, and made a point never to remain with any given group longer than a handful of minutes before moving on. He didn't feel like more than superficial contact with people he barely knew tonight. When he finally spotted Verity, she was in one of the other small nooks scattered around the massive room. She had a glass of champagne in her hand and appeared deep in conversation with two other women. Not wanting to disturb her, he almost moved on, but then she glanced up and caught his eye. She smiled and waved him over. "Hi, Doc," she said. To her companions she added, "Do you know Dr. Stone?" "Haven't had the pleasure," the older of the two, who looked to be in her 40s, said, smiling. Tall and elegant with upswept ash-blonde hair, she wore a black dress of a more mature style that nonetheless didn't hide her trim figure. She raised her glass to Stone. "But of course I've heard of you, Dr. Stone. I was so sorry to hear about Mr. Desmond. I'm Kathleen Burgess." Indicating the other woman, she added, "This is Muriel Higgins. We were just chatting with your apprentice about magical society here in England."
"Pleasure to meet you both,"
Stone said, offering each his hand. "Don't let me intrude."
"You're not intruding,"
Verity said.
"This is fascinating, though, what they're telling me. They're part of a group of female mages who get together to advance magical study."
"Indeed?" Stone asked.
"Oh, yes," Kathleen Burgess said. "You might not have heard of us. We're a small group and generally keep to ourselves. Our purpose is focused on expanding the boundaries of magical knowledge, but we also do what we can to aid the local communities, discreetly, of course."
"I've read some of your work on ley lines, Dr. Stone," Muriel Higgins said. She was a bit younger than Kathleen, a bit shorter and less athletic, and wore a conservative blue dress.
I found it fascinating, although clearly your approach to magic differs somewhat to ours.
Oh, in what way? Stone glanced at Verity as he sipped his drink.
Oh, yes. It's not surprising given your long association with Mr. Desmond. Our approach tends to be a bit more, well, I suppose organic would be a good word. There is great power to be drawn from the energies of the earth, and even more so when one lets go of the need for control and simply seeks out complementary forces.
I see, Stone said.
I was telling them about Edna,
Verity said.
From what they're saying, their style and hers have a lot in common, though they don't focus on healing as much.
No, Kathleen said.
It's an admirable vocation, of course, and by its very nature it does figure into our work, but our area of study concerns itself more with the nature of the universe, of learning to work more efficiently with its forces and the energy of the earth in order to bring about positive changes in our world.
Stone was about to reply when another voice spoke from behind him.
Ah, Dr. Stone, I see you've met some of my associates.
He turned, surprised to see Anna Canby standing near him, drink in hand. Like Kathleen, she wore an elegant black dress. Her understated but dramatic makeup brought out the color in her alert blue eyes.
Miss Canby, it's good to see you again.
Likewise, Dr. Stone.
Canby's expression didn't change, but she nonetheless gave off a subtle aura of amusement. Stone indicated Verity.
This is my apprentice, Verity Thayer. It appears she's quite impressed with your associates.
Verity, this is Anna Canby. I met her last night when I went to pay my respects to Desmond at the chapel.
I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Canby.
Verity studied Canby, her expression showing confusion for a moment, almost as if she recognized the other woman.
Then she smiled. Are you part of Kathleen and Muriel's group, too?
Indeed I am.
Canby stepped forward, joining the circle.
Her gaze settled on Verity. I'd heard that Dr. Stone had taken an apprentice, through the magical grapevine at any rate. How far along are you in your studies?
I've got a year left. I've just recently returned to Dr. Stone after taking a year off to study with another teacher. She nodded toward the others. From what Kathleen and Muriel have been telling me, your group's approach is somewhere between Dr. Stone's and my other teachers.
Fascinating, Canby said. I'd very much like to have the chance to discuss it in more depth with you, but perhaps this isn't the most appropriate place.
She pondered a moment, then looked at Stone.
I wonder, our group maintains an estate up north, near Windermere. Naturally, I don't want to suggest anything that you might not approve of, Dr. Stone, as Miss Thayer's master, but perhaps you both might be interested in visiting us at some point for a couple of days. I've heard you have an open mind about allowing your students to explore different approaches.
Stone glanced at Verity again. It would be up to Miss Thayer, of course. I have no objection to it, if she thinks what you're studying might be valuable to her.
I'd like that, Verity said, if you're okay with it anyway. Oh, I insist you both come, if there's to be a visit,
Canby said, smiling.
We believe in full transparency. I wouldn't want you to make any decisions, Dr. Stone, until you've heard our presentation and observed our process, but perhaps if you agree, we might be able to arrange to take Miss Thayer in for a brief time and show her some of our methods.
With her unusual background, Kathleen said, I think she might find them quite a useful addition to her magical curriculum.
It certainly sounds like something that could be beneficial. I'm sure Verity would welcome the chance to broaden her horizons a bit more,
Stone said. Excellent, Canby said, looking pleased.
If you'll leave me your contact information, Dr. Stone, we'll be in touch in the next few weeks. That will give us time to prepare a few demonstrations, so you can both get a clearer idea of what our group is about.
Brilliant, Stone said, and handed over another of his business cards.
For now, though, if you'll excuse me, I think I see someone I need to talk to. It was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Burgess, Miss Higgins, and seeing you again, of course, Miss Canby.
He glanced at Verity, and a silent communication passed between them. He didn't want to intrude on her discussions with her new acquaintances. She gave him a grateful smile as he departed. When he looked back one final time before disappearing into the crowd, he caught Anna Canby watching him. They left a couple hours later. The gathering was on the leading edge of breaking up by then, so they said their goodbyes and departed, settling into the back seat of the limo the driver had brought around. "That was interesting," Verity said, slumping back into the butter-soft leather and dropping her little bag next to her. "Even more than I expected it to be." "You seem to get on quite nicely with Miss Canby and her lot," Stone said. "I noticed you talking to them for quite some time." "I did." She gave him an impish grin. "Kathleen and Muriel kind of rescued me at first. Paul, that apprentice of Mr. Yarborough's, spotted me not long after you left and followed me around like a puppy trying to come on to me. I had him handled, of course, but they intercepted us and took me away before I said something I'd later regret." Stone chuckled, imagining the scene. Poor Walter's hapless apprentice and his clumsy pickup lines wouldn't have stood a chance with Verity. Well, good for them then. "Yeah, but then we got talking, and Doc, they really do sound amazing. Are you sure you're okay with visiting them? I'd like to see what kinds of things they're doing, but I wasn't sure if you were just being polite." "When have I ever agreed to anything just to be polite?" he asked dryly. "No, if you want to investigate what they're up to and hear what they have to say, I won't stop you. I appreciate that they asked me to come along. I'd like to get a look myself. Of course, you have a right to pursue any course of study you like, but it's nice to see they follow the old traditions. Even if I did want to go for a while, though, I don't think I'd want it to be for long. I really do want to get back to studying with you, but from what they said, it does sound like they sort of bridge the gap between your style and Edna's. More organic, like they said, but not so, I don't know, passive? Does that make sense?" "It does." After Verity had shown an affinity for a more nature-based magical style, Stone had spent some time while she was away with Edna studying up on it. "Nature-based magic can be very powerful, and not just in the healing arts. If that's the way you want to go, I'll do what I can to support you. You don't mind if I do a bit of checking up on their organization, though, do you?" "How would you do that?" she asked. "And do you think you need to?" "Probably not. Let's just say I'm a suspicious man by nature, so I want to make sure they really are what they claim to be. Eddie will probably have information, or know someone who does. I'm sure everything will be fine." "Yeah, it makes sense." She leaned her head back with a tired sigh. "I guess we'll be going home soon, won't we? I was planning to leave the day after tomorrow. Imogen and Kerrick have things well in hand at the houses, and there's really not much more need for us to stay here. Unless you've anything else you'd like to do." "Not really," she said slowly. "I guess we can come back whenever we like, right?" "No reason we can't. You even can come on your own if you like. You can use the portals most of the time. This was an exception due to the large numbers of people involved, but as long as you're careful not to draw attention to yourself, you should be fine. And of course you're welcome to use the portal at my place." He chuckled. "Must make a note to tell Aubrey not to shoot you if you do." "I'd appreciate that," she said, with an arch smile. She was quiet for a while, watching the lights out the car window, and then she spoke again in the darkness. "Doc?" "Yes?" "Did Miss Canby look, I don't know, familiar to you? I felt like I'd met her somewhere before, but I can't have. I'd have remembered her." "I had a similar thought when I met her at the chapel last night," he admitted. "She did tell me her grandmother was an old friend of Desmond's, so perhaps I might have encountered her at some point and not remembered it. But that doesn't explain where you might have seen her." It's probably nothing. She probably just reminds me of someone else I know. No big deal." She glanced at him, her eyes glittering with amusement. "She's not bad-looking. If we go up there, who knows, maybe you might get to know her a little better." Stone didn't answer, and he had no idea why that thought unsettled him so. Chapter 16. The night before he and Verity left for California, Stone found Imogen alone in one of the sitting rooms at the London house. She looked up from some paperwork and smiled when she saw him. "I was hoping we'd get a chance to talk before you left." He came in but didn't sit. Earlier that day they'd all been up at Caventhorne for a small, intimate graveside service, where Desmond's body was interred in a handsome mausoleum in the small cemetery on the grounds. The only mourners in attendance had been Imogen, Stone, Carrick, and a few other long-time members of the staff, Clifford Blakely, and Verity. The service had been short and simple, held under a cloudy, uneasy sky, and afterward they had all trooped back to the house, barely ahead of the rain, for hot cups of tea before returning to London. Stone had only half listened to the priest's words. Standing there next to Verity under his umbrella in the cold, wind-tossed graveyard, the enormity of what had occurred had weighed heavily upon him, as it hadn't even at the impressively attended funeral. Somehow she'd picked up on his feelings, reaching over to grip his hand. He hadn't pulled away. "Have you got your plane tickets all sorted?" Imogen asked, setting her pen down and closing the notebook she'd been working on. "Yes, leaving midday tomorrow, which should put us home around 3 local time." She gave him a small smile. "It must be so tiresome to have to travel by plane when you could simply step through your portal and be home nearly instantly. I'm envious of that sometimes, I'll admit." "It does make things easier," he said. "At least until someone works out that you were seen in London at 11 a.m. and then you turn up in San Francisco at 11:30. Yes, I suppose that could cause trouble." She glanced down at her desk and picked up her pen again. "It was good to have you back, Alastair. I only wish it hadn't been under such terrible circumstances. I hope you'll come back again and see us, and not a year from now." "I'll absolutely do that, and I know I keep saying this, but if you need anything, please don't hesitate to call me." He smiled, gently. "You know I'll always come running when you call. That will never change." She got up and came to him, taking his hands. "I know, and you don't know how much that means to me. You know you can always count on me, too, though I can't imagine what I could ever do to help you." "Just be happy, Moggy," he said, a little roughly, deliberately using the fond diminutive he used to call her back before that day when everything had changed. "That's all I ever want for you." "I know that, too." Her voice shook, and her hands tightened on his. She tensed, as if pulling herself together. "At some point I'll probably ask you to come back and deal with the wards here and at Caventhorne once everything's settled." "Of course." He forced his tone to briskness. "Just let me know." She pulled him into a hug, squeezing tight. "Thank you, Alastair. For everything. I'm glad I could be of help. I only wish I could have done more." She felt so small and fragile in his arms, but even now he could feel that core of steel that would get her through any adversity. She would be fine. He was sure of it. Playfully, he inclined his head and rested his chin on the top of her head as he used to do. "You must invite me to the wedding when you and Clifford make things official." She chuckled. "Nothing's official yet. And as I said, with everything that's happened, it likely won't be for a while. If it ever is at all, of course. So many things can change so quickly, as we've seen. But if we do, you'll be the first on my invitation list, I promise." "I'll hold you to that." He kissed the top of her head and broke the hug, stepping back so he could take in the sight of her. She looked away for a moment, then back. "Do you mind if I ask you something? It's none of my business and terribly nosy, but you can ask me anything, Imogen, anything at all. I have no secrets from you." Still, she hesitated. "Are you and Verity? Is there anything between you?" He stared at her, tensing. At 2, Imogen? First Eddie and Arthur, and now her. What was next? Would Aubrey take him aside before they left and ask him the same question? "No," he said, quickly. "There's nothing. She's my apprentice, that's all." "I'm sorry," she said, looking suddenly awkward. That was rude of me." "It wasn't," he assured her, though he couldn't deny her question had rattled him. "You're not the first to ask, not even the first this week, but no, Verity mostly fancies women, and in any case she's only just turned 21. Her smile was gentle as she came over and took his arm. "Mostly," she murmured, almost to herself, Then she looked up and met his gaze. "Would you mind a bit of advice, Alastair? From an old friend who wants nothing but for you to be happy." He almost said no, but he had no excuse for doing so. Go ahead, then. He wasn't sure he wanted to hear what she had to say. "Well, I've been watching the two of you for the last few days. I see the way she looks at you and the way you look at her. I'm not even sure either of you realizes it, to be honest. You just seem to understand each other, if that makes any sense, on some deep level. I'm not talking about something physical. You just seem so comfortable around each other." She paused, and her hand tightened on his arm. "It's just, I think I see what you and I could have been if I'd had magic, or you hadn't." She let go of him and turned away, gathering up her books and papers from the desk. "Imogen," he began. With her back still turned, she said quietly, "All I'm saying, Alastair, is that age is nothing but a number, especially for mages who usually live so much longer. If I'm right, if there is anything there, don't let it slip away because you're afraid of what society might think. Think of what happened to Dad. I'm certain he didn't expect it. Even for mages, anything can happen without notice." She turned back, tilted her head up, and kissed him. It was the gentle kiss of a dear friend, not the ardent one of a lover, but nonetheless she broke it quickly before it might have become more. "You deserve to be happy, love. Don't let anyone, not even yourself, tell you otherwise." Before he could answer, she smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Now, you have a safe trip, and try not to get too cross on the airplane, and do call me now and then, will you?" "I promise," he said, relieved that she'd changed the subject. "I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. Please give Clifford my best." As he left and headed back to his own room on the 4th floor, his mind spun with thoughts, some unwelcome, some not altogether so. Regardless, he was fairly certain he wouldn't get much sleep tonight. Chapter 17. Stone and Verity arrived back in Palo Alto late the following day, and quickly re-established their normal routines. Stone returned to the university and resumed his teaching schedule, taking his classes back from the teaching assistants who'd been covering for him. It hadn't been the best time for him to leave, with the department short-staffed following Mortenson's death. But given everything that had occurred, he had a hard time forcing himself to pretend to care. That wasn't altogether true, actually. He did care, because he liked his job and respected his students, even though he found the department bureaucracy tiresome and annoying. But it couldn't be helped, so they'd just have to put up with his absence. One good thing about returning to his normal activities was that they helped keep his mind off his grief. Not entirely. It still ambushed him at odd times, sometimes when he was doing things that had no connection to either Desmond or Mortenson. But between teaching classes, catching up with a backlog of paperwork, and assisting with the search for another professor to fill Mortenson's position, he managed to do a fairly good job staving it off. The exception was when he had to walk past the closed door to Mortenson's office. They'd cleaned it out while he was away, but her name tag still hung on the door. He tried not to look at it. It made him feel guilty about the fact that the situation with Desmond had essentially driven her from his mind while he'd been away. Verity, meanwhile, kept up her job hunting, but continued to be unsuccessful in finding anything. One evening, while she and Stone were discussing their days over a dinner she'd prepared, she exploded in frustration at her failure. "You'd think I could at least find a waitress job, cooking, something. It's getting old. I feel like I'm sponging off you, and I hate that." She stroked Rader's head as he lay curled up in her lap. The cat, at least, seemed quite pleased to have them both back, and had been clingier than usual since they'd arrived home. "I keep telling you not to worry about it," Stone said. I understand how you feel, but technically, at least according to the traditional ways, being my apprentice is your job. As long as you keep up with your studies, there's no need for you to look for outside employment. If you want to, that's fine, but don't take something just because you feel you need to." She slumped in her seat. "I get it, and I know it's true, but it still bugs me. Today I found myself wondering if I shouldn't sign on at McDonald's or something, just so I can stop feeling like a freeloader." "You're not a freeloader. Believe me, the simple fact that you cook dinner around here has been a godsend. You're saving me from a lifetime of takeaway. Besides, you'd look ghastly in one of those polyester uniforms," he added, amused. "And I'll gladly pay you extra not to come home reeking of grease and desperation." She laughed. "Peter would probably love it, though." Quickly, she sobered again. "I guess you're right, but I've still got to find something to do with my life. I don't want to finish my apprenticeship and have no idea what I want to do." She tossed her fork onto her plate. "You know, when I look back at myself as a kid, I remember having all these big dreams about how I'd end up. I didn't realize at the time that life sits back there behind the curtain and laughs its ass off at those kinds of dreams." Stone chuckled. "That's a fairly apt description, I think." "But look at you," she said, still sounding dejected. "You always knew what you wanted to do from the time you were a kid. You were done with your apprenticeship at 18 and halfway through college by the time you were my age." "True, but our circumstances were quite different." Stone raised a hand and began magically gathering the plates to take to the kitchen. "Seriously, Verity, I shouldn't worry about it. In my experience, either you'll work out what you want to do, or something will present itself when you least expect it." "Yeah, you're probably right. I know I'm right. Now, let's get on with your training. I'll take care of the dishes later." He refused to acknowledge it to himself, but aside from their dinners together and Verity's magical training, he'd been avoiding her since their return. That was probably at least part of the reason he'd thrown himself into his work at the university, taking on projects and attending meetings he normally would have evaded in addition to his usual duties. He justified it by claiming that, with Mortensen gone and the department head position now vacant, it was expected that both he and Hubbard would step up to be good team players, at least until they'd hired someone to take over for her. But the fact that his extra activity meant he rarely arrived home before 7 on weeknights, coupled with his continued magical research and her weekend clubbing with some local friends, meant they only saw each other when they had reason to. Stone felt a bit guilty about it, but made no effort to change it. By the time 3 weeks passed, the sharp edges of Stone's grief had begun to dull just a bit, and he spent less time thinking about Desmond, Imogen, and the situation back home. He'd even mostly forgotten about Anna Canby's promise to invite him and Verity back to visit their estate. Verity hadn't mentioned it. Perhaps she'd decided Canby was merely being polite and didn't want to bring it up. He'd called Eddie Monkton shortly after they'd returned and asked him for anything he might have heard about Canby and her organization. "I've heard a bit about them," Eddie had responded when he got back to Stone the next day. "Been around a long time from what I understand. All women. They keep to themselves mostly. But they do a lot of good work, and quite a few of them are fairly highly placed in mundane society in addition to their magical stuff. I've got a few papers from their lot here at the library. Nature-based magic, very old-school druidic for the most part. But they're no slouches at the emetic arts either. They know their stuff." "Well, that's encouraging," Stone said. "Anything about this Anna Canby or her grandmother?" He'd realized after he'd left the gathering that he'd once again forgotten to inquire about the old woman's name. She definitely hadn't been in attendance, or he'd have noticed her. "Canby says the grandmother's an old friend of Desmond's, but I don't recall ever meeting her." "Sorry, mate, couldn't find out anything. The leader of their group's an old lady named Nessa Lennox, but I'm not sure if she's the one you're talking about. She's old even for one of us, and rarely seen in public anymore. It's surprising she turned up at Desmond's funeral, so it might be right that they were old friends. Considering how old she's supposed to be, they could have known each other before you were born. But again, I've got no idea if it's the same person." Stone pondered that, idly doodling magical sigils on his desk calendar. "Thanks, Eddie." "No problem. I sound a bit odd. Powerful and influential, but fairly benign. Verity might learn some useful magic from them, though she might find they're too stuffy and traditional for her liking." Stone could see either of them being true. Verity hadn't had much exposure to British magical society, and he wondered how she'd react to being immersed in it in depth. In any case, he was surprised when his office phone rang late on a Wednesday afternoon 2 weeks later, when he'd finally had a chance to sit down for a few minutes between classes, student office hours, and department meetings. "Yes? Hello? Dr. Stone?" The British accented voice sounded familiar, but he didn't quite place it. "Yes, who's this?" "It's Anna Canby. We spoke a few weeks ago at the gathering." He sat up straight, tilting his chair forward. "Oh, yes, of course, Miss Canby. How are you?" "Very well, thank you. I apologize for taking so long to get back to you, but we've been quite busy, and I wanted to make sure we were prepared if you and Miss Thayer were still interested in visiting. Kathleen and Muriel were quite impressed by her, and we're all looking forward to chatting further with both of you to see if she might benefit from spending some time with us." I'd have to speak with her, but I expect she'd be delighted to visit, and so would I." "Excellent. If you can find out soon, this weekend would be an ideal time. We've got full accommodations, of course, and our own portal on site, so the two of you needn't leave the compound if you don't wish to. I promise we've a full and hopefully enlightening weekend planned for both of you." "Brilliant," Stone said, surprised at her words. The women had their own portal? That was indeed unusual, and helped corroborate Eddie's comments about their power, influence, and longevity. "I'll talk to Verity tonight and get back to you tomorrow. Will that work?" "I'm sure it will be a yes. She was quite excited to speak further with you." "We'll look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Stone." Just as he'd suspected, Verity was enthusiastic about visiting the group. "Can you get away again so soon?" she asked, after he told her over dinner that night. "If you'd rather wait until sometime later." No, it's just for the weekend, so it'll be fine. We'll take the portal over Friday evening and come back late Sunday. I'll probably be a bit of a zombie on Monday morning, but that's fine. That should give you enough time to decide whether what they've got to offer is something you might be interested in pursuing." "Did you check into them?" "A bit, yes. They're a very old group, somewhat secretive and quite powerful in their spheres of influence. Apparently they've got their fingers in quite a few mundane pies as well. Charity work, scholarships, that sort of thing, similar to what Desmond was up to. It's not uncommon for the old-line, traditional British mages." "Sounds good," she said, then grinned. "Thanks, Doc. I'm really glad you're giving me these opportunities to explore different types of magic. Makes it easier to figure out what I want to focus on when I finish my apprenticeship. Hard to believe I've only got another year." "Might not even be a year," he said. "You're doing very well with your studies overall, and I like the fact that you're taking initiative to use your magic in ways I'm not specifically teaching you. 4 years is just a guideline, not a hard and fast rule. As long as I'm your teacher, you're done when I say you're done." She thought about that, looking down at her plate. "Doc?" "Yes?" "Well," she said, looking up, "I know I've been pretty anxious to finish up my apprenticeship and become a fully qualified mage, and I still am, of course, but once I'm done, we can still work together, right? Like you and Mr. Desmond did?" "Of course, if that's what you want." Stone glanced at her, surprised. "I didn't think your real love was research, though. Don't think I haven't noticed your eyes glazing over during our theory sessions." "Not research," she agreed. "I don't think that's really my thing, but, well, we've gotten involved in some pretty amazing things over the years. And you do seem to attract stuff like that, whether you like it or not. I just hate to lose the chance to be involved." He chuckled. "You know, I think you're the first person who's ever said that to me. Usually people, including your own brother, would rather just pretend none of it exists." "Are you kidding? You might be a weirdness magnet, Doc, but that's fine by me. Hell, I think some of it is starting to rub off on me. How else do you explain what happened in Vegas?" She gathered up her plates and stood. "It might not all be fun, Some of it definitely sucks, but I can't imagine why anybody would want to go back to a boring, mundane life after seeing what's out there. I don't think there's any danger of that, Stone said. Chapter 18. They arrived at a passage to India on Friday evening. When they entered the restaurant, Marta Bellwood met them, looking confused. "Mind if I ask where you two are going?" "To visit some friends in the UK," Stone told her. Why? It was an odd question. Marta almost never paid any attention to Portal travelers' destinations. "There's a woman waiting downstairs," she said. "She's apparently come through from wherever you're going and says she'll take care of the calibration." "They're a bit secretive about their location," Stone told her. Anna Canby had told him this would happen when they'd made the arrangements, so it didn't surprise him. But he didn't entirely like it either. He supposed they didn't have any more reason to trust him and Verity than the two of them had to trust the women, and it was reasonable not to want to reveal the location of their secluded compound on the first visit. "Sounds dodgy to me," she muttered, "but none of my business." As they headed downstairs, Verity asked, "Is it dodgy? Should we be concerned?" "I don't think so. I'd do the same if I were taking anyone but you to my place. People with private portals like to keep them private. That's why there are probably a lot more of them around than anyone knows. Unless you have reason to know, generally you don't even find out that they exist, let alone how to reach them." They didn't recognize the woman waiting for them in the portal room. She was in her late 20s, with intense dark eyes and a cheerful smile, and pushed herself off the wall when they entered. "Ah, you're here. My name's Lila. Sorry about the subterfuge, Dr. Stone," she added. "The higher-ups in our group don't like having the coordinates to our portal getting around. I hope you'll forgive us." She nodded toward the gateway. "We're all ready to go here if you are." "Let's do it," Verity said. The trip through was no different from any other portal jaunt Stone had ever taken. He and Verity followed Lila through the fog-shrouded, sound-deadened tunnel without incident, and 5 minutes later they stepped out into a small, dark room with wood-beamed walls, cheerful sconces, and a series of framed paintings showing scenes of the wild British and Scottish countryside. "It's quite late here, as you know," Lila said. "Anna's awaiting your arrival, so if you don't mind, I'll take you to her and then show you to your rooms. We'll begin the tour first thing in the morning, if that's all right." Verity glanced at Stone with an impish smile, and he knew why. He was notorious for hating to get up early, but in this case, with the time difference, it wouldn't matter as much. "That's fine," he said. "Let's go." The building had the feel of a wealthy country lodge, all wood beams, skylights, and simple but exquisitely made wooden furniture. Although it seemed that such decor should indicate a strongly masculine aspect, somehow it did not. Feminine touches such as floral displays, hanging plants, sensual fabrics, and elaborate carving took the edge off the upscale hunting shack vibe, and turned it into more of an earthy, natural space that looked as if it should be occupied by a group of modern-day elves. Stone and Verity followed Lila down a hallway carpeted in rich green, and into a small sitting room featuring impressive windows. Although it was dark outside, a series of fairy-like lights illuminated a wild garden crisscrossed by narrow paths. Anna Canby rose from where she'd been sitting at the end of an overstuffed sofa and smiled. "Dr. Stone, Miss Thayer, I'm so happy you've arrived. I trust the trip was uneventful." "Completely, though it's been quite some time since I've had to be escorted through a portal." She waved them towards seats. "You'll have to forgive us for that. It's a necessary precaution. We do like our privacy here. Naturally, should Miss Thayer decide she'd like to spend more time studying with us after seeing our presentation, And if you agree, of course, we'll provide you with the proper directions. Understandable? This is a beautiful place you have here, Miss Canby, Verity said, looking around the room. Thank you. This is only a small part of it. Our complex is quite extensive. You'll get the full tour tomorrow, of course, but this is sort of our visitors' centre. Do you get a lot of visitors? Stone asked. Not generally. It's difficult to reach this place by conventional means due to carefully placed illusions, a remote location, and other methods of discouragement. As you might or might not have noticed, we're situated on a confluence of ley lines, which allows more potent concealment measures. Interesting, Stone said. If you'll forgive me for asking, have you got something to hide? That sort of concealment isn't easy, even with that many ley lines to assist. Generally, when it's done for a reason. Anna Canby didn't appear offended by his question. I suppose in a way we do, Dr. Stone, but nothing nefarious, I assure you. As you well know, mundanes tend to be quite uncomfortable with any kind of magical activity. Suspicious, superstitious. Most of them generally rationalize most of it away, as I'm sure you well know, but if you get enough of it in one place, even the most mundane of mundanes begins to become unsettled. With the number of people in our group and the level of magic we practice here, it would be difficult to conceal it from them if we didn't take certain precautionary measures. You have issues with mundanes snooping around your compound? Stone asked. Not for many years. Canby gestured around her. This building is one of the few that isn't included in our concealment rituals. To a mundane, the area appears to be a small artist's retreat, much of which is abandoned. Most of our group doesn't live here at the complex. As I'm sure you found out if you did any research on us, our twin purposes are to advance the study of magic and to do what we can to assist in the wider mundane community. Sometimes those two purposes become entwined, as we look for additional magical talent among the mundanes. But quite a few of our members have positions of significant responsibility in the mundane world. I see, Stone said. So then you get together periodically to perform your rituals and whatnot? Exactly. We have several extensive ritual spaces, both indoors and outdoors, as well as a number of private work areas and a significant magical library available to everyone in our group. Anna Canby stood. But you'll see all of that tomorrow. I promise. It's quite late, and most of those here have already retired for the night. If you can hold your questions until tomorrow, I assure you we'll give you all the answers you seek. For now, if you've no objection, Lila will show you to where you'll be staying. Certainly. Thank you, Miss Canby. Lila stepped forward from where she'd been unobtrusively waiting for them. If you'll come this way. They followed her out of the building and down a gravelled path, lined with more of the fairy-like lights on narrow poles. It's not far, she assured them. Stone looked around as they walked, trying to get a feel for where they were. Though it was difficult to see much in the moonless darkness, it was obvious they were situated in a large forested area, and the faint tang of salt water in the air, along with the subtle, far-off sound of waves, told him they had to be somewhere not too far from the ocean. It occurred to him that he wasn't even certain they were still in England, or even the United Kingdom. The trip through the portal had taken about the right amount of time, but numerous other destinations would have been reachable in the same time frame. Verity touched his arm and shot him a questioning glance. He shook his head and picked up his pace a little to keep up with Lila. It was absurd to feel suspicious just because this group of women had chosen to conceal their location. Mages were, by and large, an odd lot, and every one of them had his or her own idiosyncrasies. Not wanting a bunch of nosy mundanes poking around your private ritual spaces was hardly something to be concerned about. As they continued down the path, a faint buzz told Stone that they'd passed through a ward. "Here we are," Lila said, turning down a narrower gravelled pathway off to the right. After a short distance through some trees, the path opened onto a clearing. In the center, an elegant 2-story house sat surrounded by flower beds and more of the wild gardens. Cheerful lights illuminated a red-painted door. "I hope this will be to your liking," she said, walking forward to open the door. "You'll have the place to yourself. It's got 3 full bedrooms with ensuite baths, a large sitting room and a well-stocked kitchen, and a small bar, should you wish to indulge." She smiled. "You'll be dining with us tomorrow during your tour, and Miss Canby has a formal dinner planned for tomorrow evening, but we won't want you to be hungry." She stood aside, and Stone and Verity stepped inside. The house was built and decorated in the same style as the visitors' center, with the same lush, sensual materials, fancy woodwork, and subtly feminine touches. The walls were decorated with a combination of paintings featuring nature scenes and prints showing elaborate designs Stone recognized as magical sigils and diagrams. The place's initial impression was one of contentment and security. When Stone shifted to magical sight, he picked up traces of benign magic hovering around it. "Thank you, Lila. This will be quite nice." "Good, good. Someone will come around to collect you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. if that's all right. The tour will take most of the day, especially since we're sure you'll have quite a lot of questions, and Miss Canby wants to allow plenty of time to answer them." She departed, leaving Stone and Verity to themselves. Verity looked around, taking the place in. "Nice place. I could get to like it here." "Indeed," Stone agreed. "Quite serene." She slipped off her coat. "Better get to bed, I guess, if they're planning to start the tour at dark 30. They were both a bit bleary-eyed when they arrived at the visitors' center early the following morning. Cups of strong coffee helped to wake them up initially, and the tour itself quickly drove off any vestiges of sleepiness. The tour was led by Lila, accompanied by Kathleen Burgess. "We can't show you everything in a day," Lila said apologetically as they set off down one of the gravelled paths. "The complex is quite large and we've got a number of things going on, but we'll hit the highlights, and if you have any questions about anything else, I'll try to answer them for you. Oh, and of course, if Verity decides to remain with us for a while, she'll have plenty of time to explore then." Stone and Verity followed along, easily keeping up with Lila's brisk pace. He had to admit to being impressed. The women had obviously put a lot of care and thought into their space. Crisscrossed by more of the gravel paths, it included numerous outdoor areas, intended both for magical rituals and simple meditation, all of them clearly designed as much for beauty and tranquility as for more functional purposes. Lila showed them both the outdoor ritual areas and several buildings containing others. They had an impressively stocked library, several more private buildings for study and contemplation, another large building built high on a hill, with a commanding view of the forest and the sea beyond, and a few more guest houses not far from where Stone's and Verity's was located. As she led them along, Lila explained more about the group's magical style. As Eddie had told Stone, they were strongly old-school druidic in focus, with an emphasis on the land, and working with the earth's energies to perform their magic. But they also incorporated a hermetic element, more similar to Stone's own magical style. Over the years, Kathleen added, they'd worked out ways to combine the two styles in a way that had produced some impressive results. Stone had many questions he wanted to ask about their work, but he mostly kept quiet and listened, letting Verity take point. They weren't here to discuss the details of various magical methods and processes, but to allow Verity to decide whether this style was something she was interested in pursuing. If it turned out to be so, he'd have plenty of time to ask his questions later, and perhaps even to share some research with some of the women. Their approach intrigued him. Ultimately, Kathleen said as they paused in the middle of the day to eat lunch in a beautiful clearing under a canopy of leaves, our purpose is to add to the store of magical knowledge and also to aid humanity as a whole, both magical and mundane. I know that sounds terribly idealistic and high-level, but it's quite true. We tend to operate behind the scenes by necessity rather than out in the open, but some of our discoveries have proven to be a significant help in the field of medical science, agriculture, education, and even less obvious areas such as architecture and finance. As I'm sure you know, many of our members hold positions of some importance in the mundane world. We do our best to help when we can and to use our magic to improve on existing processes. Verity listened, intrigued. That's what I'd like to do, she said. I'm having a hard time deciding what I want to do with my life. I've got so many options, and as good as they all look, I've got to at least settle on something to try. All I know for sure is that I want to do something that will bring some good to the world, to give back, Sounds like this might be something to think about. I hope you do, Kathleen said, smiling. Oh, we'd love to have you here, if you and Dr. Stone should decide our approach is a good fit for you, and I guarantee you'll have plenty of opportunities to do good in the world. She folded her sandwich wrappings, put them in her small bag, and stood. Should we press on? We still got quite a lot yet to show you. Stone got up too, watching Verity. He hadn't seen her look this enthusiastic in quite some time. She caught him looking at her and flashed him a smile. He returned it and motioned her after Lila and Kathleen. Already, he was fairly sure she'd made up her mind. By the time Lila took them back to their house at the end of the tour, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Dinner will be served at 9 on the upper floor of the visitor center, she told them. I'm sure you'd like a bit of time to freshen up a bit after your long day. Do you remember the way, or should I return for you? We'll find it, Stone assured her. Thank you. Between showering and changing clothes, they didn't get much time to discuss the day's events. Stone donned a dark gray suit and paced downstairs, waiting for Verity. When she arrived, he saw that she'd made a similar assessment about the dinner's level of formality. She wore another snug-fitting black cocktail dress, similar to the one she'd worn to the mage gathering. You're getting quite a lot of mileage out of your new wardrobe, he said, amused. Oh, good, she said as she looked him over. I was afraid I was going to be overdressed, but you said they did things a bit more formally over here. She turned around, showing off the dress. I like it, to be honest. I'd never really had anything like this before. I might have to do some more shopping when I get back home. She gave him an impish grin. And you should wear suits more often, Doc. Before he could reply, she nodded at the door. We should go. Don't want to be late. Back at the visitors' center, Lila and a couple of the other women who joined them on the tour waited downstairs. They were similarly attired to Verity. 2 wore cocktail dresses, while the other 2 wore long, robe-like gowns in rich colors. Smiling, they led Stone and Verity up a sweeping staircase to the second floor. Wow, Verity said when they stepped through the open double door into the dining room. This is beautiful. A long, narrow hall of wood and glass, its ceiling beams rose in graceful curves to meet at a peak in the middle, forming a space reminiscent of a ship. An elaborately set table with 10 chairs dominated the center of the room, and the walls not taken up by massive windows were hung with more nature and magic-themed artwork, carvings, and symbols. Soft classical music played in the background. Some of the chairs were already occupied. Anna Camby, seated at one of the table's ends, rose gracefully as the group arrived. Dr. Stone, Miss Thea, thank you so much for joining us. I do hope you enjoyed your tour today. We did, Verity said. What you're doing here is really fascinating. Camby waved them toward 2 seats, one at her right side, the other at her left. "Please, sit down. We've shown you quite a lot of things today. Now it's time to relax and put it all aside in favor of good food and good conversation." All around them, the other women began taking their own seats. After they'd all settled into their places, Stone noticed that the other end of the table was not occupied. "Are we expecting someone else?" he asked, indicating the empty chair. "Unfortunately, no," Canby said. "I was hoping Madame Nessa, our leader, might join us, but she sends her regrets. She's become somewhat reclusive as she's gotten older, I'm afraid." "I understand. I believe I noticed her at Desmond's funeral, yes?" "Yes, she did attend. I hope you both will have the chance to meet her at some point. She's a fascinating lady, and you'd no doubt find some of her experiences intriguing. Perhaps if Miss Thayer decides to remain with us for a while, she might be persuaded to share some of them." Two young women began circulating around the table, pouring glasses of red wine for each of the attendees. Verity paused to sip hers before replying. "I'd like that very much. But please, if you don't mind, you don't need to call me Ms. Thayer. Verity is fine." Canby smiled. "Verity, of course. You'll have to forgive us. We tend to be a little overly formal when we're dealing with guests. But I do hope we'll all become good friends, regardless of whether you decide to study with us." The servers entered again, this time pushing wheeled carts bearing dishes. They served everyone, Stone and Verity first, then Canby, and then the others, and once again unobtrusively departed. "Please, enjoy," Canby said. "Everything has been grown and prepared here. Some of our group pride themselves on their agricultural and farming skills, and I'm sure you'll see it reflected tonight." She smiled a little. "We didn't include the agricultural aspects of magic on our tour today. I made the assumption that the two of you might not hold a particular interest in the subject, but if I was mistaken, please feel free to say so." Verity took a bite. It was some kind of savory meat dish, surrounded by delicate vegetables. "This is delicious," she said, and returned Canby's smile. "I think you guessed right, though. For me, anyway. I'm sure it's fascinating, but I know there are a lot of aspects of magic I'm much more interested in learning about than magical farming methods." She chuckled, and I can't really picture Dr. Stone driving a tractor. Canby laughed, glancing at Stone. No, I can't either, to be honest. I'll admit that it's a somewhat specialized aspect of magic. Its practitioners tend to be rather passionate about it, while most others tend not even to think about its existence. But in any case, it does mean we eat very well here, and we're pleased to be able to supplement some of the local food assistance programs with our produce, which is always satisfying. "That's great that you help out the mundane communities," Verity said. "I've always had the impression that magical society kind of keeps to itself." "Well, we do, in a sense," a dark-haired woman in a deep green gown said. "By necessity, we have to keep our true nature secret from the mundane communities, but that doesn't mean we can't help in other ways." Verity nodded slowly. "That's one of the things I've really been struggling with. I want to do something useful with my magic. I went through some pretty bad stuff when I was a teenager, and one thing I got out of that was that I want to do something to give back." She glanced at Stone. "I know Dr. Stone and Mr. Desmond were both involved in a lot of research and scholarly stuff. Makes sense since the doc is a professor, but I'm looking for something a little more practical, I guess. For a while I was thinking I might want to be an EMT so I could help stabilize accident victims with magic. I might still want to do that, but right now I'm exploring all my options." "Very wise," Canby said. "You're still quite young, you've got plenty of time. There's no need to commit to anything before you've had the chance to explore all your options." "I agree," Stone said. "There's absolutely no reason you need to make any decisions yet. Even after you finish your apprenticeship, you've still got a lot of leeway for exploration. That's why I think what Miss Canby and the others here are offering might be useful for you. Even if you don't decide to pursue it further, data points are always good things to have." He took a sip of wine and nodded toward the glass. "This is excellent, by the way." "Thank you," Canby said, smiling. "We bring out the special reserve for the guests." She turned back to Verity. "But I don't want you making any decisions yet, Verity. As long as you're an apprentice, it's important for you and Dr. Stone to talk things over on your own, without us hovering over your shoulders. No doubt he's got some comments he wants to share with you, and that's absolutely what we expect. We're not going anywhere. You take all the time you want to make up your mind." "I appreciate that," Verity said. "Things have been happening pretty fast lately. I think it might be a good idea to slow down a little. I am really impressed by what you're doing here." "I'm so glad to hear that," Canby said. For a while afterward, they all discussed more neutral topics as they finished their meals and partook of more of the exquisite red wine, which the servers kept topped off for all the diners. By the time they'd finished off a light trifle and were sipping cups of strong after-dinner coffee, Stone was feeling pleasantly warm and content. He glanced with fondness at Verity, who had moved past the warm and content stage and firmly into the comfortably tipsy one. But she'd been smart enough to stop before she had more than she could handle. The only indication he had that she might have overindulged a bit was that she'd grown more talkative, cheerfully chatting with some of the other women about magic, life in England versus the United States, and how much she'd enjoyed visiting Tolliver's. She looked happy, and the women had clearly accepted her. Stone leaned back in his seat and shifted to magical sight, watching the interplay of auras as the women continued their conversation. All of them seemed calm, at peace, and enthusiastic about what they were doing, and Verity, for her part, seemed to be getting along well with the others. Perhaps it would be a good thing for her to spend some time here. Not only would she learn things he couldn't teach her, but it would probably be good for her to make some solid contacts among a group of influential and powerful female practitioners. The more mages she met, the more perspectives she had access to, the easier it would be when she finally had to decide what she wanted to do with her life and her magic. He would miss her, and so would Jason, if she ultimately decided to remain with this group, but that didn't matter. She had her own life to live, and the last thing he wanted to do was limit her opportunities by keeping her too close to him. Besides, with the portals so conveniently located, it wouldn't be as if they couldn't all travel back and forth whenever they liked. He glanced over and noticed Anna Canby watching him, an odd, contemplative look on her face. Once again he was struck with the same sense of familiarity, convinced he had met her before. "Miss Canby?" "Yes. Forgive me, but ever since we met the night before Desmond's funeral, I've been convinced I know you from somewhere, even though I can't remember where I might have met you." He smiled ruefully. "I know that sounds like some kind of frightful pick-up line, but believe me, it isn't. It's just been troubling me." She chuckled. "Don't worry, Dr. Stone. I would never accuse you of such a thing." Her brow furrowed. "But no, I can't imagine where we might have met. I've heard of you by reputation, of course, and it's possible we might have crossed paths sometime in our younger years, but I'm afraid I can't be of any more help." "It's quite all right. I shouldn't have even mentioned it." He nodded at Verity, who was still chatting away with a group of the women. "She seems to be getting on quite nicely with your lot." "I thought she might. I could tell from the moment I met her that she's a strong and intelligent young woman, and with you as her master, I've no doubt that her magical skills are impressive." She leaned in a little closer. "I need to discuss it with the others, of course, but given the impression she's making, I have no doubt of their opinions. I would like to formally offer her the opportunity to come here and study with us for a month, starting whenever she likes. I believe that it should be enough time for her to decide whether she might want to affiliate herself with our little group following the completion of her apprenticeship." "Indeed," Stone murmured, glancing at Verity again. She didn't appear to have noticed the two of them talking. "Well, naturally, that will be up to her." "Naturally, but As her master, it's also up to you. As I mentioned, we want no hint of impropriety. That's why I'm bringing the offer up to you first, so you'll have time to think about it. Perhaps you might find time to discuss it with her before you leave, but if not, that's quite all right. She smiled. We've been around a very long time, Dr. Stone, and there's no rush. Once you've discussed it, if you both decide it's a good idea, then we'll formally make the offer to Verity. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Stone said. Let me give it just a bit more thought, and then I'll talk to her. I'm not sure we'll have an answer by the time we leave, but it shouldn't be long after. Excellent. That should work out fine. Thank you, Dr. Stone. Thank you, Miss Canby. I haven't seen Verity this enthusiastic about her studies in quite some time. The party broke up soon after that, as some of the women began getting up and saying their good nights. The servers entered and unobtrusively began gathering the plates, using levitation magic to make their jobs easier. Finally, only Stone, Canby, and Verity remained behind. "You'll be heading back to California tomorrow?" Canby asked, as she ushered them out of the dining room and back downstairs. "Yes, at least I will. Verity's welcome to stay longer if you and she wish, but I've got to get back to my teaching. I've already been away enough over the past couple of months." "No, I'll go too," Verity said. "But I can come back, right?" she asked Canby. "Of course, any time you like. You know how to contact us. You and Dr. Stone take all the time you need to discuss things and let us know your plans." "Thank you for everything, Miss Canby." Stone shrugged into his overcoat and held Verity's for her. "We'll see you in the morning." As the door closed behind them and they started off down the path, Stone glanced back over his shoulder. A figure stood at one of the windows. At first he thought it was Canby, but then he recognized the tall, stooped figure of Nessa Lennox. She'd pushed the heavy drapes aside and was watching them. When Stone turned, their eyes locked for a moment. Then she gave a small, enigmatic smile as her gaze traveled up and down his body in an unhurried, proprietary way that was almost unseemly in its frank scrutiny. Then she nodded once and withdrew, the curtains falling back into place. Stone shivered a little and resumed his pace, catching up with Verity. "Something wrong?" she asked. No, nothing." They walked in silence for a while, feet crunching softly on the gravel as they headed back toward their house. The twinkling lights delineating the path and the overcast sky made their route look unreal, as if they were traversing some strange feyland and would be well advised to remain on the way marked by the lights. The air held a chill, brisk but not unpleasant. It combined with the slight buzz from the wine to produce a profound sense of contentment in Stone. He glanced at Verity as she walked next to him. She, too, looked at ease, moving with her usual feline grace. Her long, dark overcoat, cocktail dress, and heels once again gave her an aura of maturity, a combination of power and serenity that struck Stone as new. She'd always been confident and strong-willed. Those were qualities that made her a good mage, but this was different somehow. She turned and caught him looking at her. "Something up?" "No." He put his hands in his pockets and focused back on the route. "Just feeling good about this place." "Yeah, me too. A lot to think about." "Indeed." They reached the house. "Are you sure you don't want to stay longer?" Stone asked as he opened the door. "There's no real reason for you to go back early if you'd rather not." "No, I want to go back with you. I've got some thinking to do." She gave him an odd, appraising look, then slipped out of her coat. "For now, though, I should probably get some sleep." She chuckled. "I think I might have had a little too much of that wine." "I wasn't going to say anything," he said wryly. "Hey, it was good." "Everything was good." She hung her coat on one of the hooks inside the door. "Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Night, Doc." "Good night, Verity." He watched her until she disappeared up the stairs. A moment later, he heard her bedroom door close. He stood there for several moments, then hung up his coat and headed to his own room. Chapter 19. Stone couldn't sleep. He wasn't sure if it was the time zone issue or his mind's refusal to stop going over the day's events, but in either case, he found himself replaying the dinner, thinking about what Canby and the others had discussed. Verity kept returning to his thoughts as well, the way her eyes lit up as she discussed some aspect of magic with the group's younger mages. How proud he'd been of her ability to carry on and even direct an intelligent discussion with the women. How different, but how utterly comfortable she looked in her black cocktail dress. Finally he got out of bed, retrieved a book he'd been reading from his overnight bag, and sat down at the room's small table. Perhaps if he couldn't get to sleep, he could at least get a bit farther on the research he'd been doing for a paper he planned to write. He could sleep tomorrow when they got back to California. He wasn't sure how long he'd been at it when a soft knock on his door startled him. He glanced at the clock, just after midnight. "Yes?" he called. "Doc, it's me." Verity's soft voice came through the door. "Can I come in for a minute?" Of course. Give me just a moment." He hadn't bothered to put on more than the shorts he'd been sleeping in while he was reading. He quickly jumped up, pulled on jeans, and shrugged into the black t-shirt he'd been wearing when they arrived on Friday. She stood patiently waiting in the hallway when he opened the door. She, too, had changed out of her evening clothes and now wore a more familiar gray-hooded sweatshirt and jeans. "I didn't wake you up, did I? I saw the light under your door." No, I was just doing a bit of reading. Come in." She did, moving with a hesitation that was unlike her. "What can I do for you? Sit down." He waved her toward the table he'd vacated. "It's okay. I won't stay long." She paused in the middle of the room and gave him a long, searching look. "Are you sure I'm not bothering you? You never bother me, Verity." He tilted his head, returning her gaze. Despite her more casual outfit, she still wore her dramatic but understated makeup from earlier in the evening, and her sleek hairstyle hadn't yet devolved into its more familiar spikes. The juxtaposition of the two styles formed a surprisingly intriguing combination. Quickly he looked away, returning his attention to the book on the table as the back of his neck grew warm. "Couldn't sleep?" "No, I didn't even try." She perched on the edge of the bed. "I just wanted to talk with you a little about everything that's happened today. I was hoping you'd still be awake." "Sleep schedule's all buggered, and I've been thinking quite a bit about today as well. What did you want to talk about?" She looked down at her hands in her lap. "Well, like I told Miss Canby, I was really impressed by what they showed us on the tour and what they're doing here." "As was I." He studied her while she wasn't looking. She definitely wasn't acting like herself. "I felt like their magical style, well, resonated with me, I guess is a good way to put it. Working with the natural forces always seemed to be the way my magic wanted to go, but the way they combine it with your style is what did it. The magic Edna taught me is amazing, but as I think I mentioned before, the way she uses it is a little more passive than I want to be." Her gaze came up and she smiled. "I think you've turned me into an adrenaline junkie. I don't want to just sit back and wait for things to happen and then fix them. I want to make things happen, especially things that will make life better for people. Does that make sense?" With effort, he forced himself not to look away from her again. Her gaze was so earnest, so intense, so compelling. "It does indeed. It's a tempting thing. I've discovered something similar myself over the past few years." He began pacing again, rubbing the back of his neck, surprised to discover his hand shaking a little. He'd never felt uneasy around Verity before. Why did he now? When I first came to the US, I didn't want to do anything but teach and pursue my magical studies. He chuckled. I was sort of like one of Tolkien's hobbits, I suppose. I didn't want adventures, I just wanted to be left alone. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Somehow, Doc, I can't picture you as a hobbit. She glanced down at his bare feet. To start with, you don't have the feet for it, and you're way too tall. Before he could reply, she shoved her hands through her hair. I just feel like I've got so many potential opportunities, and if I pick one, I'm closing off the others. I'm like a little kid with too many toys. Every time I think I've settled on something, something else appears and grabs my attention. He noticed that her gaze had never left him, and followed him around the room as he continued pacing. Verity, I understand what you're feeling. My situation was a bit different, since my apprenticeship was more traditional than yours, and I knew what I wanted to do from a much younger age. It wasn't as difficult for me to choose. But that also means I might have missed out on opportunities that you'll have more chance to explore. Moving with a reluctance that surprised him, he stopped in front of her and crouched down. Trust me, he said softly. You've got plenty of time to explore all sorts of things. There's no law in the magical world that says you've got to settle on any given aspect of the art. If you want to give this a try for a while and it ends up not being what you were looking for, that's fine. You can move on to something else. It's not as if Ms. Canby and the others are going to punish you for it or force you to honor any decision you make indefinitely. And if it is what I'm looking for? She asked, her gaze still fixed on him. What then? Do I stay here? Before a couple weeks ago, I'd never been out of the US in my life. Am I supposed to just relocate to England? What about Jason? What about you? What about us? They've got the portal. It's not as if you'd have to take a plane back and forth if you want to see us. He gently gripped her arm. Verity, you can't live your life for me or for your brother. You have to do what's best for you. That's what I've been training you for. I want you to be confident and independent and happy with the decisions you make. Her arm tightened under his hand, barely enough for him to notice. He should move his hand, he knew that. But he made no move to do so, and she made none to pull back. In fact, she leaned forward a little. He'd never noticed before that her intense, dark eyes had tiny, lighter flecks in them. So, do you think I should do it? Her voice was soft, a little rough. Still, he didn't move his hand, and still, she didn't pull back. It's not for me to say, he said in the same tone. I think you should do what makes you happy. His hand tightened again, involuntarily. The warmth on the back of his neck began to spread down his body. How had he never noticed how attractive she was before? But that wasn't true. He had noticed, plenty of times. He'd simply refused to acknowledge it. It wouldn't have been proper for him to acknowledge such things. He was her teacher, her mentor, the one she trusted for advice. It wasn't right for him to... Doc? Yes? He moved with great reluctance to pull back. She covered his hand with her other one, stopping him. You said I should do what makes me happy. Yes, I did say that. She leaned still closer, and before he could react, she kissed him. He tensed, but didn't retreat, partially out of sheer shock. Part of his mind felt as if it were watching the scene from somewhere high above. This was insane. This had to be a dream. He'd fallen asleep over his books and would wake up any moment now, warm and uncomfortable and needing a cold shower. There was no way Verity could... But she was. Her lips moved, soft and insistent, and after a moment, he responded. He pulled her into his arms and rose from his crouch, bending his neck so as not to break the kiss. Her arms snaked around him and locked tight. Her body was warm under his touch, trembling. "No," a little voice in the back of his head warned. "You can't do this." "And why not?" Another voice challenged it. Still, he pulled away with visible effort, breaking the kiss but not the embrace. "Verity." His whispered voice was husky. "Shh," she whispered back. "It's all right. We shouldn't." Her hands slid beneath his shirt and kneaded his tense back muscles. "Why not?" "Because you're—" His breathing increased, and so did his heartbeat. His whole body had taken on an exquisite tension, which both scared and exhilarated him. "What am I doing?" "You told me to do what makes me happy. Did you mean it?" I did mean it." She had little flushes of red on her cheeks, and her eyes gleamed with unmistakable desire. He shifted to magical sight. Her aura was awash in pulsing red flashes, and so was his. "But, Verity, is this what you want? Is this what you want?" He could try to deny it, but she could see auras too, and he'd made no effort to hide his own. "I do, but—" She kissed him again, her insistent lips brushing away his words. Her hands worked beneath his shirt, pulling it upward, breaking the kiss again long enough to pull it free and then moving in for more. Stone didn't fight it. Why should he? Why should his own conscience get in the way of something they both clearly wanted? There was no impropriety. She was fully of age, certainly knew what she wanted, and it wasn't as if he'd done anything to encourage her. Not overtly, anyway. Perhaps Eddie and Arthur, and even Imogen, he reminded himself, were right. Perhaps he'd been denying the inevitable for no good reason. He pulled her closer, meeting her kiss with his own, his hands sliding up beneath her sweatshirt. "You've looked amazing in that dress tonight," he murmured. She let him pull the sweatshirt free and toss it aside. "You always look amazing." Stepping back, she turned him around until he stood next to the bed. Eyes glittering, she put her finger in the center of his chest and shoved him back until he was seated on the edge, then straddled his lap, her arms going around him. Even now, that dissociated part of Stone was trying to resist, but he was beyond listening to it as his body responded to her touch. He lay back, pulling her down on top of him. "This is what you want, Verity?" he asked, his voice so rough now that it was barely intelligible. "You're sure?" "Oh, yeah. This is what I want, Alastair." Hearing her use his given name for the first time ever sent a tingling electric chill through him. "Well then," he murmured, switching off the room's single light with a flick of magic, "I think we're in agreement." Chapter 20. Stone awoke early the next morning as the faint light of dawn reached him through the narrow opening in the room's heavy curtains. He was alone. He stretched, his mind replaying the pleasant dream he'd had until the specifics came crashing back to him, bringing the guilt with them. Verity? He'd dreamed about making love with Verity. He shouldn't do that, not even in his dreams. But yet, he couldn't deny it had been wonderful. There had been no guilt then, no tension, no hesitation. The two of them had joined together as if they'd always been meant to be, both of them using their magical senses to give and receive pleasure until they nearly couldn't bear the sensations any longer. He remembered the feeling of her afterward, her warm body curled against him, her head on his chest, his arm draped protectively over her as they both dropped off to sleep without any cares or regrets. If only... And then the rest of the memories hit, and it all came back at once. Oh, bloody hell. Tentatively, afraid of what he might discover, he pushed the covers back. The impression in the bed next to him told him everything he needed to know, even before he discovered he was naked. He never slept naked, except after... Oh, bloody hell. He sat up and took a quick look around the room. There was no sign of her. Her clothes were gone, the door closed. He got up for a better view, but she hadn't left anything behind, not even a note. His heartbeat increased, and a flush of tension worked its way through his body as he glanced toward the closed door to the bathroom. "Verity?" he called tentatively. "Are you in there?" No answer. What have I done? He knocked on the door just in case, then pushed it open. The bathroom was empty. The only sign that anyone had used it was the towel he'd tossed on the floor following his shower the previous night. For a moment he stood in the middle of the room, his mind spinning, unable to decide what to do. His image regarded him from the mirror. Pale, stubbled face, haunted eyes, disarrayed hair. Had she gone back to her room? Had she taken the portal back to California? Should he even try to go after her? Whatever he ended up doing, he had no doubt of one thing. This would change everything. No, 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 he murmured, rubbing his hand over his face and up through his hair. Unwilling to make a more definitive decision yet, but knowing he'd have to soon, he took a quick shower and dressed in his jeans and t-shirt. By the time he finished, it was barely after 7 a.m. Perhaps she'd gone back to her room and was sleeping now. She wasn't an early riser any more than he was. Moving slowly, as if afraid his footsteps would disturb her, he left his room and walked down the hall to her bedroom door. It was, of course, closed. He stood a moment, uncertain, his shaking hand hovering near the door. But no, he wouldn't wake her if she was asleep. He paused a little longer, almost as if hoping